sitting up in his hole wrapped in a poncho. He wants to talk about the incident with the Bedouins. Like his men, he hasn't slept much. "An hour in the past 36 hours, he tells me. He looks haggard. His face is gaunt and filthy. "In my mind, this situation is the result of the enemy's law of war violations," he says. "When the enemy purposely position themselves within civilians, it makes the complexity of my decision-making or that of my Marines 10 times more difficult. They hope to draw more casualties on our side because of the restraint that we show. It's a deadly situation, and we have to make 20 to 30 life-or-death decisions every hour, and often we do this without sleep. I'm amazed it's going as well as it has." He brings up the moral dilemma posed by the situation the battalion was in yesterday. "At Arifa," he says, "we were lying out in front of God and everybody as an easy target. Hostile forces were on the rooftops. Based on intelligence gathered by the interpreter from townspeople, I believed we'd located a military headquarters in that town. I ordered artillery rounds dropped on that building to prevent them from organizing an attack on us. Was I right?" he asks. "I can't say I know for sure they were organizing for an attack, or even that the building we hit was a headquarters. What I do know is we dropped artillery. I'm certain civilians did die as a result of my order to do so. I don't like making this kind of choice, but I will err to protect these Marines when I can. Now this morning they requested I send those wounded civilians to the RCT for aid. Problem: our tactical situation is extremely precarious here. I could not send a platoon to accompany them until the situation had stabilized." He concludes, "It's a shitty situation for these Marines, but no one put a gun to their heads and forced them to come here." The talk Colbert delivers to Trombley is considerably more concise. After returning from the battalion headquarters, he sits him down beside the Humvee and says, "Trombley, no matter what you might think or what anybody else might say, you did your job. You were following my orders." Colbert then strips down to his T-shirt, the first time he's removed his mop in more than a week. He crawls under the Humvee and spends several hours chipping away at the 3-inch layer of tar and sand clinging to it from the Sabka field. Late in the afternoon, Fick comes by, gathers the team for a morale talk, and tells them, "We made a mistake today, collectively and individually. We must get past this. We can't sit around and call it quits now." Gunny Wynne is harsher. "We're Americans," he lectures the men. "We must be sure when we take a shot that we are threatened. You have got to see that these people are just like you. You've got to see past the huts, the camels, the different clothes they wear. They're just people. This family here might lose a son. We shot their camels, too. If you kill one camel, that could be a year's income. We're not here to destroy their way of life." But then Gunny Wynne seems to almost reverse himself. "I'm not saying don't protect yourselves. If it's a case of losing one Marine versus 100 civilians, I will save the Marine. You've just got to be goddamn careful." However admirable the military's attempts are to create ROE, they basically create an illusion of moral order where there is none. The Marines operate in chaos. It doesn't matter if a Marine is following orders and ROE or disregarding them. The fact is, as soon as a Marine pulls the trigger on his rifle, he's on his own. He's entered a game of moral chance. When it's over, he's as likely to go down as a hero or as a baby killer. The only difference between Trombley and any number of other Marines who've shot or killed people they shouldn't have is that he got caught. And this only happened because the battalion stopped moving long enough for the innocent victims to catch up with it. Before leaving, Fick and Gunny Wynne raised the possibility of there being a formal inquiry into the shooting. After they walk off, Trombley turns to Colbert and asks, "Is this going to be okay? I mean, with the investigation?" "You'll be fine, Trombley." "No, I mean for you, Sergeant." Trombley grins. "I don't care what happens, really. I'm out in a couple of years. I mean for you. This is your career. I'll be fine. Colbert stares at him. No worries. Something's been bothering me about Trombley for a day or two, and I can't help thinking about it now. I was never quite sure if I should believe his claim that he cut up those Iraqis in Al-Gharaf. But he hit those two shepherds, one of whom was extremely small, at more than 200 meters, from a Humvee bouncing down a rough road at 40 miles per hour. However horrible the results, his work was textbook machine gun shooting, and the fact is, from now on, every time I ride with Colbert's team, I feel a lot better when Trombley is by my side with the saw. Chapter 17. Sunset on the night of March 27th turns the surrounding fields red. 1st Recon's camp by the airfield is spread across 3 kilometers, with the Humvees on the outer perimeter spaced about 75 meters apart, hidden under cami nets. Looking out, all you see are dried mudflats, rippled with berms and sliced with dry canals. It looks like a 1950s sci-fi fantasy Martian landscape. They tell us to dig our holes extra deep tonight. The battalion remains cut off, deep in bad guy country, as Fick says. To prevent hordes of RPG teams or enemy tanks from overrunning the perimeter, the Marine Division, about 20 kilometers southwest of here, has pre-targeted its artillery to land within danger close range of the camp, should it be requested. If the enemy appears in the nearby fields, a quick SOS to division headquarters will bring dozens or hundreds of artillery rounds splashing down near where we are sleeping. For the first time in several days, the night sky is clear. I watch shooting stars from my hole. There are more stars than you would typically see in North America because there are no streetlights. Clear skies also means U.S. military aircraft, hampered by dust storms the past several days, now have free rein. It's a busy night in the sky. Past sunset, we hear unmanned drones crisscrossing overhead, then the buzzing of propeller-driven P-3 observation planes. Anti-missile flares thrown out by unseen jets make the whole sky blink. Bombs flash on the horizon. Iraqi AAA guns send up tracer rounds, which look like strings of pearls. I see the enemy AAA batteries firing north, east, and west of us, a graphic reminder that there are hostile forces all around. Near midnight, a team on Alpha Company's sector of the perimeter observes lights that appear to be moving about 6 kilometers away. The Marines count somewhere between 120 and 140 different lights. Lights could be produced by all sorts of things. A small town with electricity. South of here, a few days ago, we did see some towns that still had power. A bunch of civilian vehicles, or an Iraqi military convoy. Since these lights seem to be moving, the Marines rule out the town option. The men on the team aren't sure what's producing the lights, but their nervous platoon commander believes they represent a possible threat. He radios the battalion that a convoy of 140 vehicles is on the move about 6 kilometers from 1st Recon's position. The battalion contacts 1st Marine Division and reports a possible enemy column moving nearby. 140 Iraqi military vehicles, be they tanks or even trucks filled with men, would be enough to hammer 1st Recon in its remote position. The division takes this threat extremely seriously. Earlier, the crew of a P-3 observation plane had spotted what they thought might be a column of 25 vehicles in the same area. With 2 independent reports, the division immediately sends all available aircraft toward the convoy. When the alarm reaches Colbert's team, everyone not on watch is woken up and told to load the Humvee and get ready to move or to fight. I made the mistake tonight of stripping out of my mop suit and trying to sleep in my underpants. I hadn't removed the mop in 10 days. It's a near-freezing night, and sliding back into the cold, plastic-lined mop is a torture all its own. But just as continual hunger makes MRE food rations taste better, your own petty physical discomforts obliterate grander fears. Sitting in the darkened Humvee, shivering in my icy mop, I'm much more concerned about the cold than reports now popping over battalion radios of enemy tanks or RPG teams moving in to attack. Adding to my misery is the prevailing mood of cheerfulness in the Humvee. Colbert and his Marines are wide awake, eagerly passing around optics, peering into them, debating about what they see. The prospect of an enemy column moving their way excites them. Besides, recon Marines like Colbert are, in their hearts, almost like bird watchers. They have a passion for observing things that exists all by itself, separate from whatever thrills they get out of guns and blowing things up. They seem truly happy whenever a chance comes to puzzle out the nature of small, but potentially lethal mysteries on the horizon. This time, in the case of these enigmatic lights, Colbert concludes, "Those are the lights of a village." He sounds almost disappointed. Waves of F-18s and A-10s fly over the location of the suspected enemy column. Initially, there's confusion. When Alpha's platoon commander called in the location of the convoy, he used incorrect protocols in giving its location, making the same error Encino Man had committed when he'd tried to call in artillery on top of his company outside Arifa. This mistake created an entire chain of error up to the division, Captain Patterson later says. After the aircraft finally figure out what their pilots think are the correct coordinates of the suspected convoy, they attack the area by dropping bombs and firing Maverick air-to-ground missiles. U.S. military doctrine is pretty straightforward in situations like this. If there even appears to be an imminent threat, bomb the shit out of it. One of 1st Recon's officers, Captain Stephen Kinsley, puts it this way: "We get a few random shots and we fire back with such overwhelming force that we stomp them. I call it disciplining the Hajis." During the next few hours, attack jets drop nearly 10,000 pounds of bombs on the suspected position of the alleged enemy convoy. It's a spectacular show. From Colbert's vehicle, we watch numerous smaller bombs flash and count 2 huge mushroom clouds roiling up in the night sky. Planes flying over the target areas in daylight give conflicting reports of what they hit. Some report seeing wrecked armored vehicles. Others see nothing. 1st Recon punches out foot patrols. They observe craters outside one village, but no sign of any bombed armor. Some villagers venture out and offer to roast the Marines a goat, apparently with the hope that an offering will propitiate them into calling off further bombing. Major Shoup, who was in communication with some of the pilots during the bombing, later tells me, "I don't think there was any armor there in the first place. Maybe the first P-3 picked up an abandoned piece of armor or some poor farmer's tractor, and it spiraled from there." As the bombing continued, some of the pilots reported that their optics were picking up heat signatures on the ground, indicating there was armor or vehicles of some sort down there. But Shoup believes their thermal optics were actually picking up hot shrapnel from previously dropped bombs. As soon as you drop a bomb, it creates its own heat signature on the ground, which later pilots were reading as armor. As for the lights that the Marines saw 6 kilometers away, Shoup believes they were actually seeing lights from a town 17 kilometers distant. They had misread the lights of a distant city as headlamps from a much closer convoy. Shoup attributes the perception that these headlamps appeared to be moving to a phenomenon called autokinesis. He explains, "When you stare at lights long enough in the dark, it looks like they are moving. That's autokinesis." What it boils down to is that under clear skies, in open terrain with almost no vegetation, the Marines don't have a clue what's out there beyond the perimeter. Even with the best optics and surveillance assets in the world, no one knows what happened to nearly 10,000 pounds of bombs and missiles dropped a few kilometers outside the encampment. They may as well have been dropping them in the Bermuda Triangle. It's not that the technology is bad or its operators incompetent, but the fog of war persists on even the clearest of nights. Chapter 18. March 28th, the day after the bombing, 1st Recon Battalion remains at its encampment outside the airfield, with no orders for its next mission. A little more than a week into the invasion, the U.S. military has called an operational pause. The Army, moving up a western highway, met fierce resistance outside Al-Najaf, where nearly 20 of its most technologically advanced Apache helicopters were shot down or severely damaged, with 2 American pilots captured by the Iraqis. According to Marine commanders, the unexpected stiffening of opposition caught the Army off guard, and it has now gone into resupply mode, steeling itself for tougher engagements ahead. For their part, the Marines are continuing to encounter guerrilla tactics, snipers and RPG ambushes along Route 7. According to Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando, 90% of RCT-1's supply chain is being used to haul artillery rounds to feed the big guns as they pummel towns and suspected Fedayeen hideouts around the clock. The Marines in 1st Recon, the northernmost unit in central Iraq, have had their rations reduced, a result of both supply problems across the 1st Marine Division and the fact that the battalion truck with MREs on it was destroyed outside of Arifa. The Marines' water, also in short supply, smells, in the opinion of Colbert, like dirty ass. The camp is infested with flies from all the camel dung. Many Marines who have taken their boots off for the first time in a week discover the skin on their feet is rotting off in pale white strips, like tapeworms, as a result of fungal infections. The green T-shirts they've worn for 11 days straight underneath their mops are so impregnated with salt from their sweat that they've turned white. Some Marines attempt to wash their crusty T-shirts and socks, but there's not enough water to adequately clean them. Everyone is coughing and has runny noses and weeping, swollen eyes caused by the dust storms. About a quarter of the Marines in Colbert's platoon have come down with vomiting and diarrhea. Now, with the time to dig through packs and retrieve mirrors, many are amazed by the gaunt reflections staring back at them. In just a short time in the field, most have already shed 5 to 10 pounds. Colbert finds what he thinks is an enormous blackhead on his ear. When he digs it out, he discovers it's a bullet fragment. It's not a good day for God in Iraq. The battalion chaplain, Navy Lieutenant Commander Bodley, takes advantage of the downtime by circulating among his flock. He finds ministering to recon Marines a daunting task. "I've been around other Marines and sailors before," he says, "but I'd never heard such profanity, the offensive put-downs so commonly used until I came to 1st Recon." The chaplain was attached to the unit shortly before the invasion. He never swears, seldom drinks. He grew up on Chicago's South Side, and from a young age he felt called to do the work of the Lord. He was ordained a Lutheran minister after attending Concordia Theological Seminary in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and shortly after became a chaplain in the Navy Reserves. The Navy provides the Marines with chaplains. Married with 3 children and a minister in a church in Orlando, Florida, his first immersion in Marine culture didn't occur until he was called up before the war and attached to 1st Recon at Camp Matilda. He has labored to open his heart to the profane young men in 1st Recon. "I've come to understand that they use the language to harden themselves," he says, "but my question is, once they've turned it on, can they turn it off?" Today, circulating among the Marines, he has only grown more disturbed. "Many of them have sought my counsel because they feel guilty," he tells me, "but when I ask them why, they say they feel bad because they haven't had a chance to fire their weapons. They worry that they haven't done their jobs as Marines. I've had to counsel them that if you don't have to shoot somebody, that's a good thing. The zeal these young men have for killing surprises me," Bodley admits. "It instills in me a sense of disbelief and rage. People here think Jesus is a doormat." The chaplain has no takers in Colbert's team when he approaches to offer his counseling. After being up all night dealing with the phantom enemy convoy, Colbert's Marines loll under the cami nets attempting to nap. Person lounges outside on a poncho, naked but for skivvies and a pair of golden Elvis impersonator sunglasses. He's trying to roast the chakni, chestzits, off in the harsh Iraqi sun while busting bass beats with his lips, chanting Ice Cube's lyrics. Today I didn't even have to use my AK. I gotta say, it was a good day. Gunny Wynn stops by to pass on the latest gossip. Word is we might go to the Iranian border to interdict smugglers. Fuck no! Person shouts from beneath his Elvis glasses. I want to go to Baghdad and kill people. A couple of Marines nearby pass the time naming illustrious former jarheads. Oliver North, Captain Kangaroo, Lee Harvey Oswald, and John Wayne Bobbitt. After they sewed his dick back on, didn't he make porn movies where he fucked a midget? One of them asks. Gunny Wynn chuckles, beaming with a sort of fatherly pride. Yeah, he probably did. A Marine'll fuck anything. Gunny Wynn, along with Thick, is still facing threat of disciplinary action for his role in trying to stop Encino Man from dropping danger-close artillery by the platoon's position the other day outside Arifa. Casey Kasem has told me he is attempting to have Gunny Wynn removed from his job. It's wrong to question the commander, Casey Kasem says. Lieutenant Fick and Gunny Wynn don't understand that. Their job is to execute whatever the commander tells them to do. By questioning his orders or his actions, they risk their men's lives by slowing down the commander. Discipline is instinct, a willingness and obedience to orders. What Fick and Gunny Wynn have is the opposite of discipline. When I ask Gunny Wynn if he's worried about the action brewing against him, Casey Kasem and Encino Man are drafting a memo detailing his disobedience to orders, he laughs. Some guys care about advancing in the Marine Corps. Me, I don't give a fuck. I care about my men being happy, shielding them from the bullshit, and keeping them alive. He adds, guys that believe no orders ever should be questioned are usually the same ones who are too dumb to explain them. They just don't want to look stupid in front of their men. I encourage my men to question orders. This morning, looking out at the expanse beyond the perimeter, Gunny Wynn says he has only one fear in his mind. Man, I hope this doesn't turn into another Somalia. Despite the chaplain's despair over the Marines' seeming insensitivity to the suffering brought on by war, discussing it among themselves, Marines express deep misgivings. I join Espera's team, dug in by his Humvee several meters down from Colbert's. He's enjoying his first cup of hot coffee in more than a week, brewed on a fire made from dried camel dung mixed with C4 plastic explosive, which, when ignited, blazes intensely. This is all the tough guy shit I need, he says. I don't like nothing about combat. I don't like the shooting. I don't like the action. Espera believes the whole war is being fought for the same reason all others have for the past several hundred years. White man's gotta rule the world, he says. Though Espera is 1/4 Caucasian, he grew up mistrusting the white man. A few years ago, he deliberately avoided earning his community college degree, though he was just a couple of credits short of receiving it, because, he says, I didn't want some piece of paper from the white master saying I was qualified to function in his world. Before joining the Marines, Espera worked as a car repo man in south-central Los Angeles. While in a job he hated, he watched his friends and one close family member go to prison for violent crimes, which were fairly routine in his world. Then one day, after 4 years of repoing cars in LA's poorest neighborhoods, Espera had an epiphany. I was getting shot at, making chump change, so I could protect the assets of a bunch of rich white bankers. The whole time I'm hating on these motherfuckers, and I realized I'm their slave, doing their bidding. I thought if you can't beat 'em, join 'em. So he enlisted in the Marines. Espera reasoned that as a Marine he might still be serving the white man, but he'd be doing so with purity and honor. As he's gotten older, Espera's begun to accept that maybe the white man's system isn't all that bad. Traveling the world as a Marine has opened his eyes to stark differences between the way Americans and those in less fortunate parts of the planet live. All these countries around the world, nobody's fat, he says. Back home, fat motherfuckers are everywhere. 75% of all Americans are fat. Do you know how hard it is to put on 30 pounds? A motherfucker has to sit on the couch and do nothing but eat all day. In America, white trash and poor Mexicans are all fat as motherfuckers. The white man created a system with so much excess, even the poor motherfuckers are fat. Those who know Aspera understand he's not a racist. He's a humorist whose vitriol is tongue-in-cheek. Even so, Aspera questions the white man's wisdom in sending him tearing through a hostile country in an open Humvee. Every time we roll through one of these cities, I think we're going to die. Even now, dog, sitting here in the shade, my heart's beating 140 times per minute. For what? So some colonel can make general by throwing us into another firefight? In their most paranoid moments, some Marines believe Ferrando is trying to get them killed. Sergeant Christopher Wasik, a 31-year-old Marine who sometimes serves as Ferrando's driver, comes over this day to share some coffee and gripe with his friends in 2nd Platoon. Before the invasion, Wasik openly rebelled against Ferrando's grooming standard after having been severely upbraided for allowing his mustache to grow too far beyond the corners of his mouth. He shaved it into a perfect Hitler mustache, which he wore for weeks at Camp Matilda. Nevertheless, his rebellion was a failure. His superiors commended his Hitler mustache for complying with the grooming standard. Now he and the other Marines speculate on Ferrando's motives in Iraq. In some morbid realm, Wasik says, it may be a possibility that the commander wants some of us to die, so when he sits around with other high leaders, they don't snicker at him and ask what kind of shit he got into. Whatever feelings Colbert has over his involvement in the shooting of the shepherds, he seems to have filed them away. His mood has been chipper since the all-night watch for the enemy column. Late in the morning, however, he receives another reminder of the incident. The tattooed grandmother and a man from the family who appears to be in his late 40s walk through the perimeter toward his Humvee. Person, now on his stomach, tanning his back knee, is the first to notice their approach. "Hey," he says, lifting his head up, "we got Hajis. Anyone know how to say, 'Get the fuck away from my Humvee' in Abu Dhabi?" He says, using Marine slang, Abu Dhabi for Arabic. "I'll take care of this," Colbert says. He scrounges in the Humvee for an English to Arabic cheat sheet, then walks up to the man and the old lady. "Al-salam alaikum," he says haltingly, reading the customary Arabic salutation from his cheat sheet. His greeting provokes a torrent of words and frantic gestures from the couple. Colbert queries them in Arabic, then repeats in English. "I have pain? I am hungry?" They shake their heads no. Then he asks, "Bad people?" They nod, point across the field, and speak more urgently. Colbert tries to radio for the translator, but he can't be found. The grandmother keeps repeating something. He can't figure out what it is. He shakes his head. "I don't understand. I'm sorry." She shrugs. Colbert hands her several Humrat packs. "I'm sorry," he says in Arabic and English. "You have to go." They walk off. He watches them, exasperated. "We can't have civilians hanging out here. There's nothing I can do about this." Doc Bryan returns from the RCT-1's medical unit with good news. "We got the kid stabilized and medevaced out on a bird." Even so, Doc Bryan takes little satisfaction from the effort. "The whole drive down I was staring in the kid's eyes," Doc Bryan says. "He was staring at me like, 'You just shot me, motherfucker, and now you think you're great because you're trying to save my life?'" Later that day, Encino Man walks the perimeter, talking informally with his men in an attempt to ease the tensions. Meeting with Doc Bryan and the other Marines in Team 3, he apologizes for the incident a few days earlier when he tried to fire a 203 grenade into a house where the men had observed civilians. His candor earns high marks from the Marines. Then he asks them to speak up about anything that's bothering them. The funny thing is, the Marines have been laughing off hardships caused by the lack of food, the filth, the flies, the dysentery, even the uncertainty of not knowing what their next mission is. The one thing that no one laughs about is the loss of 1st Recon's colors, a Marine Corps flag affixed with battle streamers. The colors are reputed to have been carried by Marines into combat since at least the Vietnam War. A few nights ago they were lost on the supply truck blown up outside of Arifa. One of the Marines tells Encino Man, "The colors should never leave the commander's side. Losing them is a reflection on his leadership and on all of us." The only other serious complaints the Marines air are the usual ones about the battalion commander's continued obsession with the grooming standard. Ferrando recently sent the coward of Kafji around to lecture the men about committing petty violations, from allowing their hair to grow a 1/4 inch too long to lying in the sun by their vehicles with their helmets off. One of the Marines complains to Encino Man, "They're treating men who've shown discipline in combat like a bunch of 6-year-olds. Encino Man listens, staring cryptically from blue eyes beneath the shelf of his Cro-Magnon brow. Then he turns to Doc Bryan, who's been lying quietly on the ground the whole time. "Doc, is there anything you want to talk about?" "I'm fine, sir," Doc Bryan answers. "If there's anything on your mind, now's the time to bring it up," Encino Man says. "If you insist, sir," Doc Bryan says. "It's okay, whatever it is," Encino Man encourages him. "Frankly, sir, I think you're incompetent to lead this company." "I'm doing the best I can," Encino Man says. "Sir, it's just not good enough." Captain America's platoon is also experiencing a deepening rift, exacerbated by the Shepherd shooting incident. Marines in his platoon speculate that Trombley might have been provoked into shooting the Shepherds after hearing gunfire from Captain America's vehicle. The fact is, Trombley denies Captain America's AK fire had anything to do with his actions. Nevertheless, the morning after the incident, Marines in 3rd Platoon witnessed a remarkable confrontation between Cucker and Captain America. In the belief that his commander's antics were beginning to jeopardize the safety of the men, Cucker took it upon himself to lay down the law. He backed Captain America against the side of his Humvee and told him, "If you ever fire an AK from this truck again, I will fuck you up." Captain America denied shooting his AK. He blamed the reckless gunfire on Crosby riding in the back of his truck. Now, a day later at the encampment, Crosby accosts Captain America in front of several other Marines. Crosby, not the biggest Marine in the platoon, steps up to Captain America and tells him he is asking for a request mast. Request mast is a formal process in which Marines, when accused of committing a serious infraction, may ask permission to appear before the commanding general and defend themselves. Captain America shoots Crosby an amiable smile. "On what grounds are you requesting mast?" he asks. "Sir, you're telling other people I was firing an AK out of the back of the truck," Crosby says. Captain America tries to calm him. "We're under a lot of stress right now. No one's getting any sleep." "I'm not getting sleep," Crosby says. "You're the one who's sleeping. You're going around saying I'm a shitbag. I've never fired an AK." Captain America stares at him, apparently speechless. "I'm not the one shooting AKs out of the vehicle," Crosby persists. "You are." Captain America walks off, having just, in his men's opinion, bowed down to a lance corporal. In this moment he loses whatever remaining authority he had. As Crosby says later, "I'm only a lance corporal. In the Marine Corps, the captain is God. But in this platoon, we've taken over. Now, when the captain tells me to do something, I ask Cucker if I should do it, and he says, 'Fuck no,' because out here, the captain hasn't given one order that's made sense." Sensing the growing rancor within the battalion, Ferrando calls his officers in for a meeting early in the afternoon on their second day by the airfield. About 30 of them gather by a blown-up mud hut. "The men are bitching too much," he tells his officers. In Ferrando's opinion, his Marines bitching about the grooming standard, the loss of the battalion colors, and questionable decisions he and others have made is the fault of his officers, who, he says, have poor attitudes. "I'm starting to hear some of you questioning and bitching just like the troops," Ferrando lectures. "That is a fucking no-go. Attitude is contagious. It breeds like a fucking yeast infection." Ferrando's assessment of how the invasion is going is grim. "Saddam is winning the strategic battle," he tells his men, citing negative publicity American forces have received for killing civilians. "Major General Mattis has expressed a concern to me that division-wide we're shooting more civilians than we should." Later, when I talk to Mattis about the invasion, he insists that the resistance the Marines met in cities and villages in central Iraq was not much of a surprise. Ferrando's comments to his men on this day are at variance with Mattis's assertions. He tells them, "The resistance in the urban areas has been stiffer than we expected. It caught us by surprise. We expected the resistance to be regular military, but it's paramilitary. We've got to make sure we don't let this get the best of us." After dismissing his officers, Ferrando calls in Colbert and other senior enlisted men for a briefing intended to quell discontent. "The civilian engagement," he says, referring to the shooting of the two shepherds, "was largely reflective of the ROE guidance I gave as we pushed to the airstrip, the order that everyone is declared hostile." He explains, "I pushed the ROE because we had reports of enemy tanks and armored personnel carriers on the airstrip. It was a military target. I had seen no civilians. It was 5 in the fucking morning. The general told me to get on the field. I knew that slapping everyone together and moving on to the airfield in 20 minutes was reckless, but that was my order. It was the most rash fucking thing I've done. Borderline foolish. But I can't tell the general we don't do windows." He then tries to dispel the resentment some men feel for his initial order to not medevac the wounded boy. "If that casualty had been you, I would not have medevaced you, because I still thought we had armor to the south." He expounds his interpretation of the rules of war. "Some of you seem to think we have to give wounded civilians every consideration we give ourselves. That is not true. The ROE say we have to give them the same medical care they would get by themselves. That is zero." Ferrando makes a play for his men's support. "We are going to get tasked to do things that suck," he says. "You have to have faith in me. You may not like me, that's okay. But you have to understand that my #1 priority is protection of our forces." He concedes, "We've done a few things that could have been catastrophic, but we made it through. The bottom line is, we volunteered to fight." As they walk back to their positions on the perimeter, one of the men says, "Yeah, we volunteered to be here, but we didn't volunteer to be treated like idiots. His story always changes. Protection of forces, my fucking ass. He sent us onto an airfield where he thought there were fucking tanks. Why did we make that pell-mell fucking rush? So a colonel could score a few extra brownie points with his general."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Generation Kill. Devil Dogs, Iceman, Captain America, and the New Face of American War. By Evan Wright. Chapter 19. It's another bitterly cold morning on March 30th, and the men have again been up all night. The Marines in Bravo Company spent their final hours at the airfield camp in their Humvees, crashing around in the darkness, trying to execute orders that changed every 45 minutes or so until dawn. At around midnight, they were told enemy forces had gotten a fix on their positions, and they needed to move to new ones in order to avoid mortar or artillery strikes. They kept moving a few hundred meters this way and that until 4 in the morning, when Fick announced, "For first recon, the operational pause is over. We have warning orders for a new mission." But even with Fick's promise that clarity of purpose was on its way, the company kept up its hectic maneuvers until dawn. Now everyone is sitting out by some berms watching a beautiful rose-tinted sunrise. Lovell is freezing after having fallen into a canal while retrieving a Claymore mine during the frantic night moves. Reyes, who has just spent half an hour cutting concertina wire out of his Humvee's undercarriage after having driven through it while circling the camp in the darkness, says, "We're Pavlov's dogs. They condition us through rules, through repeatedly doing things that have no purpose." He laughs. "They probably knew at midnight we would just spend the next 5 hours driving around aimlessly. They know it just makes us mad and gets us keyed up to do something." He has a point. Despite another night of sleeplessness, spirits are soaring. Most men are elated at the prospect of another mission. It's like they've forgotten the horrors of Nasiriyah and Al-Gharaf, twisted Amtraks with dead Marines in them, mangled civilians on the highway. 3 days of stewing in the camp, being chewed out by the coward of Kafji for not having proper haircuts, has made them eager to get back on the road. In their minds, at least when they're in the field getting shot at and bombed, they don't have to deal with retards in the rear. Fick now adds to their elan with good news. He tells his team leaders, "It looks like we're going to be doing interdiction and ambushes along Route 17 west of 7. Instead of driving blind into enemy positions, the recon Marines will be turning the tables. They will be setting up their own ambushes on enemy fighters. Even Pappy, among the most reserved of men, is guardedly optimistic. Finally, it looks like we're going to be doing to them as they do to us." "I feel like it's Christmas morning and I'm about to open my presents," Trombley says. Fick treats the Marines to a special breakfast. He distributes 2 meal packs of humrats to each team for the men to divide among themselves. While eating hot lentil stew and rice, Espera ponders American culture. "Dog, before we came over here, I watched Pocahontas with my 8-year-old daughter. Disney has taken my heritage as an American Indian and fucked it up with this typical American white boy formula." "Pocahontas, wonderful children's cartoon," Colbert says. "I like the music." "Dog, Pocahontas is another case of your people shitting on mine. What's the true story of Pocahontas? White boys come to the new land, deceive a corrupt Indian chief, kill 90% of the men, and rape all the women. What does Disney do? They make this tragedy, the genocide of my people, into a love story with a singing raccoon. I ask you, would the white man make a love story about Auschwitz where a skinny-ass inmate falls in love with a guard, with a singing raccoon and dancing swastikas? Dog, I was ashamed for my daughter to see this." Trombley slides in next to Espera. "You know, my great-great-great-grandfather was a mercenary up in Michigan who had a militia where they'd kill Indians for hire. He was really good at it." "You know, Trombley," Espera says, "in the fishing village I'm from, Los Angeles, if I mention that I'm part Indian, most white motherfuckers will bring up some great-great-great-grandparent who was part Indian, because they want to let me know that even though they look like white motherfuckers, they're actually down with my people. You are the first white motherfucker I've ever met who said that." "Just what race are you, Poke?" Colbert asks, referring to Espera by the nickname only his friends use. "I mean, are you Latino, Indian, or white? Or are you just whatever race happens to be cool at the time?" "Shut up, white boy, and go eat a bologna sandwich," Espera says. "No, I mean it," Colbert continues. "Your wife is half white. I've met your friends from L.A. They're all white." "Bro, you've got a point," Espera says. "I'm afraid to hang out with my Mexican friends at home. I'm afraid if we go to the liquor store together, they'll stick it up. My Mexican friends are shady motherfuckers. No job, $20,000 entertainment system at home, more guns than a fucking armory. The only Mexicans I hang out with are in the Marine Corps. Breakfast ends with Fick's order to get in the Humvees and link up with RCT-1 in preparation for the new mission. Finally, we get to fuck shit up again, Person exults as we leave the road by the airfield. Colbert, however, gazes morosely out the window at Marines rolling up the road in Amtraks. They will be stationed here as guards. That would be sweet, Colbert says, guarding an airfield for 3 weeks. Fick has some bad news when the Marines reach RCT-1 at a muddy, bomb-cratered camp at the junction of routes 7 and 17. Our original warning order seems to be changing, he tells his team leaders. Instead of staging ambushes on enemy positions along Route 17, we will bust north adjacent to Route 7 and do a movement to contact. Movement to contact is another way of saying they will again be driving into suspected enemy positions in order to see if anybody will shoot at them. Once again, they will be following the Garraf Canal on a backcountry trail. One thing I've learned, Fick tells me, is if we do anything involving something named Garraf, it's not good. Encino Man holds a company formation in an attempt to bring out the moto in his men. They stand in a sloping field at parade rest, hands clasped behind their backs, each young man looking ahead with a hard Marine Corps correct 1,000-yard stare. We all know what happened to the Chow, Encino Man says, bringing up the supply truck destroyed by Iraqis. This wasn't our bad planning. He tries to muster a fierce expression, but despite his ape-like features, Encino Man's face doesn't project anger well. It remains about as placid as an oatmeal cookie as he mumbles through his attempt at a rousing speech. They did this. The Iraqis took your food. I hope this makes you mad at the enemy. You should be really mad at them, okay? Following Encino Man's pep talk, Fick now piles on more depressing news. Yesterday, Marines in a supply convoy south of here were caught in an RPG ambush. They were cut off and surrounded by bad guys. They called in for help, but by the time it arrived, one was dead and one was missing. No one knows for sure what happened to the missing Marine, but according to Fick and to media reports, it's believed that the Marine was killed, that his corpse was mutilated, dragged through a town, and strung up for public display. Hearing this account, Lovell turns to his men and vows, I am not going to be a POW, and I am not going to die here. The Marines aren't just grim now, they're slightly freaked out by the specter of mobs attacking them. They can't help but think of the Army Rangers who were attacked and mutilated in Somalia. By coincidence, the last movie shown to their unit at Camp Matilda before they embarked on the invasion was Black Hawk Down, the slow-motion retelling of disaster befalling a small band of Americans trapped in a hostile third-world city they'd entered to liberate. The parallels now seem clear. Doc Bryan leans against the wheel of a Humvee, telling his fellow Marines in all seriousness, what we should do is paint skulls on our faces, come into these towns like demons. These are primitive people. We would scare the shit out of them. We need to use fear, not give in to it. Carrizales, the 21-year-old who now serves as the driver on Cucker's team, says, what we ought to do is send everyone off to Ace Hardware, get some chainsaws, capture some Fedayeen, cut their limbs off, tie them to wheelchairs, load them in a C-130, and drop them on Baghdad. We'll just sit back in our Humvees reading Playboys. Carrizales is not much taller than an M16 rifle. He has a Marine Corps Eagle, Globe, and Anchor tattoo on one leg and a Born Loser tattoo on the other. He wound up in the Corps, he says, because I got tricked into this motherfucker. I was 18, in jail, facing probation, and the DA and a Marine recruiter made a deal I couldn't refuse. He complains, if I weren't in the Marines, by now I'd be making real money. I'd have worked my way up to $14 an hour working on rigs or as a welder's assistant. Carrizales is from Cuero, Texas, hates the Marine Corps, hates officers, hates rich people. They should make a holiday every year where if you make less than $30,000 a year, you get to drive into rich neighborhoods and fuck up rich people's houses. Go inside and break their shit. Every blue-collar man gets to sleep in a white-collar man's house. Sometimes he asks fellow Marines, "Have you ever read the Communist Manifesto? That sounds ideal. How the upper classes are oppressing the lower classes? That's how it happens back home. Rich people, corporations, get all sorts of secret government handouts they don't tell us about." Not only is Carrizales apparently the battalion's leading communist, he is also among the most popular men in Bravo Company. He's a POG mechanic, but he volunteered to drive for Cucker, one of his closest friends, after Cucker's original driver, Darnold, was shot in Algarraf. Now, not only does he drive for Cucker's team, he's still responsible for maintaining the battalion's vehicles. He seldom sleeps, and his face and hands are invariably black with axle grease, hence his nickname, Dirty Earl. Volunteering to be on Cucker's team has also spared him from one of the most onerous burdens in the company. Carrizales previously had to drive for Captain America. Now, sitting around waiting to begin their hunt for ambushes on the route north, Carrizales brings up the subject of Captain America. Driving for that motherfucker was jacked. Every time we'd come across more of them fucked-up civilians, he had to jump around getting pictures, worried my driving was too fast for his Canon stabilization system to work right. "Man, I'm glad I didn't see any dead little children," Garza says. "How do you think we would feel if someone came into our country and lit us up like this?" Carrizales says. "South of Algarraf, I know I shot a building with a bunch of civilians in it. Everyone else was lighting it up. Then we found out there were civilians in there. It's fucked up." Carrizales works himself into a rage. "I think it's bullshit how these fucking civilians are dying. They're worse off than the guys that are shooting at us. They don't even have a chance. Do you think people at home are going to see this, all these women and children we're killing? Fuck no. Back home they're glorifying this motherfucker, I guarantee you, saying our president is a fucking hero for getting us into this bitch. He ain't even a real Texan." Carrizales slumps back in the dirt. No one says anything. Then he brightens. "I just thought of a tight angle. All the pictures Captain America's taking of shot-up dead Iraqi kids, I'll get my hands on those. I'm going to go back home and put them in 7-Elevens and collect money for my own Adopt an Iraqi Kid program. Shit, I'll be rolling in it. A war veteran helping out the kids. I ought to run for office." For whatever reason this night, Ferrando allows his men to sleep in the open beside their Humvees. It's the first time in 2 weeks we haven't dug ranger graves. At about midnight, I awaken to see the fields and palm trees across from our Humvee lit up by illumination flares. Suspended from parachutes, the chemical flames drift slowly down into the field. I wake up Person, who is sleeping next to me, and ask him what's going on. "It's a loom," he mumbles. "Ours." "Why are we lighting up our own position?" I ask. Person snores. I fall back asleep. Then I awaken again a few minutes later to the sound of artillery or rockets shrieking through the sky, exploding a few hundred meters directly in front of us. The blasts turn the field into a sea of molten orange and blue liquid, with waves splashing up against the palms in the background. In my effort to roll underneath the Humvee for cover, I bang into Person. "Shit!" I yell, panicking about the explosions. "Don't worry about that," Person says over the continuing roar. "That's our artillery." He lifts his head up and observes the firestorm. "It's just danger close." He falls back asleep. The next morning we are informed that we are lucky to be alive. That was an enemy artillery strike from a BM-21 multiple-launch rocket system, Fix says, delivering the news with a grimly amused smile. "That system kills everything in an entire grid square, a square kilometer. They knew our coordinates and came within a few hundred meters of us. We got lucky again." Chapter 20. On the morning of March 31st, at about 9, Colbert's team and the rest of 1st Recon leave their encampment at the intersection of routes 7 and 17 in central Mesopotamia to begin the next mission. Today's objective is a town of about 50,000 called Al-Hai. It's a Ba'ath Party headquarters and home to a Republican Guard unit of several thousand, about 30 kilometers to the north. RCT-1's force of 6,000 Marines is planning to assault through the center of Al-Hai sometime in the next 24 hours. But the Recon Marines will go there first. As it did on its movement to the town of Al-Garaf, the battalion will leave Route 7 and use a dirt trail hugging the edge of a canal. Initially, RCT-1 will parallel 1st Recon's movement on the other side of the canal. Then, 1st Recon will race ahead, cross a series of canal bridges into Al-Hai, speed north and seize the main highway bridge out of the city in order to block the retreat of enemy forces during RCT-1's attack. On this mission, 1st Recon will be an even smaller force than it usually is. Alpha Company has been temporarily detached from the battalion to go on a separate mission in search of the lost Marine believed to have been lynched in an Iraqi town. We drive across a low, narrow bridge over the canal, and 1st Recon's reduced force of 290-odd Marines in 50 vehicles again becomes the northernmost unit in central Iraq. It's the first warm morning in several days. Rain clouds blow across the sky, but the sun pokes out and the air is dust-free. The canal flows past us on the right, about 30 meters wide in some places. The battalion rolls single file on a one-lane, unpaved road that passes through the now familiar patchwork of grassy fields, mud flats crisscrossed with trenches and berms, palm groves, and small hamlets. Some have walls that come right up to the edge of the road, channeling the Humvees between the villages on the left and the canal on the right. Perfect terrain for ambushes. We pass farmers in a field to our left. Colbert regards them warily and says, "These are a simple people. These are the people I'm here to liberate." "Small arms fire ahead," Person says, passing word from the radio. We hit a hard bump at about 20 miles per hour. A wild dog appears out of nowhere, lunging and snarling against the windows on the right side of the vehicle. "Jesus Christ!" Colbert jumps, more startled than I have ever seen him. Despite the fear and stress, Colbert remains an extremely polite invader. When we pass more farmers on the road, he pulls the barrel of his M4 up so as not to point it directly at them. A pair of Cobras drops low to our left. The armored helicopters, which we haven't seen in a few days, soar overhead with the grace of flying sledgehammers. They make a distinctive clattering sound, as ugly and mean as they look. "Cobras spotted a blue Zil," a Russian military truck, "ahead, carrying uniformed Iraqis," Colbert says, passing along a report from the radio. We stop. A machine gun buzzes somewhere up the road. "Shots fired on our lead vehicle," he says. We remain halted. Colbert gazes longingly at some weeds beside his window. "This would have been a perfect shitting opportunity," he says. "I should have done it when we first stopped." Colbert's initial attempt to clear his bowels this morning was interrupted when the team's mission was unexpectedly moved up by 2 hours. Now, at 10 in the morning, with the gunfire starting, the problem is foremost on his mind. I've learned a few things about the Marines by now. There are certainties in their world, even in the chaos of war. As soon as a unit sets in for the night and finishes digging its ranger graves, everyone will be moved to a slightly different position and forced to start all over again. When a team is told to be ready to move out in 5 minutes, they will sit for several hours. When the order is to remain in position for 3 hours, their next order will be to roll out in 2 minutes. Above all, it is a certainty that Colbert will never be able to take a crap in peace. Fick walks up. "They've found RPGs 200 meters up the road in a ditch. There is a dismounted Iraqi platoon ahead that we know about." A ripping sound fills the air. Cobras skim low over palm trees about a kilometer ahead, firing machine guns and rockets into a hamlet on the other side of the canal. They're smoking some technicals, civilian trucks with weapons on them, in a cluster of buildings up ahead, Colbert says. Directly across the canal from us, on our right about 75 meters away, Amtraks from RCT-1 rumble through some scrub brush outside some mud hut homes. When moving, Amtraks produce an unmistakable sound, sort of like what you'd hear if you went to a laundromat and filled all the dryers with nuts and bolts and pieces of junk and turned them on high. Driving next to one is deafening. Even creeping at low speed through the weeds across the canal from us, they make a ferocious racket. Then their machine guns start spitting at targets by some huts. Mark 19s boom. We have no idea what they're shooting at. All we see are the gray vehicles rising from the brush, bumping forward a few meters, stopping, then little orange flashes. Listening to this mini firefight taking place outside the doors of our Humvee, Colbert leans out his window and peers at the action through his rifle scope. He leans back in his seat and says, annoyed, "I just hope they don't orient their fire onto us." We wait. "Fuck it," Colbert says amidst the sporadic machine gun fire. "I'm gonna do it." He jumps out into the scrub vegetation beside the vehicle, squats, and takes care of business. Person starts singing Country Joe McDonald's anti-war song, "I Feel Like I'm Fixin' to Die," with the lyrics, "And it's 1, 2, 3, what are we fighting for?" He's interrupted by an order sent over the radio to move out. He shouts at Colbert, squatting in the field, "Hey, we're moving again!" Colbert hops in, suspenders from his partially disassembled mop flapping. "I made it," he sighs. As Person drives forward, Colbert says, "I think we're going to take some fire when we come around the next bend." Colbert's instincts are money. The first mortar of the day explodes somewhere outside the vehicle as soon as we make the turn. No one can see where it hit, and judging by its muffled sound, it was probably several hundred meters away. We stop. To the left, there's a hamlet, 4 to 6 earthen-walled homes. They're clustered together about 15 meters from the road, nestled beneath low-hanging fig trees. In front, there are crude fences made of dried reeds, used as paddocks for sheep and goats. It has the primitive feel of one of those nativity sets they build in town squares at Christmas. Chickens run about, and a half-dozen villagers, older women in black robes, older men in dingy white ones, all of them barefoot, stand gawking at us. Despite the almost biblical look of the place, there are power lines overhead with electric wires feeding into the huts. The Marines get out, take cover behind the hoods and open doors of the Humvees, and scan the rooftops, walls, and bermed fields behind the hamlet for enemy shooters. But after about 5 minutes of this standoff, the villagers approach. The Marines step out from around their vehicles. A translator is brought up. The villagers say there are no enemy forces in their hamlet. Even as they speak, there are more explosions in the distance. Person, still sitting in the Humvee, hears a report from the radio that other units in 1st Recon, now spread out along 2 kilometers or so of this narrow lane, are receiving enemy mortar fire. A shoeless farmer approaches. His face is narrow and bony from what looks to be a lifetime of starvation. Shaking his fist, speaking in a raspy voice, he says through a translator that he's been waiting for the Americans to come since the first Gulf War. He explains that he used to live in a Shia marshland south of here. Saddam drained the marshes and ruined the farmland to punish the people there for supporting the 1991 rebellion. Saddam believes if he starves the people, we will follow him like slaves. It's terrorism by the system itself. I ask the farmer why he welcomes Americans invading his country. "We are already living in hell," he says. "If you let us pray and don't interfere with our women, we accept you." The farmer, with gray hair and his narrow face wrapped in wrinkles, looks to be about 60, with a lot of those being hard years. I ask him when he was born. 1964. I tell him we're the same age. He leans toward me, smiling and pointing to his face. "Compared to you, I look like an old man," he says. "This is because of my life under Saddam." I find his self-awareness unsettling. One of the few comforts I have when looking at images of distant suffering is the hope that the starving child with flies on his face doesn't know how pathetic he is. If all he knows is misery, maybe his suffering isn't as bad. But this farmer has shattered that comforting illusion. He's wretched, and he knows it. Before going off, he warns the translator that we are entering an area where the Ba'ath Party is strong. Then he asks if he can join the Marines and go to Baghdad with them. "I will kill Saddam with my own hands," he says. About 500 meters ahead of 2nd Platoon's position by the hamlet, Marines in 3rd Platoon spot a Zil bouncing through the field. There are about 20 young Iraqi men packed into the rear bed. They're armed, but wearing civilian clothes. The truck stops, and the Iraqis attempt to flee by the canal. Marines train their guns on them, and they throw their arms up in surrender. The Iraqis insist they are farm laborers who have weapons because they are afraid of bandits. But before being stopped, they tossed bags into the field. The Marines retrieve them. Inside, they find Republican Guard military documents and uniforms still drenched in sweat. Obviously, these guys just changed out of them. The men in 3rd Platoon take the Iraqis prisoner, bind their wrists with zip cuffs, sort of a heavy-duty version of the plastic bands used to tie trash bags, and load them into one of the battalion's transport trucks. The battalion pushes forward a few more kilometers. Cobra machine guns buzz in the distance. Mortars explode every few minutes now, but they're still far off, hundreds of meters away, we guess. In places, the trail is almost like a tunnel bounded by reed fences and overhanging trees. It's the most dangerous terrain to operate in, short of being inside a city. But the weird thing is, it's awfully pretty, and everyone in the vehicle seems to be feeling it. A few days earlier, when the battalion raced into Al-Gharaf under fire, there were Marines I talked to afterward who said that when they saw the dazzling blue dome of the mosque by the entrance, they felt peaceful, despite the heavy weapons fire all around. Basically, there are things you react to almost automatically, even in times of stress. A tree-lined trail bending past a canal is still pretty, even with hostile forces about. During one halt, Colbert's team is completely distracted by several water buffalo bathing on the banks of the canal. Trombley gets out of the vehicle and walks over to them, even as several mortars boom nearby, and has to be ordered back by Colbert. 2nd Platoon reaches another hamlet, a walled cluster of about 7 homes. Colbert's team and the others are ordered to dismount and clear this and the next several hamlets, going house to house. Higher-ups in the battalion have grown increasingly concerned about the mortar fire. The Cobras overhead haven't been able to find the positions of those launching them. The hope is that by making the Marines more aggressive on the ground, they can scare up better information from the villagers. Colbert leads his team into the hamlet by bounding toward it in stages, their rifles ready to fire. Several men emerge. Colbert shouts, "Down!" gesturing with his M4. They drop to their stomachs in the dirt. Marines step toward them, rifles drawn, and force them to interlock their fingers behind their heads. Then about 20 women and children stream out. Espera is tasked with herding them toward the road. A salvo of 3 mortars hits a couple hundred meters northwest, sending geysers of dirt and smoke up behind the village. The Marines pay them no heed. A much closer mortar, impacting maybe 75 meters to the west, seems to come out of nowhere. When they're this close, you hear a sound, just before the boom. Then, as a result of the sharp increase in air pressure, your body feels like it's been zapped with a mild electric charge. But we're stopped here, and there's nothing to do about it. Mortars fall in a totally random pattern. It's not like there's a guy crouched somewhere in a field with a rifle trying to pick you up in his scope. You're not being individually targeted. You have to take comfort in the randomness of it all. I walk up to Espera, guarding the hamlet's women and children on the road. An old lady in black screams and shakes her fists at him. "This brings me back to my repo days," Espera says. "Women are always the fiercest. You always have to look out for them. Doesn't matter if it's a black bitch in South Central or some rich white bitch in Beverly Hills. They always come after you screaming. Doesn't matter if you've got a gun. It's like women think they're protected." Colbert's team enters the first group of homes. Earthen walls are adorned with bright pictures of flowers and sunsets, artwork clipped from magazines. The day has grown hot, hitting the mid-90s outside, but the homes are naturally cool. Trombley is impressed. "It'd be pretty neat to live in one of these," he says. A bedroom in one hut stuns the Marines. Against the bare walls there's a CD player, a TV with DVD, mirrors, a painting of a horse on velvet, electric lamps, and what looks to be a California king bed, chrome and black lacquered frame with leopard print covers. It looks like they've stumbled into the crib of an East L.A. drug lord. Nearby there's a locked, windowless hut. Marines try to kick the door in, but it's padlocked with a chain. They chop it off with bolt cutters and find the village stash: 2 AK rifles, piles of weed, and some bags with white powder that looks like either cocaine or heroin. Colbert confiscates the rifles but leaves the drugs. "We're not here to fuck with their livelihoods," he says. Mortars continue to fall for the next hour while we slowly bump up the trail. With the rising heat and Marines in their mop suits bounding across fields, scrambling up walls and kicking in doors, everyone is pouring sweat. Tiny gnats swarm everywhere. They seem to have miniature teeth. Black clouds of them descend, then you feel your neck and eyelids and ears being chewed on. Colbert slumps against the Humvee, taking a rest, his face throbbing red. "I almost went down in that last village. I'm at my limit." He sucks water from a drinking tube attached to a camelback pouch and starts to sing, "I'm Sailing Away." He stops. "This is dangerous as hell," he says. There's a shot ahead. Person picks up a report from the radio. "A dog tried to attack a friendly, so he shot him." "That was needless," Colbert says. 2 mortars explode somewhere. Captain America struts past with his bayonet out. "Charlie's in the trees," Colbert calls after him, quoting a line from Platoon. By 3:30 in the afternoon, we have reached a bend in the canal, approximately 10 kilometers south of the Marines' objective, Al-Hayy. There is a mosque ahead. A few moments earlier, Cobras shot up the fields beside it, pulverizing suspected ambush points. But all is quiet now. The battalion halts while officers plan the final push to Al-Hayy. Everyone remains sitting inside Colbert's Humvee, waiting. After 6 hours of searching for an elusive enemy on this back trail, the men on Colbert's team are worn down, their nerves frayed. The chatter and happy profanities and inside jokes have ceased. Even Person just stares vacantly out the window. The silence is broken by an unusual new sound, a series of high-pitched zings. Orange-red tracers streak through the air and slam into the berms in front of and behind the Humvee. Large-caliber rounds are being fired at us from across the canal. You can actually see some bounce and tumble after they strike the ground just a few meters from us. For a moment we simply watch, mesmerized. "Person, get out of the vehicle," Colbert orders. All of us dive out of the left side of the Humvee to avoid the incoming fire on the right. We scramble up and then down a meter-high berm which shields us from the attack. Rounds rake across the row of Humvees, making that weird noise, zip, zip, zing! They sound like the screaming cartoon bullets fired by Yosemite Sam. Up and down the line, Marines jump out of their vehicles and take cover. Behind our berm, Colbert says, "That's a goddamn Zeus!" Zeus, the nickname for a ZSU, is a powerful multi-barreled Russian anti-aircraft gun. Other Marines later posit that the Iraqis were using a slightly different weapon, a ZPU. Several Marines in the battalion fire rifles and 50 cal machine guns wildly and ineffectually across the river. But as more Zeus rounds streak in, they dive for cover too. No one can figure out where the enemy position is located. Marines, who often laugh off other forms of gunfire, now burrow face down in the nearest comforting patch of Mother Earth. The entire battalion is pinned down. The only guy I see poking his head up is Trombley. He had the presence of mind to grab the binoculars when he dove out of the Humvee. Now he scampers to the top of the berm, sits up like a gopher, and scans the horizon. He looks around excitedly, eagerly taking in this terrifying new experience. I see him smile. "That's cool," he says in a low voice as another salvo of Zeus rounds zings past. Then he adds, "I think I see where it is, Sergeant." Colbert and Person now rise over the berm, somewhat more cautiously than Trombley. Following his initial directions, they spot what they think is the enemy gun position about a kilometer away. Colbert orders Hasser onto the vehicle's Mark 19 grenade launcher, and with Zeus rounds still screaming in, the team methodically directs fire toward the enemy position. A Cobra noses down over the field across the canal to join in the hunt. It rears up as AAA fire comes at it from the ground. The enemy rounds miss the helicopter and it doubles back to renew its attack. The Cobra strikes a white truck parked in the field with its 20mm Gatling gun, causing the truck to burst into flames. Then it fires a Hellfire missile at what the pilot thinks is one of several Zeus AAA guns. Low on fuel, the Cobra is forced to break off its attack. Different positions on the ground produce radically different versions of events. Cucker, just 150 meters up from Colbert's position, watches the white truck set on fire by the Cobra and believes this is one of the worst things he's seen so far in the war. He later says, "I saw civilians in that truck and I watched them burn up alive." Captain Daniel O'Connor, a 1st Recon officer also involved with controlling the airstrikes that afternoon, later says, "I couldn't prove the white vehicle the Cobra lit up was enemy, but every time it showed up, bad stuff happened. So we were okayed to take it out." 2 columns of inky black smoke rise on the opposite side of the river. We take no more Zeus fire. I asked Trombley why he showed no signs of fear, seemed quite calm, in fact, when he sat up on the berm and located the position of the gun that seemed to be terrorizing just about every other Marine in the battalion. "I know this might sound weird," Trombley says, "but deep down inside, I want to know what it feels like to get shot. Not that I want to get shot, but the reality is, I feel more nervous watching a game show on TV at home than I do here in all this." He tears into his plastic meal ration bag. "All this gunfighting is making me hungry," he says with a cheerful smile. "All this stupidity is making me want to kill myself," Person counters grimly, one of his first displays of low spirits in Iraq. Despite having wiped out several AAA guns with the help of the Cobras, the battalion is again starting to take incoming mortars by the bend in the canal. The Marines are ordered to break contact and roll back 2 kilometers. The battalion pulls off the trail into a muddy depression surrounded by berms. The vehicles pull in close together. We wait for the Cobras to refuel in order to accompany the battalion on its final dash into Al-Hayy. Mortar fire grows more steady. With each wave of incoming bombs, the explosions get a little louder, a little closer. The initial volleys land more than a kilometer away, then move to within about 500 meters of 1st Recon's position. The orderly progression of the mortars suggests that an enemy observer is on the ground nearby, directing them. Marine snipers push out to the perimeter and try to spot a man or a woman with a radio amidst the shepherds, farmers, and other civilians in the surrounding fields. Colbert's vehicle is parked beside one of the battalion's fuel trucks. I decide I don't like sitting next to 1,000 gallons of diesel fuel during a mortar attack. I walk over to the truck holding the roughly 20 enemy prisoners of war, EPWs, 3rd Platoon picked up earlier in the day. They're packed into the rear of the flatbed, sitting on benches along either side. During the Zeus attack, the prisoners, who were left in the truck while their Marine captors dove out and took cover, gnawed through their plastic wrist cuffs. Marines are retying the Iraqis' hands behind their backs with parachute cord. The EPWs are men in their 20s, wearing jeans or black trousers, striped soccer jerseys, one guy with an Opel car logo on his shirt. But these aren't the docile, defeated EPWs 1st Recon encountered earlier in the war. Several of these guys are defiant. They mad-dog the Marines with angry stares and wiggle in their seats, trying to cut the cords binding their wrists. Others turn their backs and squirm away from Marines attempting to retie them. They make exaggerated grimaces and complain loudly in Arabic. Binding EPW's wrists tightly enough to cut off their circulation and make their skin bleed is a passive way of punishing them. A few Marines I talk to later on will brag of doing this, or of slamming a guy in the face or nuts when no one is looking. But it's also extremely hard to deal with 20 guys who are resisting being tied up. Americans, of course, are also trained to evade and resist capture, but this doesn't make it any less enraging when the enemy is doing it to them. "What would these guys be doing to us if they were holding us prisoner?" a Marine shouts nearby. "How do you think we'd be treated? We ought to tie these motherfuckers to the hoods of our Humvees before we drive into the next ambush," another Marine says. An officer with a shaky knowledge of Arabic steps forward to calm the rising tensions. In halting, polite Arabic, he tells the EPWs they will not be harmed or executed, then asks them to please stop trying to escape, or the Marines will be forced to wrap burlap sacks over their heads. The EPWs immediately calm down. Two guys in the rear of the truck, both of whom have matching Saddam mustaches, start making buffoonish faces, trying to ingratiate themselves to the Americans. One of them repeats in English, "Fuck Saddam." Each time he says it, his buddy squeals with laughter. Soon several others join in, howling and making funny faces, and the truck suddenly takes on the character of a small, clown-only traveling circus. Then a salvo of incoming mortars puts a stop to their antics. They explode about 200 meters away with columns of smoke rising up from the nearby field. Several of the EPWs try ducking down, but their wrists are bound to the sides of the truck. One EPW squirms ashamedly on the bench. A powerful odor comes from the truck. Apparently, he's just had a classic combat stress reaction and defecated in his pants. Pappy and Reyes have pushed out together onto the perimeter as a sniper team, hunkering down behind a berm and setting up their M40 rifle. They spot a man whom they believe to be a forward observer for the mortars. He's in a white pickup parked nearly 1,200 yards away across the field. With the rules of evidence being somewhat looser in a combat zone than they are back home, the man in the truck earns himself a death sentence for the crime of holding what appear to be binoculars and a radio. Pappy fires 3 shots, aiming at the man's center mass through the door. After his rifle steadies, Pappy observes his target for a few moments. The man is slumped forward in the truck, apparently dead. This is Pappy's second sniper kill in Iraq. Returning to his Humvee, he seems to take no satisfaction from it. When some fellow Marines excitedly press him for details of the kill, he doesn't want to talk about it. All he says is, "The man went down." The mortar fire ceases. Evidently, Pappy killed the right man. Fick gathers his team leaders to explain the final phase of the mission. In about 5 minutes, the battalion is going to head back up to the bend in the canal, push beyond the mosque, drive through a few kilometers of densely concentrated hamlets, then approach the western edge of Al-Hayy. The trickiest part will be entering the town. The convoy will be forced into a series of S-turns while crossing 2 separate bridges over canals. Then the Marines will race past about 2 kilometers of built-up urban terrain, reaching an elevated roadway. There, the Marines will drive up an earthen ramp onto the main highway out of the town and seize a key bridge. The goal is to seal off the primary escape route out of Al-Hayy in preparation for RCT-1's assault through the city's center, which is now expected to come in about 10 hours at 4 in the morning. After briefing his men, Fix says privately to me, "This is Black Hawk Down shit we are doing." He adds, "The fact that we never initiate contact with the enemy, it's always them on us, is wearing on these guys. In their training as recon Marines, it's a failure every time they get shot at first. It doesn't matter that we've done well shooting our way out of these engagements. They're supposed to be the ones initiating the contact, not the enemy." As the convoy moves out from its position in the mudflats and starts rolling single file on the trail toward Al-Hayy, Cobra escorts pour rockets and machine gun fire into a nearby palm grove. Watching the attack, Colbert says, "This country is dirty and nasty, and the sooner we are out of here, the better." Though almost no one ever talks about religion, some Marines silently say their prayers. At a wide spot in the trail just before the mosque, Espera's vehicle pulls up beside Colbert's. Both vehicles are going about 25 miles per hour. I glimpse Corporal Jason Lilly, the 23-year-old driver of Espera's vehicle, clenching the wheel, staring ahead, unblinking. His lips are moving. He later tells me that although he's not a big Christian, he was saying, "Lord, see us through," over and over. After we pass the mosque, machine guns and small rockets called Zunis being fired by the Cobras kick up a massive dust cloud that envelops the convoy. The road sinks down and snakes between tree-lined hamlets. Some of Recon's transport trucks rolling in the middle of the convoy take fire. At least one has its tires shot out but rides on the rims. We reach the edge of the city and cross the first bridge into an industrial area of low-slung cinder block buildings with a dense cluster of apartment blocks to our right. In all the dust kicked up, several of Recon's supply trucks take a wrong turn. Colbert's team and the rest of his platoon hang back to provide cover while the drivers of the lost team unfuck themselves and turn around. We stop for several minutes, surrounded by walls and windows in the hostile city. We hear AKs and machine guns clattering, but don't see any muzzle flashes. Charlie Company, which is now crossing the second bridge in the S-turn, is coming under fire from a building 75 meters away. Charlie's lead vehicle is commanded by Sergeant Charles Graves, a 26-year-old sniper. An RPG round blows up beside his open Humvee. Shrapnel superficially wounds one of his Marines in the leg. Their vehicle is raked with machine gun fire. One round cuts through a piece of metal inches from Graves's head. His Mark 19 gunner opens up on the building where the enemy shooters are concealed. The building is kind of pretty, a long, pale blue stucco structure with arches along its second story. Graves's Mark 19 gunner saturates it with 32 rounds, blowing giant holes in the front of it, collapsing part of the roof. Watching the destruction as his team speeds past, Graves thinks, he later tells me, "It's fucking beautiful." No more fire comes from the building. By now, Colbert's team has picked up the lost supply trucks. We turn toward the building hit by Charlie Company. As we roll by the smoking ruins, Person shouts, "Damn, sucker!" Across from the building, a live Arab lies in the road. He's in a dingy white robe, squeezed between piles of rubble. The man is only about 2 meters from where our wheels pass, on his back with both hands covering his eyes. After being subjected to hostile fire all day, there's a kind of sick, triumphant rush in seeing another human being, perhaps an enemy fighter, now on his back, helplessly cowering. It's empowering in a way that is also depressing. All the Marines who drive past the man train their guns on him, but don't shoot. He's not a threat, childishly trying to protect his face with his hands. To the Marines, the man doesn't even merit being shot. After clearing the second bridge, the convoy races up to about 40 miles an hour, speeding past the urban mass of Al-Hayy to our right. Ahead of us, Charlie Company comes under sporadic AK fire from the town. Marines shoot back. Corporal Caleb Holman, a 19-year-old 50 cal gunner, sees a man perking up in some scrub grass 50 meters from his Humvee near the middle of the convoy. Firing armor-penetrating SLAP slap rounds from his 50 cal, Holman blows the top of the man's head off. Chapter 21. A few minutes before sunset on March 31st, 1st Recon reaches its objective, the bridge that serves as the main road out of Al-Hayy. It presents another strange juxtaposition typical of Iraq. After moving all day through primitive hamlets, the Marines now stand at the foot of a span that, with its long, graceful concrete lines, wouldn't be out of place on the German Autobahn. Bravo Company is tasked with setting up the blockade on the highway at the north end of the bridge. The rest of the battalion pushes a kilometer farther north up Route 7. Colbert's team and the others in the platoon pull their Humvees up to where the guardrails start at the foot of the bridge. They point their main guns toward the bridge, which rises in a slight crest about 200 meters from their position, where it stretches over the canal. Beyond that, the highway drops out of view as it descends toward Al-Hayy, about 2 kilometers to the south. 3 Marines sprint onto the bridge with a bale of concertina wire, which they stretch across the roadway. They run back to the Humvees in the last minutes of daylight. The area around the highway where the Marines have their blockade is barren no-man's land. The ground is saturated with salts that push up to the surface, forming a white crust on the mud. In the twilight gloom, all you see is the pale whiteness of the salty flats. Fick walks up grinning. Even loaded down with his vest, flak jacket, and bulky chemical protection suit, he displays his characteristic bouncing stride. Right now it's more buoyant than usual. "I feel like for the first time we seized the initiative," he says, surveying the roadblock. Everyone seems to be swaggering. After nearly 2 weeks of feeling hunted, the Marines have done what they were supposed to do. They assaulted through resistance and took an objective. Psychologically, it's like a game of King of the Hill, and they now occupy the high ground. This small band of young men controls the key exit from a town of 50,000. 1st Recon Battalion is completely alone. The Marines are 20 kilometers north of the nearest American unit, RCT-1. They are 30 kilometers south of Al-Qut, home to approximately 15,000 Iraqis in a mechanized division. There is nothing between them and those thousands of Iraqis but a straight, narrow highway. Only later will it become clear that most regular Iraqi forces won't fight. On the night of March 31st, that fact is unknown. Adding to their sense of isolation, 1st Recon has lost communication with its air cover this evening as the result of a technical glitch. If the battalion is attacked, it will have to fight on its own. One thing the Marines haven't trained for or really even thought through is the operation of roadblocks at night. The basic idea is simple enough. Put an obstacle like concertina wire in the road and point guns at it. If a car approaches, fire warning shots. If it keeps coming, shoot it. The question is, do the Iraqis understand what's going on? When it gets dark, can Iraqi drivers actually see the concertina wire? Even Marines have been known to drive through concertina wire at night. The other problem is warning shots. In the dark, warning shots are simply a series of loud bangs and flashes. It's not like this is the international code for stop your vehicle and turn around. As it turns out, many Iraqis react to warning shots by speeding up. Maybe they just panic. Consequently, a lot of Iraqis die at roadblocks. The initial killings at 1st Recon's roadblock come just after dark. Several cars approach the bridge with their headlights on, coming from the direction of Al-Hayy. Bravo's 50 caliber gunners fire warning bursts. The cars turn around and leave. Then a tractor-trailer appears, its diesel engine growling. The Marines fire warning shots, but the truck keeps coming. A few seconds after the truck fails to heed the second warning burst, its headlights dip onto Bravo's position, blinding the Marines. The truck sounds like it might be doing 30 or 40. "Light it the fuck up!" someone shouts. Under the ROE, a vehicle that fails to stop at a roadblock is declared hostile, and everyone in it may justifiably be shot. Almost the entire platoon opens fire, but for some reason these Marines who have previously put down enemy shooters with almost surgical precision are unable to take out even the truck's headlights after several seconds of heavy fire. Red tracers and white muzzle flashes streak across the bridge. Mark 19 grenades burst all around the truck, but it keeps coming, horn blaring. Just before reaching the concertina wire, the vehicle jackknifes and screeches. Someone has finally managed to hit the driver, whose head, they later discover, is blown clean off. Meanwhile, 3 men jump from the cab. Espera, who is wearing night vision goggles, sees them and fires his M4 from a crouching position, methodically pumping 3-round bursts into the chest of each, as he was trained. Almost as an afterthought, the Marines shoot out the last headlight of the truck. There's no time to examine the scene of the shooting. The entire battalion pulls back from the bridge, moving a couple of kilometers north to a more defensible position. The triumphant feelings that soared a half hour ago have vanished. It's suddenly cold. A Humvee becomes stuck in the mud, and in Bravo's 2nd platoon, Marines are again dealing with weapons that jammed catastrophically in the engagement with the truck. Next to Colbert's vehicle, the 50 cal on Lovell's Humvee had a round explode in the chamber, puffing out the gun's chassis, a 50-pound block of forged steel, like a balloon. In the darkness, Lovell marvels, "Fellas, we just destroyed a $10,000 piece of U.S. government property." They are lucky the gun didn't blow up. In Colbert's vehicle, the Mark 19 jammed again, as it has in 2 previous engagements. Hasser, who's manning the weapon, screams, "Shit! Shit! Shit!" and pounds the roof of the Humvee, trying to unjam it. He lets out a half-crazed scream, "Arrah!" Colbert shouts up to him, "Walt, you're losing control of yourself. Shut the fuck up and take a deep breath." "This goddamn gun," Hasser shouts. His voice cracks. "It's a piece of shit." "Walt, you know I like you a lot," Colbert says, trying to calm him, "but it's not going to help if you lose control of your emotions. We just don't have enough LSA to keep it lubed properly. There's nothing we can do about it." He adds, "I'm sorry I had to yell at you." Colbert's platoon falls back from the bridge to defend the battalion's eastern flank along the highway. Everyone digs holes in the darkness. The soil here is a waterlogged mixture of clay and rocks. It's like chopping through partially hardened concrete. After we finish our ranger graves, the platoon is ordered to move up the road 300 meters, where we dig a new set. A string of headlights appears a kilometer or so to the west. It is a stream of vehicles escaping the city on a back road. It could be civilians fleeing, but using night vision equipment, Marines observe what appear to be trucks with weapons on them. "They're fucking flanking us," Fix says, worried that the enemy fighters are trying to come up and attack the battalion from the side. Marines then observe one truck with its lights off, stopping directly across from their position and unloading men and equipment, possibly guns. Fick requests an artillery strike to take out the vehicles. Marines in Bravo who are not on watch gather around to eat their meager food rations before crawling into their wet holes to take quick combat naps. "I felt cold-blooded as a motherfucker shooting those guys that popped out of that truck," Espera says, glumly describing the details of each killing he participated in at the roadblock an hour earlier. Perhaps keeping in mind his priest's admonishments to not enjoy killing, Espera seems to deliberately wallow in a black, self-flagellating mood. "Dog, whatever last shred of humanity I had before I came here, it's gone," he says. Warning shots erupt at the roadblock manned by Charlie Company a few hundred meters to our north. Tracers light up the sky. We hear a car gunning its engine, apparently still driving toward the blockade. Marines shout, weapons crackle. We hear the engine still whining, drawing closer, then the screeching of tires. In the silence that immediately follows, someone in our group says, "Well, that stopped him." For some reason, everyone bursts into laughter. Up the road from where we are laughing, the men in Charlie Company watch as two men run from a car the Marines have just riddled with dozens of rounds. It's a four-door sedan. Doors are open, lights are on despite the heavy weapons fire it took from a platoon of Marines. It's a miracle that these two men, including the driver, have stepped out alive. The Marines hold their fire as the men, dressed in robes, throw their hands up. They are unarmed. As Marines shout at them, they drop obediently to the side of the road. Graves, whose team beautifully destroyed the building that shielded the enemy gunmen during the assault through Al-Hayy, approaches the car with another Marine. Graves sees a little girl curled up in the back seat. She looks to be about 3, the same age as his daughter at home in California. There's a small amount of blood on the upholstery, but the girl's eyes are open. She seems to be cowering. Graves reaches in to pick her up, thinking about what medical supplies he might need to treat her, he later says, when the top of her head slides off and her brains fall out. When Graves steps back, he nearly falls over when his boot slips in the girl's brains. It takes a full minute before Graves can actually talk. The situation is one he can only describe in elemental terms. "I could see her throat from the top of her skull," he says. No weapons are found in the car. Mish asks the father sitting by the side of the road why he didn't heed the warning shots and stop. The father simply repeats, "I'm sorry," then meekly asks permission to pick up his daughter's body. The last the Marines see of him, he is walking down the road, carrying her corpse in his arms. When they talk about this shooting later, the Marines have mixed reactions. Graves is devastated. "This is the event that is going to get to me when I go home," he says. Prior to this shooting, when his team had passed by all those shot-up corpses on the roads, Graves says, "I felt good about it, like, yeah, Marines have been fucking shit up." He adds, "I cruised into this war thinking my buddy's going to take a bullet, and I'm going to be the fucking hero pulling him out of harm's way. Instead, I end up pulling out this little girl we shot, hiding in the back seat of her dad's car." Graves's buddy, 22-year-old Corporal Ryan Jeschke, who was with him at the car, says, "War is either glamorized, like we kicked their ass, or the opposite. Look how horrible, we kill all these civilians. None of these people know what it's like to be there, holding that weapon. After Graves and I went up to that dead girl, I was surprised because, honestly, I was indifferent. It's kind of disturbed me. Now, sometimes I think, am I a bad person for feeling nothing?" Despite his professed indifference, Jeschke is haunted by the memory of seeing the girl's father walk down the road, cradling his dead daughter. Jeschke says, "I asked Mish what he thought the father was going through, and Mish said Arabs don't grieve as hard as we do. I don't really believe him. I can't see how it would be any different for them." After this shooting and the others like it, Marines deal with the stress through black humor. Even guys privately broken up by the shootings circulate jokes. One of them, "What's the first thing you feel when you shoot a civilian?" "The recoil of your rifle." The artillery strike Bravo Company called previously on vehicles fleeing the city finally starts to arrive. Since First Recon is so far north, the artillery gunners can only reach them by using rocket-assisted projectiles, RAP, or RAP rounds, which give their guns a range of 30 kilometers. After RAP rounds are fired, they flash in the sky and then make a sort of fizzing sound as a rocket motor mounted on each projectile kicks in and drives it to its target. They make for an even more spectacular show than normal artillery. We lie back in our holes and watch 164 RAP rounds shriek across the sky. Seen from a distance, the fiery explosions are beautiful and hypnotizing, just like any decent 4th of July display. Any carnage visited on the vehicles, hamlets, farms, or people is shrouded from us by the darkness. All we see are the pretty lights of the rocket's red glare. Chapter 22. On March 30th, Captain Patterson's Alpha Company was ordered to temporarily detach from 1st Recon and go on a mission to find the body of the Marine who went missing when his supply convoy was ambushed on Route 7 outside Ashatra. No one knows if rumors of his body's public mutilation are true, but many Marines inevitably see Alpha's task to recover it as a revenge mission. When Alpha Company had pulled out of 1st Recon's camp for Ashatra, men in Bravo had shouted after them, "Fuck the shit out of that town!" Now, on the morning of March 31st, with the rest of the battalion making its way north toward Al-Hai, the 80 Marines in Alpha Company are heading south on Route 7 toward Ashatra. To Sergeant Damon Russell Fawcett, a 26-year-old team leader in Alpha's 2nd Platoon, the mission fills him, he later admits, with conflicting emotions. Fair-haired and blue-eyed, Fawcett grew up in Southern California, a water baby, surfing and playing water polo. After several semesters in college, he joined the Marines, not for adventure, but because he was so disenchanted with the human factor in society, the emphasis on technology. "I came in to see if the better man will dominate." For the past 18 hours since departing on the mission, Fawcett has listened to fellow Marines rage about the motherfuckers in Ashatra and their plans to get payback once their commanders clear them hot to assault the town. A lot of guys are talking not just about the lost Marine, but about rumors now circulating of Iraqis abusing American female POWs. Within the next 24 hours, when the tale of Jessica Lynch's captivity and rape reaches the men, she becomes the campaign's unofficial Helen of Troy, a rallying point for generalized anger against Arabs. Fawcett is particularly disturbed by an acquaintance of his, a sniper, who recently bragged that after being cleared to shoot an armed Iraqi who was taking cover behind a child, the sniper fired at the man through the kid, telling Fawcett, "I just killed a future terrorist." Fawcett has a desire for revenge like everyone else, but at the same time he keeps thinking, as he later tells me, "When I get home, people will probably ask me to speak at high schools about this. I don't know how I'm going to explain all the dead women and children I've seen, the things we've done here." Now he tells some of the guys he's with, "If you're mad about them mutilating a Marine, it's not like this is the only country on earth with sociopaths. We've got people at home in American cities who hurt and degrade people all the time." Not only are the men in Alpha thirsting for payback, they're so hungry that when their convoy pauses on its journey to Ashatra, they jump out and rat-fuck trash piles along Route 7. POG's supply units passing by in recent days have left mountains of MRE litter beside the road. Marines in Alpha, having endured reduced rations for several days, dig through them hunting for uneaten Tootsie Roll or peanut butter packets. Alpha Company's commander is dealing with a whole different set of problems. The mission has gone through so many permutations in the last several hours that it's now clear to Captain Patterson that finding the body of the lost Marine is a distant secondary objective. In fact, Patterson's orders now verge on the fantastic. His Marines in Alpha, along with a much larger force from RCT-1, will link up outside the city and join a CIA-controlled operation to liberate Ashatra, assisted by an indigenous army of freedom fighters. According to the portions of the plan Patterson has been let in on, the CIA has spent months training and equipping a small army of Iraqi freedom fighters in an unnamed foreign country. Now these freedom-loving patriots have been flown into Iraq, where they will face their first test, liberating Ashatra. The Marines will not be leading this mission. Their role is simply to be there to help out the Iraqi freedom fighters in case they get into a jam. Once the CIA-controlled exiles have liberated the city in the name of Free Iraq, the Marines will enter, brave the crowds who some are now predicting will be dancing in the streets, and search for the lost Marine. Patterson has been careful in the past several hours to try to tone down the mood of his men. He later says, "I didn't want some dramatic idea of revenge to be motivating everybody. Even so, As his company rolls up to Ashatra, Patterson experiences what he later describes as a feeling that there is a heroic aspect to what we're doing, that we are going to go into this town getting one of our fallen brothers, and we're going to be the saviors of everyone. It's overcast when Alpha Company arrives on the northern outskirts of Ashatra at about 6 in the morning on March 31st. The ground is wet from recent rains, and the place smells like decay. First Recon had passed through Ashatra on March 26th on its thrust up from Nazaria, and the town had been exceptionally foul-smelling then. This morning, Patterson realizes the odor comes from the corpses of shot-up Iraqi fighters rotting in nearby ditches. Ashatra runs for about 2 kilometers north down the eastern side of the road. Alpha Company sets up along the north end of the town. Several hundred infantry marines from RCT-1's 3rd Battalion are deployed farther down the road, bolstered with tanks and armored vehicles. Patterson realizes just how big a deal this mission is when he sees General Kelly, Major General Mattis's personal emissary, arrive by helicopter to consult with high-level Marine officers and the CIA officials running the show. The CIA guys, 3 young men who look to be in their late 20s, arrive in an armored vehicle and emerge wearing jumpsuits, flak vests, and black caps. The CIA men ratchet up the anticipation level of the mission with exciting new intelligence. One of Saddam's top henchmen, General Ali Hassan al-Majid, known as Chemical Ali, is believed to be holed up in the town. After Fawcett's team gets into position by the highway at the north end of Ashatra, using the road's elevation to provide cover, they notice the town is filled with military installations. Just a couple hundred meters away, they spot barracks, artillery pieces, stockpiles of munitions, an obstacle course for training soldiers, and, most amazingly, Iraqis in uniform walking around outdoors in broad daylight. Fawcett can't believe that Marine convoys have been driving up and down this road for nearly a week next to a sizable, heavily armed force of Iraqis. Watching this, he later tells me, makes him wonder what's going through the minds of the guys we have planning stuff for us. It's not like the Iraqis don't have a clue the Americans are coming. The night before, U.S. ships launched several Tomahawk cruise missiles into the town at a cost to U.S. taxpayers of approximately $1.5 million per Tomahawk. Patterson, who's told about the cruise missiles when he arrives, is impressed. Comparable Marine operations against small, run-of-the-mill hostile towns like Ashatra haven't rated the use of such high-tech weaponry. Clearly, this shows the hand of the CIA, sparing no expense in its effort to make the liberation of Ashatra go as smoothly as possible and become a showcase for its hand-picked army of Iraqi freedom fighters. Patterson and his counterpart in the infantry battalion sit down outside the town and coordinate control measures. They make sure they know each other's radio frequencies so they can communicate. They study maps of the town so their men don't run into each other later on. They rename all the main routes in the city, replacing confusing Arabic names with ones that are easier to remember like Sally, Jane, and Mary. Marines tend to be methodical about things like this, few more so than Patterson. Within 40 minutes of these consultations, Patterson is all set to participate in this small, history-making event, the first liberation of a town in central Iraq by Iraqi forces. There's just one problem. The freedom fighters have gone missing. Several of them had infiltrated the town the night before under cover of the Tomahawk strike in order to find sympathizers among the ranks of the Iraqi soldiers garrisoned there. But they were captured. Apparently, the Baathists who apprehended them had not been impressed by the missile strike, and they were summarily executed. Their comrades waiting outside the town lost heart. Early in the afternoon, Patterson's men are told, the freedom fighters have fled. After all their elaborate preparations, the CIA's army has vanished into the countryside. By now, Patterson's Marines have started to come under sporadic small arms fire from the town. They call in a mortar strike on suspected enemy positions. The Marines who've driven all night to carry out what they thought would be a sweet, revenge-fueled version of Saving Private Ryan grow frustrated. Very quickly their mission outside Ash-Shatra becomes as confusing as all the others they have participated in. Commanders begin to change the ROE. Initially, Marine snipers are cleared to kill anyone in uniform. They get in a few shots. Then word is passed down that soldiers are surrendering and they shouldn't automatically be shot. Following this, Marines see a truck filled with soldiers zoom onto a street directly across from their position. The Marines hold their fire. The Iraqi soldiers drive past waving white flags, then speed off, throwing the flags from the back of the truck. "We're letting all these soldiers escape," one of Fawcett's men complains. Fawcett requests an artillery strike on a headquarters building 600 meters across from his position. His team has observed Iraqis in green military uniforms coming and going from the front door of this building all morning. Fawcett regrets passing his request up almost immediately. In Fawcett's opinion, his platoon commander doesn't know how to properly call in a strike. A similar complaint men in Bravo Company have about their commander, Encino Man. Fawcett believes the best way to take out the building is to order 1 or 2 rounds of artillery, see where they land, and if they don't hit the building, have the artillerymen adjust their fire. Instead, his commanding officer requests a fire for effect strike, 4 to 6 rounds of artillery shot all at once, then repeated without any adjustment. "It's an officer thing," Fawcett tells his men. "He just wants the glory of calling in a big strike. I can't go over his head." Fawcett and his men watch at least 16 HE rounds slam into the city and explode pretty much randomly in the streets. When the smoke clears, the only damage to the intended target is that a corner of the building has been clipped off. Fawcett turns to several of his buddies and asks, "Do you think if some foreign army came into a small American town and did what we're doing here, you wouldn't find some American good old boys eager to string one of them up if they fell into their hands?" A few hours before sunset, the Marines are ordered to assault the town. The infantrymen from 3rd Battalion lead the way in, advancing under heavy machine gun fire, blowing up buildings in their path with shoulder-fired missiles. They seize several military structures and clear the surrounding houses. Nearly all of the Iraqi soldiers have fled or changed out of their uniforms in order to blend in with the populace. They fire few shots. There's no sign of Chemical Ali or the body of the missing Marine. Fawcett's platoon and another from Alpha drive their Humvees about 500 meters into the town, with Cobras launching Hellfire missiles ahead of them. They move into a water purification plant, a complex of industrial structures filled with trucks and machinery. The men are ordered to stay here for the night. By sundown, any thought that this could be a revenge mission completely disappears. Dozens of Iraqi citizens approach Alpha's hungry Marines on the perimeter, bearing gifts of tea, bowls of rice, and flatbread, which Marines refer to as Haji tortillas. Some townspeople, speaking broken English, are eager to point out enemy positions. A few invite the Marines to come into their homes for a proper meal. Patterson is now forced to order his Marines, who hours before had been fantasizing about killing everyone in the town, to stop eating food brought to them by the locals. After dark, Patterson gets the clearest confirmation yet that the Ba'ath Party and Iraqi military forces have abandoned the town. Through his NVGs, he observes hundreds of people streaming in and out of government buildings, like ants carting off everything they can carry, desks, chairs, mattresses. Iraqis aren't the only ones looting. Inside the water purification plant, Fawcett watches fellow Marines rape the buildings, smashing things up, pissing everywhere, hunting for souvenirs. The water purification plant must have been some sort of exemplary public works project. Much of the equipment is new. Many of the trucks parked inside the buildings haven't even been driven. They still have plastic on the seats. Marines use K-bar knives to rip apart their interiors for material to reupholster their Humvees and trucks. After their exciting night at the water plant, the Marines leave Ashatra early in the morning. Locals cheer. To one of Patterson's officers, the change in the town was dramatic, like someone pulled a thumb off their backs. We liberated them. While the CIA mission failed, the liberation of Ashatra proves to be precedent-setting in another sense. The Marines pull out of the town, leaving behind little or no civil authority, hordes of looters roaming through blown-up, trashed buildings, and a scattered army of Baathists, soldiers and other loyalists, many of them still armed, and all of them completely unaccounted for. The type of liberation seen at Ashatra will play itself out again and again in other towns across Iraq until the U.S. military reaches Baghdad, where it will do pretty much the same, resulting in a much grander scale of anarchy. Fawcett's men don't hear any word about the missing Marine until they've pulled out of the town. They are told that an old man in Ashatra met with officers in the infantry battalion and informed them that the body of the lost Marine had been dragged through the streets and strung up, but was cut down and buried by Good Samaritans. According to the story passed among Marines, the old man claimed that the Good Samaritans did their best to give the Marine a Christian burial, then fled the city fearing reprisals. After hearing this, Fawcett says, "All we've been looking for is a corpse. The Marine was gone before we got here." The body of this Marine is discovered a week later by other American forces. They find it buried in Ashatra's trash dump. Chapter 23. On the morning of April 1st, the Marines of 1st Recon, less Alpha Company, not yet returned from its mission, greet the new day from their wet, muddy holes dug alongside the highway north of Al-Hai. Few of the troops slept much the night before. After the fatal shooting of the little girl at Charlie Company's roadblock, the Marines fired warning shots at several more vehicles and also killed the occupant of one car, a heavyset man in a 20-year-old Buick, which had failed to stop. Later, the Marines came under attack from a BM-21, which saturated a nearby field with bombs, though no one was hit. The destruction continues after sunrise. Below our position on the highway, slow-moving A-10 jets circle the fringes of Al-Hai, belching out machine gun fire. The airframe of the A-10 is essentially built around a 21-foot-long, 7-barreled Gatling gun, the largest such weapon in the U.S. arsenal. When it fires, it makes a ripping sound, like someone is tearing the sky in half. The A-10s wrap up their performance by dropping 4 phosphorus bombs on the city. These are chemical incendiary bombs that burst in the sky, sending long tendrils of white, sparkling flames onto targets below. The air attacks are part of RCT-1's advance into Al-Hai from the south. Now, in coordination with that effort, 1st Recon is ordered to move to a canal on the western side of the town and seal off another escape route. Civilians line up by the side of the road when 1st Recon's convoy assembles for its departure. The morning's show of American air power has whipped them into a frenzy. They greet the Marines like visiting celebrities. "Hello, my friend!" Some of them shout, "I love you!" It doesn't seem to matter that these young men have just witnessed portions of their city being destroyed. Or maybe this is the very appeal of the Marines. One of the promises made by the Bush administration before the war started was that the Iraqi populace would be pacified by a shock and awe air bombing campaign. The strange thing is, these people appear to be entertained by it. "They think we're cool," says Person, "because we're so good at blowing shit up." 1st Recon's convoy pauses on the road by the bridge. Waving and jumping up and down, kids gathered by the tractor-trailer shot up the night before pay no heed to the corpses scattered not far from their feet. Farther on, there's another shot-up car with a male corpse next to it in the dirt. More kids dance around the carnage, giving thumbs up to the Americans, shouting, "Bush! Bush! Bush!" I walk up to Aspera's vehicle. He gazes out at the grinning, impoverished children with dirty feet and says, "How these people live makes me want to puke." Garza, standing at his vehicle's 50 cal, says, "They live just like Mexicans in Mexico." He smiles at the children and throws them some candy. His grandmother is from Mexico, and by the way he is grinning, you get the idea that to him, living like Mexicans is not all bad. Espera turns away in disgust. "That's why I fucking can't stand Mexico. I hate third world countries." Despite Espera's harsh critique of the white man, he derides English as the master's language. His worldview reflects his self-avowed role as servant in the white man's empire, a job he seems to relish with equal parts pride, cynicism, and self-loathing. He says, "The U.S. should just go into all these countries, here and in Africa, and set up an American government and infrastructure, with McDonald's, Starbucks, MTV, then just hand it over. If we have to kill 100,000 to save 20 million, it's worth it." He lights a cigar. "Hell, the U.S. did it at home for 200 years. Killed Indians, used slaves, exploited immigrant labor to build a system that's good for everybody today. What does the white man call it? Manifest destiny." Within a half hour, 1st Recon's convoy is again creeping north on an agricultural backroad. Colbert's Humvee passes a tree-shaded hamlet on the left as a series of explosions issues from it. The blasts sound like mortars being launched, perhaps from inside the village. 10 days ago, being within a couple hundred meters of an enemy position would have sent the entire team into a high state of alert. But this morning, nobody says a word. Colbert wearily picks up his radio handset and passes on the location of the suspected enemy position. Once the initial excitement wears off, invading a country becomes repetitive and stressful, like working on an old industrial assembly line. The task seldom varies, but if your attention wanders, you are liable to get injured or killed. Colbert's team stops in a grassy field a few hundred meters down from the village. There's a canal directly across from his Humvee with a paved road running along it on the other side. That canal road, another route out of Al-Hai, is the one the battalion is tasked with observing. Marines are to shoot any armed Iraqis fleeing the road. Despite the lethal mission, the grassy field we stop in is idyllic. Half of Colbert's team, those who were up all night on watch, take advantage of the tall grass to stretch out and doze. It's a beautiful day, warm and clear, a bit humid. There's a stand of palm trees nearby. Birds fill the air with a loud, musical chattering. Trombley counts off ducks and turtles he observes in the canal with his binoculars. "We're in Safari Land," Colbert says. The spell is broken when a recon unit 500 meters down the line opens up on a truck leaving the city, putting an end to the bird song in the trees. In the distance, a man jumps out holding an AK. He jogs through a field on the other side of the canal. We watch lazily from the grass as he's gunned down by other Marines. The birds have resumed their singing when the man shot by the Marines reappears across the canal, limping and weaving like a drunk. Nobody shoots him. He's not holding a gun anymore. The ROE are scrupulously observed. Even so, they cannot mask the sheer brutality of the situation. A few vehicles down from Colbert's, Team 3 monitors the hamlet from where mortars seem to have been launched when we rolled in. Doc Bryan and the others on the team have been watching the village through binoculars and sniper scopes for about an hour now. They have seen no signs of enemy activity, just a group of civilians, men, women, and children, going about their business outside a small cluster of huts. But it's possible that rounds were fired from there. The Fedayeen often drive into a town, launch a few mortars, and leave. In any case, the place is quiet when, at about 11 o'clock in the morning, a lone 1,000-pound bomb dropped from an F-18 blows the hamlet to smithereens. The blast is so powerful that Fick jumps over a berm to avoid flying debris and lands on Encino Man. As the shockwave rolls through Colbert's position, I feel the concussion in my chest, as if my internal organs are being picked up and slammed against my ribcage. A perfectly shaped black mushroom cloud rises up where the huts had been. The only survivor observed by the Marines is a singed dog that runs out of the smoke, making crazy circles, indicative of blown eardrums and a subsequent loss of balance. Team 3's Corporal Michael Steintorf, 21, who was watching when the bomb hit, is livid. "I just saw 7 people vaporized right before my very eyes." Behind Team 3's position, the men observed the commanders who called in the strike smoking cigars and laughing. One of them gripes, "Those fuckheads are celebrating. They're laughing like it's a game." But as in other bombing and shooting incidents, Marines don't all agree on what happened. Major Shoup, the air officer who helped coordinate the strike, sees it as a good hit. Prior to the bombing, Shoup was communicating with the F-18's backseater, a friend of his whose call sign is Curly. Before releasing the bomb, Shoup says, "Curly reported seeing puffs of smoke coming from the courtyard of the village. These looked like mortars being launched." Shoup adds, "You want to improve the morale of Marines? They see that 1,000-pound bomb go off. It really improves their morale." By noon, RCT-1 has completed its thrust through Al-Hai, and several thousand of its Marines now occupy positions north of the highway bridge seized by 1st Recon. RCT-1 met with only light resistance through the city, and its signal teams tasked with picking up enemy radio transmissions overhear Iraqi commanders telling their men, "Retreat north." 1st Recon is moving north as well. The plan is for the battalion to continue pushing ahead of RCT-1 and move into Al-Muwafaqiyah, a town of 5,000 people about 5 kilometers north of the field where we spent the morning. The battalion convoy pulls onto a dirt lane and enters a series of shaded agricultural hamlets. We stop and the residents pour out from their homes, waving and smiling. To the Marines, the villagers' warm welcome is confusing, given the fact that less than 2 kilometers down the road, their neighbors were just wiped out by a 1,000-pound bomb dropped by an American F-18. "They're probably just glad we're not blowing up their houses," Person observes. We see the tiny heads of children poking around the corner of a small adobe hut. Several girls, maybe 8 or 9, run toward us. Ever since the Shepherd shooting incident, Colbert's demeanor has changed towards civilians, especially children. When he sees them now, he's prone to uninhibited displays of sentimentality. "How adorable!" Colbert gushes as the girls laugh playfully a few meters outside his window. "They're so cute!" He orders Trombley to dig out the last remaining humanitarian rations, hoarded by the Marines to supplement their 1 MRE a day diet. Colbert steps out of the vehicle holding the fluorescent yellow Humrat packs. Espera walks up, hunched over his weapon, scowling from his deep-set eyes, perspiring heavily. "Dog, I don't like being stopped here." "Poke," Colbert says, calling him by his nickname, "give these to the kids. I've got your back." It's not that Colbert is afraid to walk across the yard. For some reason he wants Espera to participate in this act of generosity. "Go on. You'll feel good," Colbert urges him. Espera stalks up to the girls and hands them the packs. They run squealing back to the hut to show off their prizes to a woman in black standing outside. "See, Poke?" Colbert says. "They're happy." In Iraq, Espera spends his free moments reminiscing about his wife and 8-year-old daughter back home in Los Angeles. Outside of the Marine Corps, his family is the center of his life. He spent his final night before deploying to the Middle East, camping with his daughter in a tree fort he'd built for her in his backyard. But out here, Espera doesn't seem to want to connect with civilians in any way. Most of all, he doesn't even want to look at the children. While Colbert continues to wave at the kids, now opening the Humrats by the hut, Espera breaks the Kodak moment. "Fuck it, dog! You think handing out some rice and candy bars is going to change anything? It don't change nothing." A few hundred meters up from Colbert's team, Mish meets with villagers who warn the Marines against trying to enter Al-Muwafaqiyah. They give Mish detailed information about paramilitary forces that are setting up an ambush on the main bridge leading into the town. When this report is passed over the radio to Colbert's team, Person speculates that the villagers might be helping because they are genuinely on our side. They're not on anybody's side, Colbert says. These are simple people. They don't care about the war. They'd probably tell the Iraqis where we were if they rolled through here. They just want to farm and raise sheep. Because of the villagers' warnings, 1st Recon's commander orders the battalion to leave the trail and set up in a wadi, a dry riverbed 4 kilometers back from the bridge, where the ambush is supposedly being planned for them. The Marines dig ranger graves and set up a defensive perimeter. The battalion orders an artillery strike on the area around the bridge. Then a couple of hours before sunset, RCT-1 sends Marines in several light armored vehicles, LAVs, to try to cross the bridge. They are turned back by heavy enemy gunfire. When the LAVs return down the road past the wadi we're in, Gunny Wynn spots one moving slowly with its rear hatch open and a wounded Marine in the back. "Guess the locals were right about that bridge," he says. The Marines are told to prepare to stay here for the night. Despite the civilian deaths they've witnessed or caused in the past 24 hours, most Marines are still on a high from seizing the bridge the night before. Being told they're going to stay in one place for the next 12 hours or so adds to the morale boost. The men spend the remaining hours of daylight partially stripping out of their mops and washing up. Reyes breaks out an espresso pot which he fills with Starbucks coffee, luxury items packed in his gear for special occasions. While brewing it, he accosts Pappy, his team leader, who's just finished shaving. "Pappy, you missed a spot." Reyes takes his razor and cleans up around the edge of Pappy's sideburns. "Sometimes before a big meeting with the boss, I have to clean him up a little," Reyes explains. "The battalion commander thinks I'm a bum," Pappy says, tilting his head slightly. "Brother, that's 'cause he don't know what a true warrior be," Reyes says, clowning. The close relationship shared by Reyes and Pappy is between two men who are complete opposites. While Reyes has so much bubbly effervescence that he manages to be flamboyant even in his mop suit, Pappy is a rangy, quintessentially laconic Southern man raised in a church-going Baptist family in Lincoln Town, North Carolina, a mountain town of a few thousand souls. Pappy jokingly describes himself as your normal North Carolina loser, and says he'd barely ever met a Mexican before joining the Corps. Now Reyes is not just one of his best friends, but his assistant team leader, his spotter when sniping, his second in battle. Reyes quips that their relationship is like that of husband and wife. After Reyes finishes shaving him, he nudges Pappy's head to the side for a close inspection and pronounces, "Looking like a warrior, Pappy." Everyone sits around enjoying the waning moments of daylight as artillery booms into Al-Muwafaqiya. One of the senior men in the platoon walks up and announces, "Looks like there's a big meeting going on with the battalion commander. I just hope he isn't coming up with some stupid-ass plan." Chapter 24. At about 8 o'clock that night, Fick returns from his meeting with his superiors and gathers his team leaders for a briefing. "The bad news is we won't get much sleep tonight," he says. "The good news is we get to kill people." It's rare for Fick to sound so moto, regaling his men with enthusiastic talk of killing. He goes on to present Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando's ambitious last-minute plan to cross the bridge into Al-Muwafaqiya, push north of the town, and set up ambushes on the road believed to be heavily traveled by Fedayeen. "The goal is to terrorize the Fedayeen," he says, looking around, smiling expectantly. His men are skeptical. They're all aware that when Marines approached the bridge a few hours ago in LAVs, they were hammered by enemy ambushers. Pappy repeatedly questions Fick about the enemy situation on the bridge. "It's been pounded all day by artillery," Fick answers, waving off his objections, sounding almost glib, like a salesman. All of this unusual for him. "I think the chances of a serious threat are low." Fick walks a delicate line with his men. A good officer should be eager to take calculated risks. Despite the men's complaints against Ferrando for ordering them into an ambush at Algarraf, the fact is, only one Marine was injured, and the enemy's plans to halt the Marines' advance were thwarted. Fick privately admits that there have been times when he's actually resisted sending his troops on missions, because as he says, "I care a lot about these guys, and I don't like the idea of sending them into something where somebody isn't going to come back." While acting on these sentiments might make him a good person, they perhaps make him a less good officer. Tonight he seems uncharacteristically on edge, as if he's fighting his tendencies to be overly protective. He admonishes his team leaders, saying, "I'm not hearing the aggressiveness I'd like to." His voice sounds hollow, like he's not convinced himself. The men, who ultimately have no choice in the matter, reluctantly voice their support of Fick's orders, ones that he has no choice but to follow either. After he goes off, Pappy says, "The people running this can fuck things up all they want, but as long as we keep getting lucky and making it through alive, they'll just keep repeating the same mistakes." What galls the men is the fact that they are situated just a few kilometers from the bridge. To them it seems like a no-brainer to send a foot patrol out and observe the bridge before driving onto it. Reconnaissance, Doc Bryan points out, is what recon Marines do. Confidence is not bolstered when an Iraqi artillery unit, thought to have been wiped out by this point, sends numerous rounds kabooming into the surrounding mudflats. The men break up their discussion. However beautiful artillery might look when it's arcing across the sky onto enemy positions, when it's aimed at you, it sounds like somebody's hurling freight trains at your head. Everyone runs for the nearest hole and takes cover. Following the Iraqi strike, we watch Marine batteries pour about 100 DP-ICM rounds onto the town side of the bridge, 4 kilometers distant. Each DP-ICM round, loaded with either 66 or 89 submunitions, produces spectacular starbursts as it explodes over the city. For tonight's mission, Colbert's team wins the honor of driving the lead vehicle onto the bridge. The team climbs into the Humvee just before 11 o'clock, some gobbling ephedra for what's expected to be an all-night mission. Colbert is not especially sanguine about the condition of the team's equipment. Due to the shortage of LSA lubricant, his vehicle's Mark 19 keeps going down. On top of this, on a night when they are going to be rolling through a hostile town, then setting up ambushes on back roads, there's almost no moon, which makes the operation of NVGs less than ideal. Ordinarily, the team would turn on its PAS 13 thermal imaging scope, but tonight they have no batteries for it. Fick does not hide his anger toward Casey Kasem for failing to keep the teams supplied with these items. That guy's either running around with his video camera shooting his war documentary or sitting in his hole reading Maxim while my men don't get what they need, he complained earlier. Even though the team will be moving with impaired night vision and a faulty main gun, Colbert tries to put a good spin on things. "We'll be okay," he says as they start the engine. "Just make sure you look sharp through those NVGs, person." We roll onto the darkened road, heading toward the bridge at about 25 miles per hour. Far up ahead, we see headlights from a lone vehicle moving down perpendicular to the road we're on. It reaches the approximate location of the bridge, and the lights go off. Colbert is watching this, debating its meaning. Some farmer driving at night toward a bridge that's been pounded with artillery for several hours? Fedayeen sending up reinforcements or using the headlights to signal someone. The team ceases its speculation when Cobras thump overhead. They fire multiple volleys of Zuni rockets, stripping the sky in front of us with white burn trails that culminate in multiple explosions near the bridge. We make out trees, not palms but spiky eucalyptus trees, silhouetted in the light of the bursting rockets. Cobra pilots radio down to Major Shoup that their thermal imaging devices are picking up blobs, possible heat signatures of people hiding amidst the eucalyptus trees by the foot of the bridge. The pilots tried hitting them with their Zunis, but the rockets overshot the trees. Now they're concerned about firing any more for fear of hitting the Marines approaching on the ground. Due to a comms error in the battalion, none of this information is passed to Colbert, Fick, or anyone else in the platoon. Colbert orders Person to continue driving into the direction of the explosions. Everyone's life depends on Person. He's the only one inside the Humvee with NVGs on, allowing him to see the road ahead. He hunches forward over the steering wheel, his face obscured by the apparatus. The NVGs give their wearer a bright gray-green view of the night and offer a limited, tunnel vision perspective, but no depth perception. Person is having trouble finding the bridge. It's not quite where the map indicated it would be. Colbert radios this news to Fick. He radios back, "Not good, not good." Then Person figures out that reaching the bridge requires a sharper right turn than he'd thought. He makes it. "There's an obstacle on the bridge," Person says in a dull monotone that nevertheless manages to sound urgent. "What?" asks Colbert. He has night vision capabilities on his rifle scope, but in the cramped Humvee can't turn it forward to see what Person is looking at. "It looks like a shipping container," Person says, "in the middle of the road." It's actually a blown-up truck turned sideways on the road several meters before the entrance to the bridge. We stop about 20 meters in front of it. To the left is that stand of tall eucalyptus trees. They're about 5 meters from the edge of the road. Behind us, there's a large segment of drain pipe that's been dragged across part of the road. Person drove around the pipe a moment ago. Through his NVGs, it had appeared to be a small trench in the road, what he'd thought was the result of natural erosion. Now the team behind us is radioing, "You guys just drove around a pipe." It's becoming clear to the team that this is not random debris. The pipe and the ruined truck in front of us were deliberately placed where they are in order to channel the vehicle into what is known in military terms as a kill zone. We are sitting in the middle of it. Everyone in the Humvee, except me, has figured this out. The men remain extremely calm. "Turn the vehicle around," Colbert says softly. The problem is, the rest of the convoy has continued pushing into the kill zone behind us. All 5 Humvees in the platoon are bunched together, with 20 more pressing from behind. Person gets the Humvee partially turned around. The eucalyptus trees are now on our immediate right, but the pipe, which was behind us, now prevents the Humvee from moving forward. Person guns the engine, starting into a sharp turn, intending to cut around the pipe by going off the road. "Halt! Stop it!" Colbert says. "Don't go off the road. It could be mined. We've got to go out the same way we came in." Colbert radios the rest of the platoon, telling them to back the fuck up, while simultaneously peering out his window through his night vision rifle scope. "There are people in the trees," he says, no trace of alarm in his voice. He repeats the message over his radio, hunches more tightly over his rifle, and begins shooting. His first shot kicks off an explosion of gunfire. There are between 5 and 10 enemy fighters crouched beneath the trees, just 5 meters from the edge of our Humvee. There are several more across the bridge in bunkers, manning a belt-fed machine gun and other weapons, and still more ambushers on the other side of the road with RPGs. They have the Marines surrounded on 3 sides, raking the kill zone with rifle and machine gun fire and RPGs. Why they did not start shooting first is a mystery. Colbert believes, he later tells me, that they simply didn't understand the capabilities of American night vision optics. The Marine rifles have night vision scopes wedded to laser target designators, a little infrared beam that goes out and lights up the spot where the bullet will hit. Since it's infrared, the dot can only be seen through a night vision scope or NVGs. What each Marine sees is not only his own laser dot lighting up a target, but those emitted by his buddies' weapons as well. The effect is sort of like a one-sided game of laser tag. Now, in the kill zone, Marines looking through their scopes are seeing the heads and torsos of enemy fighters lit up by 2 or 3 laser dots at once, as they pick them off tag team style, carefully transitioning from target to target. The Marines have to be careful. Their advantage in night optics is precarious. Bunched up as they are together, if they start shooting wildly, they risk killing one another. The other problem is, while the Marines are getting in good shots, their vehicles are so jammed up, no one's able to move out. Fick can feel his truck jolting as enemy rounds rip through the sheet metal sides. Through his window, he sees muzzles spitting flames in the darkness, like a bunch of camera flashes going off at once. Then he sees an RPG streak right over the rear hatch of Colbert's Humvee and explode. He decides to jump out of his vehicle and try to direct the Humvees out of the kill zone. Fick's own coping mechanism for combat is what he calls the dead man walking method. Instead of reassuring himself, as some do, that he's invincible or that his fate is in God's hands, which wouldn't work for him since he leans toward agnosticism, he operates on the assumption that he's already a dead man, so getting shot makes no difference. This is the mode he's in when he hops out of his Humvee, armed only with his 9mm pistol, and strides into the melee. Marines on Humvees shoot past his head, while low enfilade rounds from the enemy machine gun across the bridge skip past his feet. To the Marines seeing him approach, their lieutenant almost appears to be dancing. Fick later says he felt like he was in a shootout from the Matrix. In our vehicle, Colbert seems to have entered a private realm. He fires bursts and, for some inexplicable reason, hums Sundown, the depressing 1970s Gordon Lightfoot anthem. His M4 jams repeatedly, but each time he calmly clears the chamber and resumes firing, while mumbling the chorus, "Sometimes I think it's a sin, when I feel like I'm winning, when I'm losing again." Meanwhile, Person, frustrated by the traffic jam, opens his door and, with shots crackling all around, shouts, "Would you back the fuck up?" In the heat of battle, his Missouri accent comes out extra hick. He repeats himself and climbs back in, his movements almost lackadaisical. 2 Marines are hit in the first couple of minutes of shooting. Q-Tip Stafford is knocked down in the back of Fick's truck by a piece of shrapnel to his leg. He ties his leg off with a tourniquet, gets back up, and continues firing. Pappy has a bullet rip through his foot and come out the other side, his torn boot gushing blood from both holes. He tourniquets the wound, resumes firing, gets on the radio and says, "Team 2 has a man hit." He speaks of himself in the third person, he says, because he doesn't want to panic the rest of the platoon. Beside him in the driver's seat, Reyes, often teased for being the platoon's pretty boy, narrowly escapes a bullet that shatters the windshield and passes within an inch of his beautiful head. But Reyes feels oddly calm. He later says, "Wearing NVGs blocks your peripheral vision. You feel cocooned in this tunnel. It gives a false feeling of safety." He concentrates on executing a 3-point turn, surrounded by 4 other Humvees all trying to do the same, each with Marines on top blazing away. But one of Reyes's tires is shot out. Driving on rims makes the Humvee wobble like a circus clown car. Pappy, riding beside him and shooting out his door, with his wounded foot elevated over the dashboard, repeatedly shouts, "You're going off the damn road!" When Team 3's 50 caliber machine gun opens up over Doc Bryan's head where he's perched on the back of the Humvee, the concussive blasting is so intense that his nose starts bleeding. With his weapon growing sticky with blood and snot, he squeezes off 2 separate, very effective bursts, getting headshots on a pair of enemy ambushers. Through it all, Espera fights from his Humvee beside ours while saying Hail Marys. In his NVGs, he sees a man cut down in the extremities by a blast from Garza's 50 cal. When he sees the guy attempt to crawl off, Espera fires a burst, clipping the top of his head, and resumes his Hail Marys. It takes 5 to 10 minutes for the platoon to extricate itself from the kill zone, leaving most of the would-be ambushers either dead or in flight. Doc Bryan counts 9 bodies scattered on both sides of the road. Corporal Terran Holsey, a 20-year-old on Team 3, gets in the platoon's final kill. He rides hanging off the back of the last Humvee to leave the zone. After his vehicle makes it about 50 meters away from the pipe in the road, he looks back to see if anyone is following. He observes a man limping by the road and cuts him down with a burst from his M4. Chapter 25. Just before midnight on April 1st, the platoon falls back a couple of kilometers from the ambush zone, then turns around on the road, orienting its Humvees toward the bridge. Unlike after the ambush at Al-Gharaf, when the team became giddy at the cessation of fire, everyone is now subdued. Colbert is concerned about a loud scraping sound the Humvee had made while pulling back from the bridge. He and Person climb out and find cables tangled around the axles, debris from the road. The team spends several minutes cutting them away, then clambers back in. No one says anything in the darkness. They are ordered to prepare for another attempt on the bridge. Trombley falls asleep, snoring loudly in the seat next to me. Pappy, now in a lot of pain from his wounded foot, is unloaded and sent back to the battalion's rear for medical aid. Reyes is promoted to team leader and takes Pappy's seat in the Humvee. Q-Tip Stafford, wounded in the leg, decides to stick around for the second assault. At about 12:30 we witness a monster artillery barrage. Marine batteries lob numerous HE rounds into the city on the far side of the bridge, trying to break apart the machine gun bunkers. Helicopters fire their chain guns, rockets, then a tow missile into the obstacle blocking the entrance to the bridge. All the missile blast does is lift the obstacle up, then drop it in the same place. RCT-1 sends up 2 M1A1 tanks and 8 LAVs. When we hear them rumble past, everyone's spirits lift, then soar when the LAVs maneuver up to the bridge and rip into the city with their Bushmasters. The cannons thunder, spouting red fireballs. The sky sounds like it's cracking. With their heavy weapons flashing in the darkness, the armored vehicles resemble fire-breathing dragons. "Look at them, dog!" Espera says, poking his head into Colbert's vehicle, "pouring down hate and discontent like a motherfucker." The tanks roll forward and push the obstacle out of the way, but their commanders decide the bridge is too unstable to cross. The armor pulls back. Bravo Company is sent back to the bridge. This time, due to the 2 wounded in 2nd Platoon, 3rd Platoon is ordered into the lead. I experience a sinking feeling as we approach the bridge behind them. I keep myself wrapped tightly in a poncho. I've been freezing all night. Earlier, when we pulled back from the ambush, I was shivering so badly that my feet were bouncing off the floor. Doc Bryan later tells me this was likely a physical reaction to excessive adrenaline, which cuts the flow of blood to the extremities, resulting in a sensation of extreme cold. It starts again when we pass the last tank on our way to the bridge. I can't keep my feet flat on the floor. My heels keep bouncing up like they're spring-loaded. Next to me, I hear Trombley snoring again, slumped over his saw, asleep. I nudge him and whisper, "We're at the bridge." The bridge appears directly in front of us in a blinding flash. Cobras fire Zuni rockets, skimming them low over the roadway a few meters in front of our hood. This close, the rockets make a shrill, ear-stabbing sound. They smash into bunkers across the water. In the light of their explosions, I see the outlines of the Humvees in 3rd Platoon ahead of us. "There's a hole in the bridge," Colbert says. "Bravo 3 is stuck. We're turning around." Cucker's team makes it across the bridge with Carrizales flooring the vehicle, bitching the entire way. "This is fucking bullshit, man. We've got no armor." Somehow he manages to swerve around the meter-wide hole blown through the middle of the bridge by a Marine artillery round. Just after clearing the hole, Redmond, standing at the vehicle's 50 cal, is thrown down by a low-hanging wire from a blown-up utility pole. He slams his head on an ammo box at the rear of the Humvee and is knocked out. Redmond comes to moments later and sees smashed buildings on either side of him. A Cobra, flying so low it looks like he could reach up and touch it, is dumping machine gun fire into one of the structures. Redmond smells a powerful odor of burning flesh. They have arrived in Al-Muwafaqiyah. 2 other teams make it across the bridge before a Humvee towing a trailer becomes hung up in the hole, blocking it off. The 14 Marines who made it across are now cut off, alone in the town. Cucker's team pushes forward about 75 meters, then is forced to halt. Buildings on both sides of the road are collapsed into it. Rubble in some places is piled higher than the hood of their vehicle. "There's nowhere to go, dude," Redman observes. Another Cobra strafing run sends Carrizales diving down to the floor. The rounds impact so close that he thinks it's enemy fire. When he gets back up, he sees Cucker on the ground, walking alone into the demolished city. Carrizales says, "Cucker's happy now because he's got his own little suicide mission." Cucker is determined to find a route through the town. Much as he dislikes his immediate superior, Captain America, Cucker loves his job. He grew up outside of Allentown, Pennsylvania, and spent his youth running around in the backwoods. He hunted deer, wrestled, and listened to tales of war adventure from relatives who had served in World War II and in the Korean conflict. He knew from the time he was very little he would be a Navy SEAL or a recon Marine. He likes being out on his own in a dark, alien town. After the Cobras fire a final hellfire into a building in front of him, the place grows silent. All he can think of, Cucker later tells me, is a basic rule of combat reconnaissance. The lead element's expendable. Guess I'm it. He picks his way through the rubble and tries to clear a path for the Humvees by pulling twisted rebars from fallen buildings out of the street. Then he sees movement in an alley and fires several shots at it. He and the other men on his team take cover, but no fire is returned. The town is about 1 kilometer long. Cucker soon figures that the Marine artillery leveled only about a quarter of the town. One strip of buildings close to the bridge was left standing, and near them there's a clear alley that the Humvees could pass through. He returns to the Humvee with the news. When Carrizales hears it, he tells the radio operator, "Don't pass that word up to the battalion. They'll probably want to send us through this bitch." But the radio operator sends the news. They're ordered to remain in position. Several vehicles from Bravo Company remain stuck on the bridge behind a Humvee trailer with one wheel hanging through the hole in the roadway. Encino Man originally took charge of the effort to free the trailer, but repeated attempts to rock it out have only succeeded in making the hole larger. When Major Shoup comes up to the bridge to help out, he sees that nothing is happening. Several Marines stand around doing nothing, while Encino Man and Captain America shout excitedly into their radios. To Shoup, it looks like they've lost focus of the situation and are stuck on their radios, not commanding. As an air officer, Shoup has no authority within Bravo Company, but in his mind, having 3 teams of Marines stuck in the town with daylight rapidly approaching is an urgent matter, and Encino Man's paralysis is threatening everyone. He takes a somewhat radical measure. He steps up to Encino Man and tells him, "Give me all your radios." Encino Man is baffled, but he hands his radio handsets over. Shoup later says, "I think taking the handsets from him was the most useful thing I did that night." Encino Man admits, "It turned out good. I went out to help manually pick up the trailer." With Shoup effectively in command, Encino Man's brawn as a former college football star is put to good use. He and other Marines heave the stuck trailer wheel onto metal slats and pull it out of the hole, clearing the bridge at sunrise. By the time Bravo pulls its teams out of Almuwafakia and regroups on the other side of the bridge, a small mob of officers and senior enlisted men are gathered by the eucalyptus trees where we were ambushed. There are 5 bodies of enemy fighters scattered under them, along with piles of munitions, RPGs, AKs, and hand grenades. One corpse still holds a weapon in its hand, a Russian stick grenade with the end shot off. Several officers mill about, talking excitedly and snapping souvenir pictures of the dead. No one is bothered to search the area or examine the corpses in any methodical manner. Captain America is yelling at the top of his lungs, picking up AKs and hurling them into the canal. Fick walks up, sees the pandemonium, and says to Encino Man, "What the fuck are these people doing taking pictures when there are guns on these guys, and none of them have been searched?" No one pays him any heed. They're distracted when Major Eckloff, the battalion XO, makes a curious discovery. He leans down and picks up the hand of one of the dead fighters. Between his thumb and index finger there are words tattooed in English. I love you. Eklof reads it aloud for the benefit of the other Marines nearby. The tattoo is in keeping with the anomalous attire of the fallen fighters. They're dressed in pleated slacks, loafers, and leather jackets, and wear cheap but stylish watches. Eklof says, "These guys look like foreign university students in New York." Cucker arrives by the trees and notices one of the dead men peeling his head off the ground, looking around at the Americans. "This guy's still alive," Cucker says. Like Fick, he can't believe that the area still hasn't been searched. The wounded fighter is lying within arm's reach of 7 RPG rounds. Cucker trains his rifle on him. Captain America runs up shouting, "Shoot him!" Cucker ignores him, as usual. Someone else calls for a corpsman. One arrives along with Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando. "Can you help this man?" Ferrando asks. Initially, the corpsman says no. He's worried about booby traps. Cucker volunteers to search him. As he pats him down for hidden weapons, the man shrieks. He's shot in the right arm and has a 2-inch chunk of his right leg missing, the bone blown out by a 50 cal round. He carries a Syrian passport that bears the name Ahmed Shahada. He's 26 years old, and his address in Iraq is listed as the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad, which is, by local standards, one of the better hotels, catering to foreign journalists and European aid workers. He's carrying 500 Syrian pounds, a packet of prescription painkillers in his shirt pocket, and an entry visa to Iraq dated March 23rd. He arrived barely more than a week ago. Handwritten in the section of his visa that asks the purpose of his visit to Iraq is one word: jihad. When the corpsman begins treating the wounded Syrian, Captain America stalks over enraged. "The guy's a terrorist," he shouts. He leans down, rips the wristwatch from him, and stomps it under his boot. "Goddamn terrorist!" he shouts. Then he notices the 500 pounds in Syrian notes sticking out of the wounded man's pocket. Earlier, Cucker had found the bills when searching him and had returned them to his pocket. Captain America grabs the money, worth about $9.55 U.S., offers a few notes to the corpsman, who declines them, then stalks off. When they finally get around to searching the rest of the fighters, every one of them has a Syrian passport. After news spreads of the foreign identities of the enemy combatants, the Marines are excited. "We just fought actual terrorists," Doc Bryan says. After nearly 2 weeks of never knowing who was shooting at them, the Marines can finally put a face to the enemy. Later, intelligence officers in 1st Marine Division will estimate that as many as 50% of all combatants in central Iraq were foreigners. Saddam offered these men land, money, and wives to come and fight for him, one officer tells me. He adds that foreign fighters were simply dropped off at the intersections by Iraqi Fedayeen, given weapons and told to attack the Americans when they came up the road. At times, the foreign jihadis were simply used to buy time for Iraqi soldiers to change out of their uniforms and flee. Given the Syrians' poor performance at the bridge, trying to use skinny eucalyptus trees for cover, being wholly unaware that they could be observed through American night optics, Eklof concludes, the concept of being a guerrilla fighter was like something they'd gotten out of the movies. Encino Man walks up, gazing at the dead Syrians. "I wonder if President Bush will ever find out about this," he says, his voice full of awe. "This is what the president's been talking about with the war on terrorists. This is why we're here." Fick and I drive together to the platoon's position down the road from the bridge, actually the same wadi they'd encamped in before attempting to take the bridge the night before. Sunlight streaks through his filthy windshield. "It's a beautiful morning," he says, gazing at the surrounding fields, where shepherds are now walking among sheep and cows. "It's among the most beautiful mornings I've ever seen. It's exciting to see daylight after getting shot at." Nevertheless, Fick is grim. Unlike the others who'd been cheered by capturing a foreign jihadi, Fick thinks it's an ominous development. While Fick had never been avidly pro-war, he'd always radiated quiet confidence about the Americans, at least the Marines, reaching their basic objective, regime change. The arrival of Syrians has shaken him. "Isn't this the absolute opposite of what we wanted to have happen here?" he asks. "I can see this effort," as he refers to the war, becoming seriously complicated. We drive in silence. Fick sinks deeper into his state of morbid reflection, turning over the events of the previous night. We should never be in that position again. We rolled into a 3-sided ambush. That was bad tactics. When he stops the Humvee near Bravo's position, Fick drops his head toward his chest and shuts his eyes. A moment later he looks up, smiling with a profound realization. "I know what we did last night," he says. To explain his epiphany, Fick brings up an incident that occurred several weeks earlier at Camp Matilda between Pappy and some other Marines. Part of the reason Marines nicknamed Sergeant Patrick Pappy was his style of dressing. In Camp Matilda, he invariably wore his physical training shorts with combat boots and socks pulled up to his knees. His fellow Marines thought the look was old mannish. As he was walking past a group of them one day in his customary attire, a Marine stopped him and said, "Pappy, give us some old man wisdom." Pappy turned, waved his finger, and said, "Don't pet a burning dog." It was the sort of nonsense wisdom for which Pappy is famous. In Afghanistan, he and Cucker were sitting in a Marine camp outside Kandahar when a female Marine walked past. Gazing at her, Pappy said, "If she sees something without a purpose, she could chuck a stone at it." Generally, no one knows what Pappy means when he comes up with these odd pronouncements, but this morning, after the ambush on the bridge, Fick believes he deciphered the meaning of Pappy's warning against petting a burning dog. Fick turns to me and says, "Last night on the bridge, we petted a burning dog." At around 8 in the morning on April 2nd, following their all-night action in the ambush, the Marines in 1st Recon are told they will be moving into Al-Muwafaqiya in an hour via a southern route that avoids the damaged bridge. Given Cucker's experience of moving freely through town early that morning, it's believed that the attackers have all fled or been killed. Pappy is loaded onto a supply truck with the wounded Syrian and driven to RCT-1's camp, where they are medevaced to a hospital in Kuwait. The Marines in the Wadi camp are in a near-hypnotic state. No one slept in 2 nights. Reyes sits by his Humvee beside the spot where Pappy's blood has spilled over the edge of the passenger seat compartment. "I should be thankful Pappy wasn't hit worse," he says. "Instead, I'm feeling sorry for myself because I already miss him so badly. I don't like being here without him at my side. It's like I'm missing a piece of my body." Several Marines gather around Colbert's vehicle, drinking water, tearing into food rations, and cleaning and reloading the weapons they will likely be using again later in the day. They recount events of the previous night. Redman, who witnessed the sunrise in Al-Muwafaqiya, walks over in a daze. "Dude, we destroyed that place," he said, sounding morose about it. "We had one guy shot in the foot, and we blew up their whole town." They talk about different reactions they have to combat. Person says he felt no fear whatsoever last night at the bridge. "When I'm in these situations," he asserts confidently, "I don't feel like I'm going to die." Trombley, who repeatedly fell asleep last night during breaks in the fire, seems interested in combat only during its intense moments, when the bullets are coming directly at us. This morning, he says, "I had a funny combat stress reaction. When we rolled back from the bridge the first time, I had a chub. It wouldn't go away. Maybe it was 'cause I didn't get to shoot my saw." Colbert is excessively cheerful this morning. It's not like he's maniacally energized from having escaped death. His satisfaction seems deeper and quieter, as if he's elated to have been involved in something highly rewarding. It's as though he's just finished a difficult crossword puzzle, or won at chess. When Aspera comes by to share one of his stinky cigars, he looks as he always does after combat, as though his eyes have sunk deeper into their sockets and the skin on his shaved skull has just tightened an extra notch. He jams the chewed, mashed tip of his cigar in my mouth without asking if I want it, and points to Colbert. "Look at that skinny-ass dude," he says. "You'd never guess what a bad motherfucker he is." Aspera felt sorry for Colbert when they met a few years ago. They were in different units but happened to find themselves on leave together in Australia. While other Marines were out drinking and chasing whores, Colbert went off alone to prowl electronics stores. "I thought he had no friends. He was such a loner," Aspera says. "But now that I know him better, I figured out he just can't stand people, even me. I'm only his friend to piss him off. I look up to him because the dude is a straight-up warrior. Getting bombed, shot at, don't faze him a bit. Shit, in the middle of all that madness by the bridge, he observes those dudes in the trees waiting to kill us. That's the Iceman." He kneels down and punches Colbert on the shoulder. "You got superhuman powers, Iceman, but it comes with that freakish taint I wouldn't want to have." Colbert ignores the backhanded praise. He's just opened his one MRE of the day and discovered a horrible mistake. His burrito MRE meal contains a condiment packet of peanut butter instead of jalapeno cheese. "What kind of sadist would put peanut butter in my burrito MRE?" he fumes. Doc Bryan walks over to make sure everyone's doing all right. I ask him how he feels about having killed those 2 men in the ambush. "It's a funny paradox," he says. "I would have done anything to save that Shepherd kid, but I couldn't give a fuck about those guys I just killed. It's like you're supposed to feel fucked up after killing people. I don't." Aspera says, "We've been brainwashed and trained for combat. We must say kill 3,000 times a day in boot camp. That's why it's easy." But ever mindful of the priest's admonishment not to enjoy killing, Aspera hastily adds, "That dude I saw crawling last night, I shot him in the grape. Saw the top of his head bust off. That didn't feel good. It makes me sick." By 9 a.m., the weary Marines are again on the move, making life-and-death decisions. The first guy they almost kill is a young man identified by Captain America as a possible Fedayeen. Captain America spots the young man standing in the field several hundred meters back from the road. He thinks the guy is talking on a radio, working as an enemy observer. The convoy stops. Snipers are called out. They report that the radio Captain America saw him holding close to his mouth and speaking into is a cigarette that he's trying to smoke in the wind. They move on without shooting him. Within a couple of hours, First Recon reaches the alternate route into Muwafakia. There are farmhouses and bermed fields on either side of the road. The battalion slows to a bump-and-stop crawl while armored units from RCT-1 move a few kilometers ahead into the town to clear out the rubble blocking the main road. While we wait, mortars begin to fall, but the fire is intermittent, 1 or 2 concussions every 10 minutes, and inaccurate, landing hundreds of meters away in the surrounding fields. There's a lot of civilian traffic pulled over by the side of the road. Many of the cars seem to have been surprised by the arrival of the Marine convoy. Parked at careless angles just off the road, the cars seem to have pulled over hastily, perhaps when they saw the Marines rolling up on them in their rearview mirrors. In the space of a few kilometers, we pass more than a dozen such vehicles. Clean-shaven young men in urban apparel, similar to that worn by the Syrian ambushers, stand outside the cars and pickup trucks. They flash nervous smiles or throw their hands up when the Marine vehicles pass by. Others, who have their shirts off, indicating they've probably just changed out of military uniforms, hide inside the cars. Several of the young men we pass have blue eyes and light or even reddish hair, which are traits not uncommon among Syrians. The Marines are convinced these guys are foreign jihadi warriors. They're dying to do snatch missions, pull over and grab some of them and find out who they are, but their requests are denied. The Marines' objective is to enter Al-Muwaffaqiyah and push north as soon as possible. They're at the tip of the spear of Major General Mattis's fast-moving invasion, and they don't have time to dally. Nevertheless, letting these guys go creates a baffling situation in the minds of the Marines. In their view, these two opposing armies, of Marines and of foreign jihadis, are passing by within meters of each other on the same road. During one of our stops, Gunny Wynn walks over to Colbert's vehicle, pissed off. "Isn't stopping terrorists what this war is supposed to be about? Here we are, surrounded by them, and all we're doing is waving and smiling." 1st Recon's convoy begins to take increasingly concentrated mortar fire. Unseen enemy snipers take potshots with AKs. Marines in Bravo are ordered to sweep the surrounding berms on foot. They find no armed men, but piles of mortars, mortar tubes, and RPG rounds pre-positioned in holes on both sides of the road. In Charlie Company, at the front of the convoy, Graves and Jeschke are ordered on a sniper mission. Despite the trauma of their experience a couple of nights ago, of pulling the girl out of the car with her brains shot out, they are eager for their new mission. An enemy mortar landed within 150 meters of their vehicle, and Marines notice a man behaving suspiciously in a nearby field. He keeps popping up and down from behind a berm after the mortar hits, watching the Marines. They think he's an observer, and Graves and Jeschke set up a sniper position by the road to kill him. With Graves on the M40 rifle and Jeschke spotting, they see him 175 meters off. They're not absolutely sure he's an observer. The man has no radio or weapon visible, but they've been cleared hot to hit him. Graves fires a shot. The man drops out of view. Neither is sure if they hit him until a few minutes later, when several women file out of a nearby hut and go over to the berm. They are joined by two men dressed like farmers who drag the man out of the dirt and load him into a pickup truck. In the process, Graves observes an AK rifle tumble out of his victim's robes. He believes he made a good kill. Up the road, Saucier isn't so sure of the military value of his next kill. Saucier is manning the .50 cal for his team on a hasty roadblock when a white car approaches on the highway. Saucier fires high warning shots. The car accelerates. When it comes within 200 meters of his position, he lowers his weapon at it and blips off 2 rounds. Though the .50 cal is an extremely powerful weapon, it's not the most accurate gun used by Marines. The gun employs old-fashioned iron sights, and the mounts used in Recon's Humvees are notoriously wobbly. Nevertheless, Saucier's marksmanship is another testament to Marine Corps training. Of the 2 rounds he fires into the speeding car, 1 strikes the head of the driver. The car stops. 3 young men jump out. One of them, who had apparently been sitting behind the driver, is covered in gore. They throw themselves down by the road. Marines who examine the driver report that Saucier's hit was perfect, hitting the guy in the center of his head and scooping it out in a V shape. No weapons are discovered on the young men or in the car, but by the Marines' roadblock rules, this kill was legit. The car wouldn't stop. When I talked to Saucier about this shooting later, he says he never in his life imagined he would be called on to fire on unarmed people. "Words can't describe how I feel about it," he says. "When we came over here, I expected we would do what you would read in history books. We would go through the desert and fight armies. But all we're seeing are random tactics, guys shooting at us with civilians everywhere, which makes sense from their point of view. Their guerrilla tactics don't make me feel better about or justify the civilian deaths we're causing. But these Marines are my brothers. I'll do anything to defend them. All I try to do is put this bad stuff out of my mind." At about 3 in the afternoon, Colbert's team finally creeps into Al-Muwaffaqiyah. The rubble has been pushed to the sides of the road by tanks in RCT-1, which entered earlier. 100 meters back, partially destroyed buildings yawn open. Beds hang off their upper floors. Marines from RCT-1 report seeing an undetermined number of bodies on rooftops, people killed by the DPICM artillery rounds which spray shrapnel down from the sky. The Marines fired 100 such rounds into the town, saturating it with a total of about 7,000 submunitions. Statistically, about 15% of these submunitions fall to earth without exploding, which means there are approximately 1,000 unexploded bombs scattered throughout the town and buried in the rubble. They are highly unstable and will blow up if stepped on or picked up. The town is a lethal place. Colbert's vehicle is ordered to stop part of the way into Al-Muwafaqiya. We're within view of the bridge and the eucalyptus trees across the river where we almost got killed the night before. Now, in the glare of the midday sun, the rubbled town looks deserted. Everyone's nerves are hinky. Colbert leans out the window, observing likely sniper positions through his rifle scope, and starts singing that Gordon Lightfoot song again. Originally, the Marines in Bravo were told they were going to speed through the town, but there is a delay. While we wait, young adolescent boys trickle out of the deadly ruins. They come to within 30 meters or so of the Humvees and wave. One kid, probably 11, stands in the wreckage of a building destroyed by the Marines. He blows kisses and shouts, "I love you, America!" Colbert's team is ordered to advance farther into the town. In sections that are not destroyed, you can see how it had been a nice place until 18 hours ago. There are walled gardens with metal gates painted bright colors. To our right, there's a wrecked cafe, decorated with azure highlights around its smashed windows. Lying along the waterfront of the broad canal, the town almost has the Mediterranean feel of a Greek fishing village. Colbert orders most of his men out of the Humvee. The Marine Corps has spent years studying the Russian experience in Afghanistan and Chechnya. Among the mistakes they made was to stay inside their vehicles when they entered urban terrain. As Colbert says, "If you cocoon in your vehicle, you get schwacked. Even if it's a tank, they'll find a way to blow it up." Colbert and his men stalk through the streets, peering over walls and around corners. Even though increasing numbers of civilians are straying out, the Marines are tense. It's a hot day, and the Marines' faces, recessed behind puffy mop suits, helmets, and radio mics, have that throbbing, blotchy look people get after running a marathon. Colbert stands on the corner by a building, scanning an alley. An old man in brown robes, sitting cross-legged in front of a building, smiles at him. Colbert smiles back, while still mumbling the words, "Sometimes I think it's a sin when I feel like I'm winning when I'm losing again." He pauses. I wish I knew the rest of the words. We remain in Al-Muwafaqiya because engineers attached to 1st Recon have discovered a large cache of weapons in the town. One of the few public buildings not destroyed by Marine artillery in Al-Muwafaqiya is the schoolhouse. It's an L-shaped 2-story brick building with a basketball court in the middle. The schoolhouse was taken over by the Iraqi military sometime after Valentine's Day. Marine engineers know this because the walls of one classroom are covered in childish drawings of pink hearts, some with the words, "Happy Valentine's," scrawled in English. The fact that school children in an Arab dictatorship commemorate Valentine's Day comes as a surprise to the Marines. But previously, in a rural school south of Al-Hayy, they found drawings done by children depicting girls with blue eyes and blonde hair, suggesting that somehow Western pop culture and its idealization of blondness has seeped into the minds of kids living in primitive hamlets. You find surprising things about the private life of a country when you invade it. It's not unlike breaking into someone's home, ransacking the occupant's possessions, and learning the ordinary secrets of their lives. Sometime after the school children of Al-Muwafaqiya celebrated Valentine's Day, a battalion-sized force of Republican Guard soldiers moved into the town and turned their school into a military headquarters. They shoved all the desks into one room and filled the others with military supplies. Marines find maps, uniforms, gas masks, as well as recently cooked, partially consumed bowls of rice, peanut shells, and chicken bones. Apparently, the Republican Guard soldiers stayed back here eating peanuts and chicken while the Syrian jihadis were sent out to the bridge to delay the Americans. The Marines also find several classrooms piled to the ceilings with weapons and munitions, including 600 mortar shells, 10,000 AK rounds, and a couple dozen launchers and rifles. They rig the weapons caches with explosives and prepare to blow the school complex sky high. Watching the town's only school blow up, which we see as a funnel of black smoke jetting up from the western side of the town, comes as a relief to Colbert's team. Its destruction means they can finally roll north and get out of Al-Muwafaqiya. The atmosphere in the town has changed markedly. Locals have warned Marines and other teams that foreign jihadis have infiltrated the area and plan to attack the Americans with suicide car bombs. The civilians who'd come out earlier to greet the Marines have fled. Colbert's team is ordered to move to the front of the battalion and set up a roadblock at the north end of the town. We stop near a large industrial complex that looks like a cement factory or machine shop. There are some houses beyond that, then open fields. Espera pulls his vehicle up beside Colbert's on the road. The two of them orient their guns north. With the battalion and all of RCT-1 behind them, their two Humvees constitute the northernmost Marine unit in central Iraq. Their job is to turn away any cars that come down the road from the north. It's a little before 6 in the evening. There are tall, leafy trees to our left, casting blue shadows over us in the fading daylight. In the past few hours, Colbert and other team leaders in the battalion have developed what they hope will be less lethal means of stopping cars at roadblocks. Instead of firing warning shots from machine guns, they will launch colored smoke grenades. The hope is that drivers will be more likely to heed billowing clouds of colored smoke blocking the road than warning shots fired over their vehicles. Fick and other commanders had initially opposed this kinder, gentler method to halting traffic, with Fick arguing, "Marines are supposed to be an aggressive force. If our stance is less aggressive, we're more likely to be challenged by bad guys." But the enlisted Marines, tired of shooting unarmed civilians, fought to be allowed to use smoke grenades. Now, when the first vehicle, a white pickup truck, approaches, Colbert strides into the road ahead of the Humvees. "Do not engage this truck," he shouts to his men. He fires a smoke grenade from his 203 launcher. It makes a plunking sound almost like a champagne cork popping, then bounces into the road, spewing green smoke. 300 or 400 meters down the road, the white pickup truck turns around and drives off. A couple of cars arrive. The second is a taxi. It speeds up after the launching of the smoke grenade. The Marines by the Humvees hunch lower on their weapons, getting ready to fire. "Do not engage," Colbert shouts. He fires another smoke grenade. The taxi drives through the smoke. Then, moments before the Marines are about to light it up, the driver cuts a tight, wheel-squealing U-turn. Even on good days, Arab motorists tend to drive like kamikaze pilots. It's not easy for a Marine to differentiate between run-of-the-mill reckless Arab driving and erratic behavior that would indicate a suicide bomber. The Marines discuss the taxi, debating whether the driver's nearly fatal game of chicken with them was a result of his poor judgment or the possibility that he's a Fedayeen scouting Marine lines. Their conversation distracts them from the next car's approach. The blue sedan seems to appear out of nowhere. Perhaps it came from a side street behind the cement factory. In any case, Colbert doesn't step into the road to launch his first smoke grenade until the car is less than 200 meters away. "Do not engage," Colbert repeats. As soon as Colbert fires his smoke grenade, a Marine saw roars to life, spitting out a short burst. The car, maybe 100 meters away now, rolls to a stop, green smoke blowing past it. The windshield is frosted. 2 men in white robes jump out. One, who looks to be a young man in his early 20s, has blood streaming from his shoulder. The men run hastily toward a mud brick house by the road and disappear behind a wall. Hasser stands to the left of Colbert with the butt of his saw pressed to his shoulder. It was his gun that fired. "That was a wounding shot, motherfucker!" Colbert yells, uncharacteristically pissed. "What the fuck were you doing? I said don't engage!" Hasser remains frozen on his saw. Colbert walks around him. He lowers his voice. "Walt, you okay?" Hasser lowers his saw and stares at the car. Colbert squeezes his arm. "Walt, talk to me." "The car kept coming," Hasser says mechanically. The smoke disperses in the breeze, and Marines make out the outline of a man's head behind the shattered windshield. He is sitting upright, as if still holding the wheel. Passenger doors on the right side of the car hang open. The driver seems to be alive, rolling his head from side to side. None of the Marines say anything for a moment. Colbert looks at the car, then down. He breathes deeply, as if struggling to put his emotions aside. Having watched him cry a few days ago after the shooting of the shepherd, I suspect it's not always easy being the Iceman. "It's okay, Walt," Colbert says. "You were doing your job." Since the Marines on these vehicles are at this moment in history the foremost units of the American invasion here, there's a burden that comes with that. They're not allowed to simply run up to the car and see if they can help the guy. Colbert radios Fick, who's a couple 100 meters behind, and tells him there's a man shot in the car ahead. He requests permission to go up to it and render aid to the driver. "Negative," Fick tells him. The battalion has ordered the platoon to advance a few 100 meters past the car. We drive toward the blue car. The shot man behind the wheel appears to be in his 40s. He sits upright with good posture, his hands on his lap as if they slipped off the steering wheel. He wears a white shirt. His right eye stares ahead. His left eye is covered in blood dripping down from the crown of his head. He's alive. When we pass within about a meter of him, we hear his rapid breathing, a shushing sound. Due to a temporary rotation in the team, Trombley is on the Mark 19 and Hasser is in the seat to the left of me. He rides closest to the man he just shot and stares ahead, refusing to look as we drive past, listening to his dying gasps. Shh. Nobody in the Humvee says anything. As Team 3 rolls behind us, Doc Bryan raises his M4 and tries to get a bead on the man. Without telling anyone else, he has decided to shoot the man in the head and give him a mercy execution. But his Humvee bounces, and he misses his chance for a clean shot. We stop several 100 meters up the road and get out. There are some huts ahead. Fick and I see a pregnant woman walking toward them. Fick gets a bright yellow pack of hum rats from his truck to give to her, and we walk toward her, with Fick holding the hum rats high. The woman sees us and veers toward the huts. We walk faster. She starts running, and we do too. Then Fick stops abruptly. "This is ridiculous," he says. "We're terrorizing a pregnant woman." We watch her flee. "Given the way things are going," Fick says, "it's probably wise of her to run when she sees Americans." About 20 minutes later, 1st Recon's headquarters units roll past the blue car with the wounded man in it. Navy Lieutenant Aubin, the battalion physician, insists on stopping so he can examine the driver. What Aubin finds is yet another testament to the skill of the Marine Corps rifleman. Of the 3 rounds Hasser fired, 1 hit an occupant in the shoulder, whom we saw jump out, 1 skimmed into the hood, and the 3rd entered the driver's left eye. The 5.56 millimeter round then did a 90-degree turn through the man's brain and went straight up, exiting through the top of his skull. Basically, the man has been lobotomized. Aubin pokes and pinches the skin on the man's upper body and finds he is totally unresponsive, a vegetable. But no arteries were hit. The light venous bleeding from the entry and exit wounds is not enough to kill him. His breathing and heart rate are good. Aubin concludes that in a hospital, a man with these wounds could live indefinitely. Here, without care, he will die of starvation, infection, or swelling of the brain. Unlike Doc Bryan, who was ready to shoot the man, acting as a vigilante mercy killer falls outside of everything Aubin believes in as a doctor. He administers morphine and Valium to quell any pain in case the victim comes to, which is medically possible, but not enough to kill him. He is torn by the dilemma posed by this patient. Aubin later tells me, "In the States, we don't practice euthanasia. If we remove someone from life support, I don't make that decision. We have committees of doctors, lawyers, family members, clergy, who all debate it." Aubin knows that to leave the man is a death sentence, but he decides not to call in a medevac. Marine resources are stretched thin. He leaves the man in the care of medical personnel with RCT-1, who will be holding the town. The wounded man dies unclaimed by anyone a day later. Marines don't know anything about him other than that he was unarmed behind the wheel of a blue car when he drove onto a narrow blacktop road where an American shot him in the eye. Chapter 26. Walter Hasser, who shot the man in the blue car, is one of the most well-liked Marines in the platoon. He's 23 years old, 6 feet 2 inches tall, and knows the lyrics to just about every hit country song recorded between 1960 and 1974. Waylon Jennings and Johnny Cash are his heroes. He has a beautiful country singing voice, and in his case, Colbert makes a special exemption to his no country music rule. Following the ZSU AAA gun attack south of Al-Hayy, during which Hasser had climbed into the turret under fire and had taken out the enemy gun position, the team had seized the bridge north of the town to the accompaniment of his singing Glenn Campbell's Rhinestone Cowboy. Raised in a rented farmhouse in Loudoun County, Virginia, by a single mom who, he says, didn't have no college, Hasser grew up working on farms and hunting. He seems like your basic country good old boy, but what he enjoys most about the Marine Corps is both the brotherhood and the diversity. "Back home you pal around with your own kind," he says. "I never thought my best friends would be Mexicans. Here we're brothers, and we all look out for each other. That's the best part of being in a war. We all get to be together." Earlier in the morning, when everyone had been complaining about the sorry state of MREs, Hasser had explained his basic philosophy of life. Every chance you have, you should try to hook people up. People in the MRE factory don't understand that. Hell, if I worked there, I'd be sneaking in extra pound cakes, jalapeno cheese packs, Tootsie Rolls. You gotta throw things to people when you can. Now, driving out of Al-Muwafiqiyah, with the sound of that dying man's gasping still fresh in everyone's mind, Hasser stares out the window into a blazing sunset. The saw is loose on his lap. His wrists are draped across the top of the weapon, but his fingers aren't touching it, almost like he's ignoring it. "How are you doing?" I ask him. "Just taking it all in," he says. The objective tonight, on April 2nd, is to reach the outskirts of Al-Qut, the Marine Corps' goal in central Iraq. It's about 30 kilometers north of Al-Muwafiqiyah. Before the Marines set out from Al-Muwafiqiyah, several older men on the road stopped 2nd Platoon, offering detailed information about ambushes ahead. Fick, Mish, and I talked to them for several minutes. One of the old men caught my eye. He pointed up the road and dragged his finger across his neck, making a throat-slashing gesture to indicate danger ahead. Now, as we drive up the route in convoy with the battalion, Colbert picks up reports of sporadic gunfire from the radio. "We're expecting enemy contact at the intersection 2 clicks up the road," he says. "Person, get your NVGs out. This could go past dark." "One thing about the Marines," Person says, "we always know how to wrap up a day." "Small arms fire to the rear," Colbert says. "Yeah, game on," Trombley says excitedly from the turret. It's his first time on the Mark 19, and he's eager for the chance to blow stuff up with it. "Stay frosty, Walt," Colbert says. Yeah, Hasser says. I look over at him next to me. He's still not touching the saw. He's just listlessly staring out the window. I'm glad of his humanity. The fact that he's clearly so broken up by his shooting of that civilian just confirms what a decent guy he is. But I wish he wasn't showing it right now. We hit the intersection, the suspected ambush point, with berms on the left, a stand of palm trees on the right. No shots are fired. Stop, Colbert says. We halt between the trees and the berms in the suspected kill zone. What are we doing? Person asks, his voice betraying a hint of nervousness. They want us to stop, Colbert says. I guess we're trying to flush 'em out. We sit for several minutes trying to bait the ambushers into shooting. Nobody says anything. It's that leaden silence of old action movies where all you hear are heartbeats and watches ticking, though no one's actually wearing a mechanical watch. Move up 50 meters, Colbert says. Again we sit in silence, broken abruptly when Trombley cuts a loud fart. Everyone jumps. Nerves are so wired in the vehicle, some mistook it for the blast of a distant mortar. Jesus, Colbert says. Sorry, Trombley apologizes. We creep forward. AKs crackle in the distance. We pick up speed, clearing the suspected ambush spot. We pass 2 black dogs humping in the ditch by the road, then a billboard of a grinning Saddam. Hey, anybody got a Sharpie? Person asks. We should do some bathroom art on him, like draw a cock and balls going into his mouth. I'm serious, let's stop and do it. He starts laughing. Shh, Person, take a deep breath, Colbert says indulgently, like a kindergarten teacher with an unruly child. I can't help it, Person says. I'm running solely on rip fuel tonight. The sun is now a red disk perched just atop the horizon to the left. Several kilometers ahead, a massive fireball erupts, sending a mushroom cloud into the sky. The radios come to life, everyone debating what it is. We stop, and for several moments the distant fireball burns more brightly than the setting sun. Now the feeling of being on a 1950s sci-fi movie is complete, surrounded by the red, bermed fields, strange huts, and now what looks like 2 suns setting simultaneously. It's like we've arrived on an alien planet. A few minutes after the double sunset, the Marines are ordered to be on the lookout for a downed American aircraft. Later, the BBC reports that a Navy F-18 was shot down, leading Fick and others to surmise that the brilliant fireball we'd seen had been that jet crash. We drive for several hours in the darkness, dogged by sporadic mortar fire and enemy forces that keep lighting up the sky with illume flares. Around midnight, the battalion stops a few kilometers south of Al-Kut and digs in. The canal is a couple hundred meters to our right, and the ground here is saturated. Boots sink ankle-deep in the mud. It takes 20 minutes just to find a spot dry enough to dig a hole. With enemy mortars and illume flares still going off nearby, Colbert's team excavates a massive hole, big enough for everyone, in the event of a bad artillery attack. Machine gun fire across the canal is heavy at times. RCT-1 is on the other side, and they are moving into position to assault into Al-Kut. Low-flying American jets crisscross overhead. Bombs and artillery rumble. I sit in the mud, eating an MRE ration I saved for dinner. After squeezing the contents from the foil pack into my mouth, I'm too tired to discern what it tastes like. A spaghetti dinner, chicken breast, or chunked beefsteak. There's not enough light to read the packaging and figure out what these chunks of food in my mouth are. It's the first time existing in total darkness has bothered me. The dark and sleepless conditions under which Marines operate have already caused several fatalities. 2 men sleeping near their Humvee in another unit were crushed to death by a tracked vehicle, and a 3rd was paralyzed. An infantry Marine crawled into his hole after watch and fatally shot himself in his sleep with his saw. Nearby in the darkness, Marines in Bravo pass around these stories. Some of them now bring up another nighttime activity, combat jacks. They're trying to tally who's masturbated the most since the invasion started. During long, fatiguing hours of watch, some Marines beat off just to keep awake and pass the time. "Dog, after that first ambush," one of the men says, referring to a fevered night of combat jacks after the attack at Al Gharaf, "I get into my hole and I had to go 3 times. Bam, bam, bam. Couldn't stop. Hadn't happened like that since I was 17. I thought something was broken." On this night, April 2nd, 5 kilometers south of Al-Kut, 1st Recon is alone on the western side of the canal. Given the fact that Al-Kut is home to thousands of Republican Guard forces and is now being bombed from above by American aircraft while being attacked on the ground by RCT-1, as well as other Marine units from the west, commanders in 1st Recon are concerned that enemy forces fleeing the city might overrun its encampment on this night of chaos. The battalion pushes foot patrols out beyond the perimeter in order to set up observation posts and watch for approaching Iraqis. Cucker, who spent the previous night reconnoitering the ruins of Al-Muwafaqiya, now leads a patrol out. The moon hasn't risen yet. Creeping through a field in near absolute darkness, Cucker and 2 of his men spot an Arab through their NVGs about 20 meters away. The Arab, wearing a robe, is sitting cross-legged in a low spot between some broad, undulating berms. Cucker's first impulse is to shoot him. He's upset about Pappy being hit the night before and wouldn't mind exacting some revenge. But as he later explains, Cucker doesn't shoot for fear of giving away his position. Iraqi soldiers are still launching Illume flares less than a kilometer away, presumably looking for Americans. With 2 of his men covering him, Cucker approaches the lone Arab, confident the guy can't see him in the darkness. Speaking rudimentary Arabic learned from his Marine cheat sheets, Cucker tells him to put his hands up and stand. The Arab complies. As he rises, an AK slides out from under his robes and clatters to the ground. Cucker draws nearer. Then he hears footsteps, someone shouting, "Ah!" Captain America runs past, making a bayonet charge for the Arab. He slams him in the chest, and the 2 of them tumble over with a meaty thud. "I fucked that guy up," Captain America shouts, rising triumphantly. Cucker is pissed. It's not just that his commanding officer is running around in the darkness, screaming and bayoneting a prisoner who had been completely under control. Now, Cucker figures he's going to have to get out his medical kit and render aid to the Arab if he's not dead. He rolls the Arab, zip-cuffing his hands behind his back, then spins him around to examine his chest for wounds. He's unharmed. The Arab wears a chest rig beneath his robe, loaded with ammo. Captain America's bayonet smashed apart a rifle magazine in the Arab's vest, but failed to penetrate his chest. "Nice going, Captain," Cucker says. "You missed him." "That guy was resisting," Captain America says. "I just wanted to jab him." Cucker strips off the Arab's ammo vest and pulls him to his feet. Captain America curses and tries kicking the Arab in the groin. Instead, he hits Cucker in the stomach. "Fuck! Did I hit you?" "Yeah," Cucker says. He doesn't say anything else. Cucker finds that speaking with his commander just adds to the aggravation. Following this night's latest escapade, some of Cucker's men begin fantasizing about capping their captain, talking about it openly among themselves. Cucker doesn't. He tries to maintain a balanced view of his commander. "He's got personal problems," he says. "I've got no problem with being aggressive, but he's bloodthirsty toward the wrong people. Unarmed people." The bombardment of Al-Kut continues into the morning of April 3rd. RCT-1's advance into the city is well underway on the other side of the canal. We hear Amtraks clanking past, machine guns, explosions. Some are less than a kilometer away, but from where we're sitting, the nearby action has a remote feel, similar to being in a cheap multiplex where you hear sounds of a war movie seeping out from the next theater. 1st Recon is sitting out this assault. Within a couple of hours, the Marines in RCT-1 blast their way to the main bridge over the Tigris. But as soon as they reach it, they will pull back and depart the city. Their mission and 1st Recons in central Iraq will be over. After having sent them all the way here, Major General Mattis has decided not to seize Al-Qut. 1st Recon and RCT-1 are ordered to turn around and leave. 1st Recon's entire campaign since leaving Nasiriyah has been part of a feint, a false movement designed to convince the Iraqi leadership that the main U.S. invasion would be coming through Al-Qut. The strategy has been a success. The Iraqis left a key division and other forces in and around Al-Qut in order to fight off a Marine advance that now has been abruptly called off. With so many Iraqi forces tied down near Al-Qut, Baghdad has been left relatively undefended for the combined Army and Marine assault now gathering on the outskirts. Mattis, a key architect of this grand diversion, later boasts to me, "The Iraqis expected us to go all the way through Al-Qut, that the dumb Marines would fight their way through the worst terrain to Baghdad." While the plan worked brilliantly, Mattis adds with characteristic modesty, "I'm not a great general. I was just up against other generals who don't know shit." The Marines have known nothing about this feint strategy until the past couple of days, when Fick began guessing that this was his platoon's purpose, based on hints he'd received from other officers. Now, mid-morning on April 3rd, while RCT-1 is still pulling back from its diversion into Al-Qut, Fick gathers the men by Colbert's vehicle in their muddy encampment and explains what's going on. "By coming up here, we've tied down 2 Republican Guard divisions," he says. The swagger he had up on the bridge outside of Al-Hayy is back. "And for most of the way, we were out in front, rolling into these villages and towns ahead of every other American. Often it was you guys in this platoon at the absolute tippity-tip of the spear. Not to rest on our laurels now, but every one of you should be proud." "But what about Al-Qut?" Garza asks. "After coming all this way, we ain't going to Al-Qut?" "No," Fick says. "The feint's over. We're pulling out of here later today." Garza, sitting by a hole, etching lines in the mud with his boot heels, digests the news. He twists his head up, annoyed. "We just spent a week getting shot at, bombing everything, all based on a fucking wrong turn?" Chapter 27. Even though the Iraqis have been beaten in Al-Qut, they're still dropping mortars around 1st Recon's encampment, where it has remained through the morning of April 3rd. In the opinion of the Marines, Iraqis don't fight very hard, but the men are beginning to notice that Iraqis never really seem to completely surrender either. "Damn," Person says after another blast. "Didn't RCT-1 already kick their ass once today?" Everyone is waiting for orders to begin the march to Baghdad to join the final assault. It's grown into a hot day. Earlier, Marines were ordered into their rubber mop boots in case of a gas attack. Still, nobody minds the added hardship too much. The platoon was resupplied with food today. Colbert's team sits around their Humvee in the mud, gorging themselves on MREs. Hasser is still not talking. He leans against the front wheel, writing an after-action summary on the shooting of the man in the blue car, which Fick told him to hand in case there's an investigation. Person walks over to him and starts dry-humping his shoulder like a dog. "How you doing, Walt?" "Get out of here." Fick walks up. "Walt, when you finish that, we're going to see if there's a better way to stop these cars." "Walt's got a great way to stop cars," Person says. "Shoot the driver." Behind Hasser's back, his buddies all talk about him in worried, hushed tones, trying to figure out if he's okay. To his face, they tease him unmercifully. For the Marines, this is their attempt at therapy. Espera comes to Hasser's defense. "Maybe you were a hair too aggressive yesterday, but these motherfuckers are trying to kill us. We can't get soft now because of a few mistakes. I'm lighting up any motherfucker who comes within 100 meters. Signs of the regime's unraveling greet the Marines as they pull south away from Al-Qut later in the afternoon. We drive on a straight, narrow asphalt road through an utterly flat, thinly populated area of croplands. On the way we pass a truck full of naked Iraqi men waving underwear as surrender flags. They say they were robbed of their clothes by fleeing soldiers. Farther along there's a car with 2 fatally shot men in it. A guy cowering by the road tells a translator the men were killed by rampaging Iraqi soldiers who in defeat have become bandits. 1st Recon sets up a camp 20 kilometers south of Al-Qut. The next morning, April 4th, the men confront a new, ugly side of war. Refugees begin streaming up to their roadblock on the northern end of the highway. 2nd Platoon is tasked with escorting the refugees through 1st Recon's lines, along a 3-kilometer stretch between their roadblocks on the highway. About 50 refugees are gathered by the roadblock when Colbert's team rolls up. Many of the refugees have been on the road for 3 days now, walking and hitchhiking all the way from Baghdad, about 250 kilometers from here. The men wear Western clothes, dusty suits and sleek loafers shredded from 3 days of walking. The women, mostly in black, carry infants and are surrounded by small children. Many carry sacks of grain, bags of clothing, and other household possessions. There's one little boy, maybe 6, in a black and gold lame suit with a bow tie that makes him look like a miniature Las Vegas lounge singer. It was probably the most expensive thing he owned, and his family had likely dressed him up in it as a means of transporting it out of Baghdad. He smiles at the Marines, almost self-consciously proud to be greeting them in his finest suit. They laugh and give him candy. Unlucky Charms, of course. When the men begin to escort the first group, with the Marines on foot and in Humvees creeping behind, the little cavalcade has an almost carefree air. There's an extremely beautiful woman among the refugees who wears a bright green scarf. In her late 20s, she's a biologist from Baghdad who speaks fluent English. Her name is Manal, and her beauty isn't something that's entirely objective. In the squalor of her current circumstances, she radiates calm and high spirits that seem almost mischievous. She accosts one of the Marine escorts with a beguiling smile and asks, "Why did you Americans come here?" "We want to help you, ma'am," the Marine answers. "I love my city very much," Manal says, referring to Baghdad. "You are bombing it, and it will be worse." "Why do you think we came here?" the Marine asks. "Our country is very rich, and our president is very stupid," Manal says. "Maybe you came for the liberation. I am not so sure." The exchange is cut short when the Marine notices one of the babies being carried by another woman has blood streaming out of its mouth. A little horror has returned to the war. "Can you ask her what's wrong?" the Marine says to Manal. She turns to the woman, who's shushing the bleeding baby even though it isn't crying. She and the baby's mother exchange a few words. Then Manal reports, "Her baby is sick." She scolds the Marine. "All the mothers have been walking for a long time with no water or food." Colbert comes over to help. He instructs the mother with the bleeding baby to sit by the road and summons a corpsman over. The bleeding, the corpsman believes, is a result of dehydration. Several other mothers come over with their sick babies. It's already in the low 90s. Colbert dabs the infants with water, trying to cool them down. Soon more mothers are handing him their babies, perhaps thinking he's a doctor. One baby has chicken pox. Colbert takes the infant, kneels down, and rocks him. "Is there anything we can do?" he asks the corpsman. "Nothing, man," he answers. "They just need lots of water." Colbert now wears an expression that I've come to see more frequently. He looks helpless. When confronted with these small human tragedies up close, some Marines shut down. Their faces go blank. Despite his Iceman reputation, Colbert doesn't hide his feelings very well. In combat, he looks almost ecstatic. Now he appears overwhelmed, though still trying to deal with this situation. He hands the baby back to the mother along with a water bottle. "Put water on the little one," he says, speaking English into the mother's uncomprehending face. She nods gratefully, perhaps thinking he's done more than he actually has to help. Despite the water the Marines hand out, Doc Bryan estimates that a quarter of the infants may die in the next 24 hours. In the space of an hour, 200 to 300 refugees show up at the northern roadblock. Marines who initially vowed to keep their distance now load rotund old ladies in black robes into the backs of their Humvees and drive them the 3 kilometers through their lines. Others carry sacks of rice and bedrolls on their heads and shoulders. One of the men on Aspera's team, 23-year-old Lance Corporal Nathan Christopher, walks down the road crying while carrying a baby. He later tells me what got to him was seeing the mother, weakened from days of walking, almost drop the infant. Despite bawling his eyes out, Christopher tells me helping the refugees has afforded him his best moment in Iraq. "After driving here from Kuwait, shooting every house, person, dog in our path, we finally get to do something decent." Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando makes an appearance by the northern roadblock. Great numbers of refugees are flowing in. "We're going to have a fucking humanitarian disaster on our hands if we stay here," he says. "We don't have enough food and water for ourselves." An hour later, 1st Recon clears out of its position. Ferrando has finally received orders. 1st Recon is instructed to hightail it to Baghdad for the final assault. To get there, the Marines will backtrack down Route 7, then cut west on a circuitous path that covers nearly 300 kilometers. The battalion spends 2 days on the road. Huge cheering crowds turn out in towns Marines smashed through just days ago. Kids run around in muddy lots beside the road, playing soccer, screaming, "Bush! Bush! Bush!" or "America! America!" It's the Marines' moment to be hailed as conquerors, or liberators, or heroes. No one's really sure what they are. Adoring as the crowds are, Marines know that at any moment seriously bad things can happen. As we drive past the insanely chanting mobs, Colbert waves at them, repeating in a mechanical voice, "You're free now. Good luck. Time for us to go home." During the 2-day journey, the men continue to wrestle with the issue of deadly roadblocks. Marines in Alpha Company have also instituted what they hope will be a less lethal approach to warding off traffic by firing smoke grenades. In one of their early attempts to employ the new technique, a team in Alpha successfully stops a civilian passenger by launching a smoke grenade. Before they can call the effort a success, however, the Marines watch in horror as a second smoke grenade fired by the team skips off the pavement and, against all odds, slams into the face of an Arab walking by the road carrying a white flag. He goes down hard, dropping from their view. The men are ordered forward without having a chance to examine the guy or render aid. Later, men in the unit are told by their superiors that the man they hit in the face with the smoke grenade was okay, and was even observed eating a meal when they left him. After hearing this good news, one of the Marines says, "That probably just means someone threw an MRE next to the guy's body as we drove past." 1st Recon reaches the outskirts of Baghdad early in the morning of April 6th. Hastily erected oil pipelines zigzag across the highway. They were built by Saddam to flood adjacent trenches with oil so they could be set ablaze. As a result, smoke hangs everywhere. Saddam intended these flaming oil trenches as some sort of half-assed defense, but their only effect is to add to the general state of pollution and despair. The dust storm caused by thousands of vehicles rolling past has coated all of the wrecked buildings with a thick layer of tan powder. Even the dogs running through the ruins are the color of dust. Dead cows, bloated to twice their normal size, lie in ditches. Human corpses are scattered about as well. It's the now familiar horrorscape of a country at war. Just before reaching the final Marine camp outside Baghdad, Espera's vehicle swerves to avoid running over a human head lying in the road. When the vehicle turns, he looks up to see a dog eating a human corpse. "Can it get any sicker than this?" he asks. Person, however, has an entirely different reaction. Set back from the highway, gleaming like some sort of religious shrine, there is a modern-looking glass structure with bright plastic signs in front. It's an Iraqi version of a 7-Eleven. Though looted and smashed, it gives Person hope. "Damn," he says, "it looks almost half civilized here." By the early hours of April 6th, some 20,000 Marines have begun gathering on the outskirts of the city for their assault. The army has already begun breaking off pieces of Baghdad to the south and west. 2 days earlier, elements of the Army's 101st Airborne Division seized Baghdad Airport, 15 kilometers south of the city. The Marines, now moving to within about 10 kilometers of the eastern edge of Baghdad, are gearing up for their assault to begin within the next 48 hours. First Recon settles into a field of tall grass next to some blown-up industrial buildings. Marines stretch out in the greenery, resting after their 2 days of non-stop movement. American artillery booms constantly, a distant, throbbing rhythm. Towers of smoke rise over Baghdad in the distance. Following this last stretch of the journey, where everyone has seen the wild dogs chewing on the entrails of dead humans and livestock alike, Marines now discuss their rechristening of Iraq. They call it Dogland. Reyes explains, "For the wild dogs, war is a feast." It's a feast for some commanders as well. Later in the day, after the teams have set up their positions on the perimeter and dug their holes, Ferrando circulates among the men. He drops in on Colbert's team and offers rare praise. "They're speaking pretty highly of 1st Recon at division headquarters," Ferrando says. "The general thinks we're slaying dragons." "I'm pleased to hear it, sir," Colbert says. Ferrando turns to leave, then hesitates. He has something to confide in Colbert, one of his top team leaders. "Ferrando thinks tanks are going to lead the way into Baghdad," he says, reverting to a habit he has of speaking of himself in the third person. "But we want to get in the game too. That's the million-dollar question. How do we get into Baghdad?" Ferrando walks off, working on this puzzle. After he leaves, Espera offers his own assessment of the battalion's performance thus far in the war. "Do you realize the shit we've done here? The people we've killed? Back home in the civilian world, if we did this, we'd go to prison." Chapter 28. The men sleep well outside of Baghdad. It is late in the morning of April 7th, and Colbert is sitting in the sun behind his Humvee, staring at the grass, which in the center of the encampment is more than a meter tall. Like everyone else, Colbert is required to wear his helmet and flak vest at all times, unless he is underneath the cami nets by his Humvee. There are times like today, when the sky is clear, the sun is shining, and enemy mortars are only falling about once every couple hours, that the requirement to always wear a helmet and flak vest seems a crime. Some Marines routinely flout the rule, but not Colbert. Suddenly he stands up, throwing his helmet down, ripping off his flak vest, and stripping down to his T-shirt. "You know what?" he announces. "I'm going to run through that field waving my arms like I'm an airplane." Colbert runs through the grass, making jet sounds, banks into a loose turn, and flies back to his Humvee. He quickly dons his gear. "Better now," he says, strapping his helmet on again. The men don't have any orders today. Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando is still working on his plan to get the battalion in on the final assault on Baghdad. Colbert, however, assembles his team for a special briefing beside his Humvee. "There's something I've been keeping from you," Colbert says. "I wasn't sure we were going to live to share this moment." He produces a dusty plastic bag, reaches in, and pulls out several cans of Chef Boyardee ravioli, one for each man on the team. "To celebrate," he says. "What the fuck is that?" Person says, spotting something else in the bag. Easy there, partner, Colbert says, sliding out a virgin copy of Jugs magazine, still in its shrink wrap. Fuck, Person says. How the fuck did you hide that from me? Person tries to grab it. Colbert yanks it away. Not yet, Colbert says. I need some time with this alone. Just calm down. You'll get your sloppy seconds. They cooked the Chef Boyardee on a C4 fire, in the cans, cutting them open with K-bar knives. The team is more closely knit than it's ever been. Even Trombley has found acceptance. In the wake of the incident in which he accidentally machine-gunned the Shepherds, the men have honored him with a nickname, Whopper. I don't get it when they first reveal it to me. We call him the Whopper, one of them explains, because they're sold at Burger King. When I look up, still not understanding, the nearby Marines shake their heads at my ignorance. Like Whoppers, Burger King, BK, Baby Killer, one of them says, spelling it out. Trombley's our little Whopper BK. They call him this to his face, and Trombley laughs appreciatively. He admits, when I shot those kids, I felt the same way as when I shoot a deer. I felt lucky, like I got the Easter egg. Then adds, I wanted to look at the kid I shot. It felt weird. Lily nudges him affectionately. That's because you're the Whopper, our little BK baby killer. Person, sitting shirtless partway underneath the cami netting, slurps the ravioli juice from the jagged can and starts babbling about his NAMBLA conspiracy theories behind the war. Hasser, who has maintained his distant silence for days since shooting the man in the blue car, breaks into laughter. Look at you, Ray, he says, pointing at Person. You're a fucking mess, man. Person's face is smeared with ravioli sauce, fluorescent orange in the sunlight. More of it splattered down his pale white chest, with drippings on his toes. What? Person asks, perplexed. You're a fucking messed up hick who can't even eat ravioli. Hasser doubles over, face down in the grass, laughing. Later that day, the Marines in Bravo are reunited with an old friend, Gunnery Sergeant Jason Swar, a 32-year-old recon Marine who works as the battalion's parachute rigger. Swar nearly missed the war. He only arrived outside Baghdad a couple of days ago. Now he comes over to Colbert's position with a tale of his strange odyssey through Iraq and his remarkable first experience of combat. Swar is one of the more eccentric characters in the battalion. Tall and square-jawed, he looks like your average Marine, but in his off hours, Swar is an artist who writes and directs ultra-low-budget videos. I'm like the Ed Wood of my generation, he says. My goal in life is people will go in the video store and find my movies in the cult film section by Toxic Avenger. Swar is also a warrior. He served in Somalia, and when this war came along, he vowed he wasn't going to miss it. But the battalion had other plans. When the invasion began, Swar and 2 other Marines from 1st Recon were ordered to remain behind at the Al-Jabbar airfield in Kuwait to serve as liaisons to the Marine Corps Air Wing. Within a few days, he and his 2 comrades figured out their assignment was a bullshit job. They didn't give a fuck about us at Jabbar, Gunny Swar says. There was nothing to do. They pulled some strings, got permission to leave, and hitchhiked up to Camp Matilda with some Pakistani laborers. The battalion had already left for the invasion, but Swar and his cohorts found out there was a company of reservist recon Marines still in the camp, who were getting ready to enter Iraq and link up with the battalion in a few days. Swar and the others figured they'd get a ride with the reservists. The reservist unit is called Delta Company, and it has 3 platoons with a total of about 90 Marines and commanders. It's made up of guys who work regular jobs in civilian life, some as software engineers or teachers, but the majority in law enforcement, from LAPD cops to DEA agents to air marshals. In Swar's opinion, Delta was the most unorganized thing I've ever seen in my life. The reservists' problems weren't necessarily caused through any fault of their own. Due to its low standing in the pecking order as a reserve unit, Delta Company was short on trucks, guns, food, flak vests, radios. Nevertheless, the reservists crossed into Iraq nearly a week after the war started. It was madness from day one, Swar says. They had no idea where the battalion was and no ability to reach it on comms. Their navigation gear was so poor they nearly bumbled into Nasiriyah at the height of the fighting there. Many of the reservists in Delta had never fired the heavy weapons on their Humvees prior to entering Iraq. Wandering around highways in southern Iraq, unable to find out where the battalion is, the reservists began running low on food. They were assigned convoy escort duty by the division and, according to Swar, they turned this into a gold mine. At the time, lightly armed supply convoys were rolling through the area, their drivers terrified of being ambushed. So, Swar says, we put a sign out, "Need convoy security? Stop here." As soon as they'd stop, we'd bullshit the drivers, tell them, "Hey, 2 hours ago a convoy passing through here got ambushed." Then we'd ask them, "What do you got for us? Any MREs? Flak vests? Water? Hand it over and we'll escort you." According to Swar, Delta Company made out pretty well for a while. Then, in his opinion, the company started going out of control. Some of the cops in Delta started doing this cowboy stuff. They put cattle horns on their Humvees. They'd roll into these hamlets doing shows of force, kicking down doors, doing sweeps, just for the fuck of it. There was this little clique of them. Their ringleader was this beat cop who's like a corporal back home and a commander out here. He's like 5 feet tall, talks like Joe Friday, and everyone calls him Napoleon. We started to get the idea these guys didn't want to find the battalion. They knew they'd get their balls stepped on. They were having too much fun being cowboys. Some of the other reservists were coming up to us saying, "You've got to help us find the battalion. These guys are going to get us killed." But there was nothing we could do. Finally, it all came to a head a couple of days ago. We were guarding an airfield for chow and water, Swar says. These kids come up selling soda and cigarettes. The ringleaders in Delta decide it would be funny to trade them some porn magazines, which these Iraqi kids had never seen. About an hour later, this elder comes out of a hamlet 400 meters away, yelling and shaking his fist. The kids all scatter. One of them tells us the old man is pissed. He didn't like kids having porn magazines. The kid says he's going to get an RPG. Sure enough, the old man comes out of this hut with an RPG, just kind of waving it around. Swar takes a deep breath. Delta fucking freaks. They lob like 26 Mark 19 rounds at the guy. He's 200 meters away and they all miss him. Instead, they light up this friendly village behind him that's been passing us information. I'm just watching this. I didn't have nothing to shoot at. And I see this old dude dressed like a Marine running past with a flak vest and camera, huffing and puffing. "What are they lighting up?" he asks. "Nothing," I say. "Just some pissed-off Iraqi with an RPG." Then I look at the guy I'm talking to, and it's Ollie North. North served as a correspondent for Fox News in Iraq. I'm like, "Ollie, how you doing?" Swar continues. "Fucking great." He takes a dip and says, "This war's going to be over in 72 hours. Saddam's dead." I'm like, "Good to go, Ollie." He huffs off, and this colonel comes out who's in charge of the airfield, and he's mad. He's like, "You guys just lit up a friendly village." I don't think Delta killed any of the villagers, but they blew up a few of their huts. We gave them a few cases of hum rats and got out of there. When Colbert hears the story, he just shakes his head. This is so colossally retarded I can't even say anything about it. I'm not convinced that Gunny Swar is the most reliable source. I set out to find other people who were there. One of the men from 1st Recon who was with him is a captain in the battalion, with a reputation for being level-headed and forthright. He tells me Gunny Swar's tale is on the money. Later I talked to Ferrando, who admits, "There was a comm problem for about a week with Delta." I go over to Delta's position in the camp and talk to more than a half dozen of the reservists, including the Mark 19 gunner, Lance Corporal Brian Andrews, 22, who fired on the village. They corroborate essential details of Swar's story. Andrews adds, "I guess it worked out okay. I scared off the old man. He ran away." Cucker spends his free day outside Baghdad, sitting in the shade of his vehicle's cami nets, writing a journal intended for his wife, who's also in the Marines. He doesn't indulge in the open vilification of his commander, Captain America, the way some of the men do, but he tells me when I stop by that he is disturbed by Captain America's behavior, especially his attempted bayoneting of the Iraqi prisoner the other night. "I could be a lot more personal about my feelings toward the Iraqis," Cucker says. "My wife is here. Her civil affairs unit is in Nasiriyah. I think about her every day and the things that could happen to her. But I don't lose control over it." Against his powerful forearms, the pen Cucker holds looks puny. The log he writes in is an account of the war he calls his bitter journal. "If something happens to me, I want my wife to know the truth," he says. "If they say we fought valiantly here, I want her to know we fought retarded. They haven't used us right, sending us into these towns, onto the airfield, with no observation." Captain America approaches. One of the men by Cucker's vehicle shouts a warning. "Here comes dumbass!" Captain America's within easy earshot of their comment, but he sticks his head under the cami netting and greets the men with a forced, though somewhat wobbly, smile. "Everyone enjoying the day off?" he asks. The Marines freeze him out with blank stares. "We're fine, sir," Cucker says. The truth is, I feel sort of bad for Captain America. The way his men treat him reminds me of seeing a kid hazed and picked on the playground. I sit down with him in the grass a few meters from Cucker's vehicle. One-on-one, he seems likable, but possesses an unfocused intensity that's both charismatic and draining. When he stares at you, he doesn't blink. His pupils almost vibrate. I ask him about complaints voiced by his men that he's been a little too zealous in his shooting from the vehicle and in his treatment the other night of the EPW. It's technically a war crime to strike, threaten, or bayonet a man once he's been captured. Captain America denies any wrongdoing. He asserts to me that in each instance where he's employed violence, it's always been in response to a threat, which perhaps his Marines didn't perceive. "Each man sees things differently in combat," he says. Then Captain America veers into Nietzschean speculation on the deadly nature of battle. "Some of us are not going to make it out of here. Each of us has to test the limits of his will to survive in this reality." He leans forward and speaks in grave tones. "Right now, at any time, we could die. It almost makes you lose your sanity." His pupils quiver with increased intensity. "The fear of dying will make you lose your sanity. But to remain calm and stay in a place where you think you will die, that is the definition of insane, too. You must become insane to survive in combat." Late in the day, Marines are told to expect warning orders for their mission in the assault on Baghdad. Ferrando has figured out a way to get into the game. But other news circulating among the Marines has taken priority. Horsehead is dead. The beloved former first sergeant in 1st Recon, a powerfully built 230-pound African-American named Edward Smith, was felled by an enemy mortar or artillery blast while riding atop an armored vehicle outside Baghdad on April 4th. He died in a military hospital the next day. Horsehead, 38, had transferred out of 1st Recon to an infantry unit before the war started. News of his death hits the battalion hard. Marines in Bravo Company gather under the cami nets, trading Horsehead stories. Reyes repeats a phrase Horsehead always used back home at Camp Pendleton in San Diego. Before loaning anyone his truck, which had an extensive sound equalizer system, Horsehead would always say, "You can drive my truck, but don't fuck with my volumes." For some reason, repeating the phrase makes Reyes laugh almost to the verge of tears. Just before sundown, the Marines hold a memorial for Horsehead in their camp. About 15 of them gather in the grass, next to an M4 rifle planted upright in the dirt with a helmet on it. It's drizzling in a gray, humid twilight. One of them reads a brief eulogy. Then they put their hands together and their voices scream in unison as they chant the 1st Recon cheer in Horsehead's memory. Kill! Chapter 29. By early morning on April 8th, Army and Marine armored units have maneuvered into Baghdad's suburbs to the west, south, and east. Under a ceaseless American artillery and aerial bombardment, they are getting ready for the final assault into the city center, set to begin after dark. Major General Mattis is deeply concerned about the lack of American forces to the north of Baghdad. With his Marines oriented toward the center of the city, their northern flanks are exposed. His fear is that Iraqi Republican Guard units may be massing for a counterattack in a town called Bakuba, 50 kilometers north of Baghdad, getting ready to roll down and hit the Marines' northern flanks. The problem is, Mattis doesn't know what the Iraqis are doing north of Baghdad. For the past 36 hours, a low cover of dust and rain clouds has hampered American surveillance efforts. The farthest Marine checkpoint north of Baghdad sits about 10 kilometers outside the city on the road to Bakuba. Marines have dubbed the checkpoint the Magic Line. Every time they've sent units to probe above the Magic Line in the past few days, the Marines have been hit by heavy fire. Recently, a platoon of about 45 Iraqis attacked the Marine checkpoint and were repulsed after a short gun battle. After that, Iraqis tried to drive a car bomb into the checkpoint. It seems the Iraqis are up to something above the Magic Line, though it's uncertain exactly what it might be. The weakness in the Marines' northern flanks gives Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando his opening to get 1st Recon back into the game. After consulting with Mattis, Ferrando has volunteered to take 1st Recon north of the Magic Line, assault through the enemy ambushes, and push on to Bakuba. If the worst-case fears of Mattis are true, the Marines in 1st Recon will be confronting several thousand Iraqis in tanks. Bakuba is home to a Republican division with a strength, on paper at least, of 20,000 soldiers equipped with 600 armored vehicles. Mattis knows that if the Iraqis come down in tanks, 1st Recon will be unable to stop them, but as he later tells me, I know that at least the Marines could slow them down for a few hours. Even in the best-case scenario, if the Iraqi tanks aren't active, 1st Recon will be dashing through 40 kilometers of known ambush positions. They will be the only Americans operating in the region, and by the time they reach Bakuba, they will have gone beyond the range of Marine artillery. When Fick briefs his men on the mission early in the afternoon of the 8th, he tells them, "Once again we will be at the absolute tippity-tip of the spear, going into the unknown. As soon as we step off, be prepared to engage and destroy targets of opportunity." 1st Recon assembles a mixed force for the mission. Some 120 Marines in its best-equipped platoons will be joined by the 90 reservist Marines in Delta Company. In addition, 1st Recon will be accompanied by an LAR unit of some 100 Marines in 24 vehicles. This unit's call sign is War Pig. Even though it's clear to the Marines that on this mission they might be serving more or less as human speed bumps to slow down a much larger Iraqi advance, the men are quietly excited. After a couple of days' rest, most are sick of being in the camp. It's a hot, muggy afternoon, nearly 100 degrees in the shade. Flies breeding in Marine latrine trenches inside the camp, as well as on the dead livestock and human corpses outside the perimeter, infest the air. Several Marines in the platoon are suffering from the fever and dysentery that has plagued the unit since leaving Nasiriyah. But spirits are high as they load their vehicles. "I'm scared as fuck," Lily tells me. "But I started getting anxious here in this camp. It's weird. I feel better knowing we're going to go shoot things again and fuck shit up." "Fuck yeah!" Person says. It beats sitting around doing nothing while everybody else gets to have fun attacking Baghdad. One thing the Marine Corps can bank on is the low tolerance for boredom among American youth. They need constant stimulation, more than late-night bull sessions, ravioli fiestas, and Colbert's now shredded, dog-eared copy of Jugs can provide. They need more war. Colbert's Humvee is ordered into the lead of 1st Recon's convoy of about 50 vehicles as we leave the camp near 5 p.m. on April 8th. Colbert stares out his window at the fading light, then mumbles something I can't quite make out. I ask him to repeat it. It was nothing, he says. I was just thinking about Horsehead. He was one hell of a man. Takes shrapnel to the head and winks out. We enter the eastern outskirts of Baghdad, an industrial district of factories and warehouses. The streets are filled with newly liberated Iraqis in the throes of celebration. Though the city center will not fall for another 24 hours, freedom fills the air, along with the stench of rotting corpses, uncollected garbage, and overflowing sewers. Trash piles and pools of fetid water line the edges of the road. Old women in black kneel in the puddles, gathering in jugs water that their families will boil and drink later. Smoke pours from bombed, burning buildings on both sides of the road. Ashes fall like snowflakes. Iraqis stream through the haze hauling random looted goods, ceiling fans, pieces of machinery, fluorescent lights, mismatched filing cabinet drawers. As we pass by, the looters wave and give us the thumbs up, thanking the Marines for making all this possible. Some stand in clusters chanting the words everyone in Iraq now uses to hail the American liberators. Bush! 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 The bedlam continues for about 10 kilometers. Explosions from the American assault now underway in the city center boom steadily. Kids crawl around twisted, blown-up Iraqi tanks by the road, playing on them or gathering scrap. Hundreds, if not thousands, of American military vehicles stream past us going south. 1st Recon's convoy is about the only unit headed north. We roll into open mud flats and link up with the 24 LAVs of 1st LAR Battalion's Charlie Company, call sign War Pig. With their 8 wheels and upside-down bathtub shape, LAVs are among the strangest-looking war machines in the American arsenal. Designed to swim on the surface of the ocean as well as cruise on land, they have small propellers protruding from their rears, punctuating the oddness of their appearance. Because of their advanced optics and the devastating firepower derived from the Bushmaster rapid-fire cannon each has mounted on its turret, Iraqis have nicknamed LAVs the Great Destroyers. For the Marines in 1st Recon, this is the first time they've started a mission with an armed escort. Damn, that's fucking awesome, Person says. We've got the Great Destroyers with us. No, the escort is not awesome, Colbert says. This just tells us how bad they're expecting this to be. As we pull out, following War Pig toward the magic line, Colbert's mood shifts from darkly brooding to grimly cheerful. Once more into the great good night, he says in a mocking stage voice, then quotes a line from Julius Caesar. Cry havoc, and let slip the dogs of war. Hunched over the wheel, his helmet weighted down with his NVGs, Person says, Man, when I get home, I'm gonna eat the fuck out of my girlfriend's pussy. Enemy contact, Colbert says, passing on word from radio. LAV report enemy contact ahead. Just after darkness falls, War Pig's lead LAV reaches the magic line and the Marine checkpoint, where coils of concertina wire block the narrow asphalt highway. War Pig's 24 LAVs are spaced about 50 meters apart in a single-file line stretching for more than a kilometer. Colbert's Humvee is directly behind the rear LAV, with 1st Recon's vehicles stretched behind his in a line that extends for another 2 kilometers. Minutes after the guards at the checkpoint pull the concertina wire aside to let the convoy through, a white pickup truck speeds toward the lead LAV in Warpig. Its crew observes the truck through thermal night scopes as it comes to within a couple 100 meters of them, executes a screeching 180-degree turn, and hauls ass north. Iraqis in the back of the truck open up on the LAVs with AKs. It's nothing but harassing fire. The Marines guess the truck is acting as a rabbit vehicle, trying to entice them into a chase and, they expect, an ambush. The LAVs hesitate to cross the magic line. According to Warpig's executive officer, 27-year-old First Lieutenant William Wenberg, thus far in the war when working with other units, they've occasionally had to go through red tape in order to get cleared hot to engage enemy forces. They've never worked with 1st Recon's Ferrando before, whom they refer to by his call sign, Godfather, and are uncertain how he will respond to the appearance of the rabbit vehicle shooting at them on the road. When Warpig contacts Godfather and tells him about the harassing fire, he immediately clears them hot to pursue. Godfather was awesome, Wenberg later says. Some commanders get so caught up worrying about the politics of being too aggressive, destroying too much property, hurting innocent civilians, that they put your own forces at risk. Godfather told us to do what we needed to do, and it was good to go. The LAVs lunge across the magic line in pursuit. Colbert's vehicle follows directly behind the rear LAV as reports flow over the radio of the initial enemy contact. Everyone is quiet, waiting for the ambush. It's so dark inside Colbert's Humvee I can barely see my hands. I can't see the LAV through the front windshield ahead of us. I can't see what's out my window to the right, other than dim outlines of farm huts along the road in the flat landscape. A strong wind is starting to whip against the side of the vehicle. Above it, all I hear is the rumbling of the Humvee's diesel. Colbert calls out to Hasser, who stands in the turret wearing NVGs. "See anything, Walt?" "Nope," he shouts down. "Look alert," Colbert shouts, his voice cracking slightly. Sitting to my left, Trombley says, his voice barely audible, "I hope I get to use her tonight." He's referring to his saw machine gun. Though I can't see him, I can picture him caressing the top of his saw, as he sometimes does during tender moments before a firefight. We drive this way for about 10 minutes. Then, after proceeding 5 kilometers north of the magic line, machine guns, rockets, and mortars flash ahead of us in the darkness. The enemy has opened fire on the LAVs in front of us. Now I can see their outlines in the strobe light effects of bombs and tracers going off around them. The blasts sound like hammers beating on the sides of Colbert's Humvee. In the first moments, enemy ambushers who are entrenched alongside the road launch approximately 40 RPGs at Warpig's column. In Wenberg's LAV, shrapnel from the RPGs immediately shreds 4 of his vehicle's tires. He estimates about 120 Iraqis are attacking from the west. Their ambush was coordinated enough that they held their fire until all of the LAVs had rolled into their kill box. As the enemy fire from the west intensifies, more Iraqis dug in to the east start to open up. They bracket the convoy by dropping heavy 82mm mortars on both ends of it, north and south, where Colbert's Humvee is positioned. These Iraqis have apparently figured out that the LAVs use thermal sights, and many of them are concealed beneath blankets to minimize their heat signatures. The convoy halts. Through the windshield in Colbert's vehicle, we can see the outlines of the LAVs as bombs flash all around. The LAVs open up with everything they have. Their cannons stutter explosively, spewing out tracer lines like red ropes that lash the ground for hundreds of meters on either side of the convoy. Pom-poms of fire bounce up from their targets. Iraqi tracers stream in toward them. The opposing lines of tracer fire tangle around one another, making it look almost like the two sides are dueling each other with glow-in-the-dark silly string. "I have no targets! No targets!" Colbert shouts. The fire just ahead of us makes a steady roar. We could be standing at the edge of Niagara Falls. Hasser shouts down from the turret, "I don't see nothing!" There's nothing close enough for the team to engage. We watch the gun battle go on in front of us several minutes. Then the Iraqi fire into the LAV column drops precipitously. A lone Iraqi machine gun continues to spit tracers toward the LAVs. A half-dozen of them pour fire onto it, but every time it looks like they've silenced it, the enemy machine gun starts up again. This duel continues on and off for another 5 minutes. In the relative quiet that follows, Colbert leans out his window using his nightscope to observe a small hamlet of 4 to 8 mud huts, perhaps 25 meters to our immediate right. In the window of the closest hut, there's an amber light from a lantern or a candle. "There's nothing there," Colbert says after studying the hamlet for a long time. "Just civilians behind a wall in back." "Small arms fire to our rear," Person says, passing on a report from the radio. Then we hear AKs, they make a sharper, more substantial cracking sound than Marine M4s, directly behind our vehicle. Fick reports over the radio that enemy fire is coming directly in on his Humvee about 100 meters behind us. Several rounds snap close to his head. Recon Marines behind us return fire. It's not heavy yet, just intermittent crackling like branches snapping in the woods. "I have no targets! No targets!" Colbert repeats. All at once, Marines in vehicles far to the rear of Fick's seemingly open up with every weapon they possess. Their gunfire sounds like a torrential rain. It's Delta Company, the reservist Marines. They're blazing away with machine guns and Mark 19s. "Jesus Christ!" Colbert shouts, laughing. "Those guys are putting down FPF." FPF, or Final Protective Fire, shooting every weapon you have, is what Marines are trained to do only as a last-ditch measure. "They must think they've got the Chinese coming at them across the frozen Chosin," Colbert says, referring to the epic Korean War battle. The village to our immediate right now comes under heavy machine gun and Mark 19 fire from the Marines in Delta. As dozens of their grenades bounce off the huts and flash, exploding just 30 meters from us, a few Marines in Bravo open up. They mistake the sparkling Mark 19 bursts for enemy muzzle flashes, a common problem. "I have no targets! No targets!" Colbert repeats, but our vehicle rocks as Hasser begins lobbing rounds from the Mark 19. "Cease fire!" Colbert shouts. "I got muzzle flashes for sure," Hasser shouts. "Easy there, buddy," Colbert yells. "You're shooting a goddamn village. We've got women and children there." The reservists behind us have already poured at least 100 grenades into the village. Colbert continues scanning it through his scope. "We're not shooting the village, okay?" he says. In times like these, Colbert often assumes the tone of a school teacher calling a timeout during a frenzied playground scuffle. Mortars explode so close we feel the overpressure punching down on the Humvee. But Colbert will not allow his team to give in to the frenzy and shoot unless the men find clear targets. The fire from Delta Company continues unabated. One of the first recon's air officers riding near them looks back and sees a Mark 19 gunner in Delta standing at his weapon, burning through cans of ammunition, and he's not wearing NVGs, meaning he can't even see what he's shooting at. The reservists now make another classic mistake of nervous, undisciplined Marines. They fire down the axis of the convoy, their rounds skipping and exploding next to the friendly vehicles in front of them. A platoon commander in Alpha gets on the comms shouting, "Get those assholes to cease fire! They're shooting at us!" Their wild fire continues. Then the voice of Captain America comes over the radio, quavering and cracking. "Enemy! Enemy! They've got us on both sides!" "Oh my God," Person says. "Is he crying?" "No, he's not," Colbert replies, cutting off what will likely be a bitter tirade about Captain America. In recent days, Person has pretty much forgotten his old hatreds for pop stars such as Justin Timberlake, a former favorite subject of long, tedious rants about everything that's wrong with the United States, and now he complains almost exclusively about Captain America. "He's just nervous," Colbert says. Everyone's nervous. Everyone's just trying to do their job. "We're going to die if we don't get out of here," Captain America screams over the radio. "They've sent us here to die." "Okay," Colbert says. "Fuck it." He is crying. The firing drops off behind us. In front, LAVs pop off quick bursts. We hear their diesels grinding as they maneuver. "LAVs are breaking contact," Person reports from the radio. It's a relief. It means we're turning around, pulling back. Mortars are still bursting steadily while AKs crackle intermittently. "Person, move forward," Colbert says. "We're covering the LAVs while they pull back." "Is that right?" Person asks, startled. "They want us to envelop them," Colbert says. "Just move up the road." The wisdom of driving into a column of 24 LAVs while they pull beside us, some still firing their weapons, escapes the Marines. Colbert's team has no radio contact with the LAVs, nor much experience practicing an enveloping maneuver. Person deals with the order by simply flooring it. We speed up alongside the LAVs as their guns pop off rounds in front and behind us. Their diesels growl past us as they retreat. Soon, all of War Pig and 1st Recon are behind us. 2nd Platoon sits out alone on the highway for several minutes. "Turn around," Colbert says. "Roger that," Person says, evidently relieved. "We're moving 3 clicks south and punching out patrols," Colbert says. We draw past the hamlet lit up so heavily by Delta. "That was a civilian target," Colbert says. "I saw them." He sounds tired. I think this war has lost its allure for him. It's not that he can't take it. During the past hour or so of shooting, he still seemed excited by the action. But I think, after mourning the loss of his friend Horsehead, trying to care for dehydrated, sick babies among the refugees the other day, the shot-up kids by the airfield before that, and having seen so many civilians blown apart, he's connected the dots between the pleasure he takes in participating in this invasion and its consequences. He hasn't turned against the aims of this war. He still supports the idea of regime change. But the side of him that loves war, his inner warrior, keeps bumping against the part of him that is basically a decent, average suburban guy who likes bad 80s music and Barry Manilow and believes in the American way. Chapter 30. The battalion spends the night of April 8th in a bermed field by the road just 2 kilometers north of the Magic Line. Because of the low cloud cover, it's an especially dark night. On the horizon, lightning competes with bomb bursts from mortars War Pig is dropping on suspected enemy positions. The rolling berms we occupy are rock hard. Walking around in the darkness, unable to see my own feet, I feel like I'm in a curved, concrete skateboard park. The Marines were ordered out of their mop suits a couple of days ago. The military no longer believes there is any chance of WMDs being used. But I put mine on tonight. I've reached a point where I feel calm during shooting, but afterward I tend to get a little spun. I'm convinced there's going to be a chemical attack tonight. Even though my mop suit has a hole in it and wouldn't do me much good, I wear it along with my rubber boots, eliciting amused laughter from Fick. I find a ditch to lie in for the night and wrap myself up in a poncho. F-18s make repeated low passes. It's too cloudy for them to bomb anything, but according to Fick, it's hoped they'll scare off any tanks from approaching. Some of the passes the F-18s make are so low, the sonic forces they exert feel like a crushing weight on your skull. Marines on the perimeter talk among themselves as they observe for enemy movement. They pass around different optical devices, debating whether different shapes they see in the surrounding fields might be weapons or enemy positions. Their voices are quietly excited, cheerful. They like this part of war, being a small band out here alone in enemy territory, everyone focused on the common purpose of staying alive and killing if necessary. The high winds pick up, but instead of dust, they carry rain. It pours for about 20 minutes, and 2 hours later, the sun comes up. Standing in the early morning mist, Fick gives his team leaders the order for the day. We are clearing and killing enemy, moving north through hostile areas. We made 2 kilometers yesterday. We have 38 to go. The battalion devotes the morning of April 9th to creeping up the road to Bakuba at a walking pace. Marines on foot clear the surrounding fields, with Warpig's LAVs sometimes joining them, sporadically firing into huts and ditches. The enemy drops mortars continuously, but with the Marine lines stretched across several kilometers, they present a diffuse target. In Colbert's vehicle, we sometimes get a flurry of mortars falling within a few hundred meters, then nothing for 20 minutes. The Iraqis' tactics today seem clear. They let off some harassing fire with AKs and light machine guns, then retreat while dropping mortars. None of their fire is particularly accurate. While the Marine advance is dangerous, tedium sets in. Colbert and Person are beginning to have personal problems. There's no particular reason for the strain. It's more like they're 2 rock stars who have been touring a little bit too long together. About noon, when a salvo of 6 to 8 enemy mortars lands a few hundred meters from the Humvee, Colbert begins harping on Person's driving. The platoon is ordered to scatter into a berm by the road and wait out further mortar strikes. The idea is for Person to pull between 2 high berms for cover, but Colbert is not satisfied. As the next salvo begins to blow up in the vicinity, Colbert starts giving Person a driving lesson, ordering him to back up and maneuver the Humvee repeatedly. "You see that pile of dirt by the trail we're on?" Colbert says, his voice cracking. "That's a berm, Person. Berms make me feel warm and fuzzy inside because they protect me from shrapnel. So when I say pull up to the next goddamn berm, I mean pull the fucking Humvee up to the next fucking berm. Don't leave it sitting in the middle of the fucking field." Person responds by alternately pumping the gas and brakes. We slam into the berm. Cans of ammo and AT-4 rockets piled in the rear shoot forward through the compartment. "Sorry about that," Person mumbles, not sounding very sorry. A Hellfire missile blows up something 500 meters across the field. Mortars boom. Person begins belting out his latest song, one he and Hasser have been composing. It's a country song which he sings in flagrant violation of Colbert's ban. Colbert doesn't even try to shut him up anymore. It's tough to reach Person these days. He's had a severe allergic reaction to Iraq. His eyes have swollen to red slits. They ooze tears constantly, which mix with the snot pouring from his nose. Doc Bryan has put him on a regimen of antihistamines and other medications to combat the allergies. God only knows how these medications interact with the ripped fuel and other stimulants Person uses. The whole morning, Person has been babbling about his latest scheme. He and Hasser are going to change their last names to Wheaton and Fields, respectively, in order to put out a country music album eponymously titled Wheaton Fields. Now, as the explosions continue, he shares their first song, much of which they composed last night on watch. It's called Some Bitch, and its aim, according to Person, is to hit every theme of the country music lifestyle. Person sings, "Some bitch and goddamn and fuck. All I ever seem to do is cuss about how life's a fucking treatin' me to save my one last shred of sanity. Some bitch and goddamn and fuck. The price of Copenhagen just went up. My NASCAR won't come in on rabbit ears. My broken fridge won't even chill my beer." When he finishes, he turns to Colbert. "You like that? Why don't you just quit while you're ahead?" Colbert says. Minutes after Person's performance, we drive back onto the road. Colbert stays behind, leading Garza and other Marines in a foot patrol of fields edging the highway. Several minutes later, they come under fire from Marines in Alpha Company, who rake their position with 50 cal machine gun rounds. The Marines in Alpha are specifically trying to hit Garza. With his brown Mexican skin, they've mistaken him for an Arab. Person floors the Humvee toward Alpha's truck while screaming out the window, "You're shooting Marines!" The men on the truck continue firing for another 30 seconds until Captain Patterson catches their error and orders them to stop. Colbert and Garza emerge from the field unscathed. Garza approaches the Humvee shaking his fist. "I figured it was those LAPD cops from Delta lighting us up. They love shooting Mexicans." "Mistakes happen," Colbert says, climbing into the Humvee. Despite his attempt to slough it off, his face appears almost silver from the perspiration drenching it. By early afternoon, the Marines have advanced more than 25 kilometers past the magic line and are 15 kilometers south of their destination, Bakuba. In keeping with the poor judgment the Iraqis have shown in other situations, they only start to move their armor down to attack toward the middle of the day. But by now the clouds have burned off and waves of British and American jets and Marine Cobras simultaneously bomb, rocket, and strafe targets in all directions. Trucks, armor, homes, and entire hamlets are being attacked from the air, blown up, and set on fire. The Iraqis' one chance to wipe out the Marines with a massive formation of armor evaporated with the vanishing cloud cover. Right now, the world's attention is focused on televised pictures of American Marines in the center of Baghdad pulling down a statue of Saddam Hussein. Meanwhile, where we are, enemy mortars start exploding within 50 meters of Bravo Company's position. From a raw fear standpoint, this is among the worst moments for the platoon. The Marines in 2nd Platoon have been ordered to hold a position in a barren field by the highway. Their 5 Humvees are bunched within a few meters of one another when the mortars begin to land. "We are receiving accurate mortar fire," Fick informs his commander over the radio. "Remain in position," his commander, Encino Man, radios back. Unlike earlier in the day when Marines rolled back during close encounters with enemy mortars, Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando doesn't want to lose his momentum. Now, having the benefit of robust air support, he's divided his Marines into 2 columns a few kilometers apart. His plan is to rush toward Bakuba as quickly as possible while conditions remain favorable. When Fick passes the word that the men in 2nd Platoon are to remain in place, Espera turns to his men in the next Humvee over from ours and says, "Stand by to die, gents." The 22 Marines in the platoon sit in their vehicles, engines running as per their orders, while blasts shake the ground beneath them. Everyone watches the sky. A mortar lands 10 meters from Espera's open-top Humvee, blowing a 4-foot-wide hole in the ground. It's so close I see the column of black smoke jetting up from the blast area before I hear the boom. I look out and see Espera hunched over his weapon, his eyes darting beneath the brim of his helmet, watching for the next hit. His men appear frozen in the vehicle as the smoke rises beside them. Before leaving on this mission, many of the men in Colbert's platoon had said goodbye to one another by shaking hands, or even by hugging. The formal farewells seemed odd considering that everyone was going to be shoulder to shoulder in the cramped Humvees. The goodbyes almost seemed an acknowledgement of the transformations that take place in combat. Friends who lolled around together during free time talking about bands, stupid Marine Corps rules, and girlfriends' fine asses aren't really the same people anymore once they enter the battlefield. In combat, the change seems physical at first. Adrenaline begins to flood your system the moment the first bullet is fired. But unlike adrenaline rushes in the civilian world, a car accident or bungee jump where the surge lasts only a few minutes, in combat, the rush can go on for hours. In time, your body seems to burn out from it, or maybe the adrenaline just runs out. Whatever the case, after a while you begin to almost lose the physical capacity for fear. Explosions go off, you cease to jump or flinch. In this moment now, everyone sits still, numbly watching the mortars thump down nearby. The only things moving are the pupils of their eyes. This is not to say that terror goes away. It simply moves out from the twitching muscles and nerves in your body and takes up residence in your mind. If you feed it with morbid thoughts of all the terrible ways you could be maimed or die, it gets worse. It also gets worse if you think about pleasant things. Good memories or plans for the future just remind you how much you don't want to die or get hurt. It's best to shut down, to block everything out. But to reach that state, you have to almost give up being yourself. This is why I believe everyone said goodbye to each other yesterday before leaving on this mission. They would still be together, but they wouldn't really be seeing one another for a while, since each man would, in his own way, be sort of gone. After the platoon holds its position under close mortar fire for about 15 minutes, the attacks cease. The platoon is ordered to move a couple more kilometers north toward an intersection where locals have warned of an ambush. We drive to within a kilometer of the intersection and stop. There's a cluster of barracks-like structures, a water tower, and high-tension power lines ahead where the road forks into a Y. To the left, there's a thick stand of palm trees extending west for about a kilometer. Several minutes earlier, Cobras had come under AAA fire from the buildings near the intersection. They and other aircraft decide to prep the area before the Marines roll through on the ground. We sit back and watch them bomb and strafe the intersection for about 10 minutes. Colbert tunes in the Air Wings radio channels. We listen as the pilots call in intended targets, from Iraqi military personnel hiding behind garden walls and in berms, to trucks and armored vehicles. Then watch as the aircraft nose down and destroy them. Orange rosettes flash ahead of us from powerful bombs dropped by jets. "We've never had this much air," Colbert says, eyes gleaming, pleased with all the destruction we are witnessing. "It's all about having some air and LAV escorts," he concludes with a grand smile. Pilots over the radio now discuss their next move, doing a recon by fire on the palm grove to the left of the intersection. The pilots can't see what's in the palm grove, nor have they taken any hostile fire from positions inside it. Nevertheless, they request permission to do a recon by fire, which simply means they're going to rocket and machine gun the fuck out of it and see if anything shoots back. The battalion's forward air controller on the ground approves the plan. Helicopters skim low over the trees, stitching the ground with machine guns, setting off a storm of white fire with their rockets. It's a real apocalypse now moment. Colbert's team and the rest of the platoon are ordered to drive up to the intersection, take the Y left, and enter the palm grove while it's still burning. We drive into a bank of smoke, glimpsing a succession of small horrors. There's a truck full of shot-up cows in the field. Nearby, several slaughtered sheep, their guts smeared out around them. 2 charred human corpses by the road are still smoking. There's a dog with his head buried up to his ears in the stomach of a cow he's eating. We are again in Dogland. We come alongside the palm grove on our left. Fences made of dried reeds crackle and burn outside the vehicle. We continue on, pull upwind of the smoke, and now see there's a hamlet nestled between the trees, a series of farmhouses interconnected by walls, animal pens, and grape arbors. Thatched roofs and fences burn. These are what we reconned by fire. "I hope there's no people in there," Colbert says. The gleam that had been in his eyes moments earlier during the bombing has been replaced with his worried, helpless look. Republican Guard berets, uniforms, and other pieces of military gear are scattered by the road across from the palm grove. Iraqi forces, legitimate military targets, have obviously been in the area. Colbert stops the Humvee. He and other Marines get out. Iraqi military communications lines, cables from field phones, lie by the side of the road. Colbert's men cut them apart with their Leatherman tools. While standing outside, we hear a babble of voices. Men whom we can't see are chanting something. Their voices come from ditches by the road across from the burning hamlet. An old man now rises from behind a berm 10 meters away. His hands are up, his eyes are wild, and his face covered with tears as he shrieks, "No Saddam! No Saddam!" A couple of other men rise behind him, all of them chanting the same words. One has his shirt off and is waving it as a surrender flag. Another man climbs out of a ditch carrying a small, frightened girl about 5 or 6. She stares at the Marines in shock. They're all civilians, probably residents of the hamlet reconned by fire. The Marines lift their rifles high and gesture for the now homeless villagers to step forward. The men keep chanting. "Okay, okay," Fick shouts. He gives them an exaggerated smile, trying to reassure them. The eldest man approaches, still chanting insanely. Fick pats his arm. The man begins to shout, "George Bush! George Bush!" he says, pronouncing the first name like Jor. The Marines offer the little girl some candy, but she turns away in mute fear. Fick grabs the old man's shoulder, steadying him. "Yes, George Bush," Fick says. "No problem. Okay?" The old man finally stops shouting. He stares at Fick, perhaps finally recognizing that this American is not going to kill him. He breaks down, sobbing, grabs Fick's face, and smothers him in kisses. Chapter 31. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon of April 9th, 1st Recon and War Pig have come to within about 10 kilometers of Bakuba, advancing in 2 columns spaced several kilometers apart. While Bravo Company clears through the burning hamlets reconned by fire to the west, Alpha Company, led by Patterson, is pushing north on a trail that follows a canal to the east. The canal runs north-south, and the Marines in Alpha are pushed up against the edge of it to their right. Ahead of them is an expanse of bermed fields. Even as they creep forward, 80 Marines and about 15 Humvees and trucks, shepherds dot the fields around them, tending flocks of sheep. While the company is halted, a volley of mortars lands in their midst. A blast detonates so close to Captain Patterson, standing beside his Humvee, that it knocks him against the side of his vehicle and rips up his pack with shrapnel, but misses him. Then his column comes under machine gun fire from a lone hut 200 meters ahead. Beyond the hut, Iraqis concealed in ditches, some fortified with sandbags, begin firing at them with AKs. The lead Marines in Alpha begin to take fire from heavy 73mm guns on BMPs, light Iraqi tanks, that seem to be about a kilometer ahead of them. The Marines in Alpha dive for cover. Patterson estimates there are as many as 150 Iraqi soldiers entrenched in the fields. With his unit hemmed in by the canal on the right side and by Iraqis to the left and in front, for the first time of the war, Patterson thinks, as he later tells me, "We are really on the brink here." Fawcett, whose team is near the front of Alpha's position, takes cover behind a berm. The enemy BMP continues blasting at his men with its main gun, which fires shells about half the size of a Marine heavy artillery round. Fawcett and Sotheby, the sniper, peek up and observe more enemy troops pouring into the fields ahead of them. The Iraqi soldiers are being ferried in aboard military trucks, hopping out, then scrambling behind berms to fire on the Marines, whom they will soon outnumber about 3 to 1. Battalion forward air controllers contact an Air Force F-15 Strike Eagle in the vicinity to take out the BMPs. Marines are wary of working with jets, especially those flown by the Air Force. The fear is that jet pilots moving too fast and far removed from Marines on the ground will end up striking friendly positions. This fear is borne out when the F-15 drops its first 500-pound bomb intended to hit the BMP. The pilot misses by nearly a kilometer. The bomb lands fewer than 200 meters from Fawcett's position. The men are buffeted by the shock wave and temporarily deafened by the blast, but unharmed. The pilot drops a second bomb directly on the BMP, destroying it, then moves on to take others farther north. Cobras linger to wipe out enemy machine gun positions with Hellfire missiles. Alpha's Marines climb into their Humvees and advance on the Iraqis in the fields ahead. The Iraqis put out a lot of AK fire, but seem incapable of hitting the Marines. Many put their rifles over their heads and shoot indiscriminately without looking. Marine snipers steadily pick them off, while the 50 cal and Mark 19 gunners saturate their positions with lethal fire. The thing that amazes Sotheby is seeing shepherds run onto the field amidst the shooting to drag off wounded sheep caught in the crossfire. Alpha's pace quickens. Marine gunners begin competing with one another to cut down the enemy fighters. Over the course of the next 2 hours, they advance approximately 10 kilometers, destroying or routing all hostile forces ahead of them. When I run into Fawcett a short while later, he greets me with a blissed-out ashram grin. After weeks of complaining about the war, fretting over its moral implications, he enthuses about slaughtering squads of uniformed Iraqi soldiers in the fields with nearly 250 Mark 19 rounds he fired. "I feel invincible," he tells me. "I had rounds skipping in the dirt right next to me, a BMP shooting straight at us, Cobras lighting stuff up all around, a 500-pound bomb blow up almost on top of us, and nothing hit me. Maybe it's karma." On its western approach to Bakuba, Bravo Company stops outside a 2-story pale yellow stucco building that appears to be an abandoned military post. 200 meters behind us, Cucker leads his team into the field, advancing just 30 meters into it from the highway. While picking their way through dried brush, waist-high in places, they encounter a group of Marines from Delta Company, the reserve unit. Several of the reservists surround a dead enemy fighter, a young man in a ditch, still clutching his AK, lying with his brains spilled out of his head. While the reservists gawk at the corpse, a man on Cucker's team notices a live, armed Iraqi hiding in a trench nearby. Cucker and his men turn on the armed Iraqi with their weapons ready to fire. They shout at him to drop his AK. It's a tense moment for the Marines. Strictly speaking, this armed Iraqi had gotten the drop on them and could have easily taken them out had he fired. There's gunfire all around, and the Marines are worried more Iraqis are hidden nearby. But the Iraqi complies, drops his weapon, and rises. One of the reservist Marines, First Sergeant Robert Cottle, a 37-year-old SWAT team instructor with the LAPD, jogs over, takes out a pair of zip cuffs, and binds the Iraqi's hands behind his back, so tightly that his arms later develop dark purple blood streaks all the way to his shoulders. The prisoner, a low-level Republican Guard volunteer in his late 40s, is overweight, dressed in civilian clothes, a sleeveless undershirt and filthy trousers, and has a droopy Saddam mustache. He looks like a guy so out of shape he'd get winded driving a taxicab in rush hour. Surrounded by Marines, the man begins to blubber and cry. Cucker hands his rifle to another Marine, pulls out his 9mm sidearm, and approaches the prisoner. With combat raging around them, this enemy takedown begins in a highly charged manner. Cucker slams the Iraqi to the ground, puts the pistol to his head, and shouts, "If you move, I'll blow your fucking head off." Pinning the guy with his knee in his back, he pulls AK magazines and a military ID out of his pockets. The prisoner starts pleading in English. "I have a family." Cucker hauls him to his feet and frog marches him to the highway. In the surrounding fields, enemy mortars continue to boom amidst the crackling of Marine machine guns. Cucker knocks the prisoner over. He falls face down in the dirt with his hands still bound behind his back. In Cucker's mind, his aggressiveness fits with his philosophy of handling prisoners. I try to keep a prisoner off balance so he knows I'm in control. The Marines bring Mish over, and he barks at the man in Arabic, repeatedly asking him where the enemy mortars are positioned. The prisoner begs for his life. They conclude he knows nothing. They tie a sack over his head, a precaution taken since they are on a battlefield and don't want this guy to shout or signal his comrades in any way should he see them, and wait to load him onto a truck. Cottle from the reservist unit walks up to Cucker and shakes his hand, saying, "Thanks for saving my life." The situation seems pretty much wrapped up when Captain America makes a dramatic appearance, jogging up the road screaming with his bayonet out. He brandishes his bayonet toward the prisoner and shouts, "We ought to cut his throat like the Chechnyans in the video." It's a reference to a gore video circulating on the internet, which many of the troops had seen before the invasion. It consisted of choppy MPEG file footage that purportedly show live Russian soldiers having their throats slashed by Chechnyan guerrillas. Captain America then jabs the prisoner several times in his ribs and neck with the tip of his bayonet. The man starts screaming through the bag on his head, pleading again about his family. "Shut up!" Captain America yells. "Shut the fuck up!" Watching this bizarre drama, Cucker orders Redmond to step off the Humvee and guard the prisoner. They both figure the move will be a way of calming down Captain America. Redmond picks up his M4 and approaches the prisoner. He says to Captain America, "Dude, I've got him." Redmond stands over the prisoner, placing his boot heel on his neck. Captain America shouts at the guy a few more times, then backs off. Fick arrives. He exchanges a few words with Captain America, who's now smiling and chuckling nervously, as he often does after a good outburst. Fick has no idea that anything out of the usual just occurred. He loads the prisoner into his Humvee and drives off. A while later, some of the reservist Marines approach Cucker and Redmond. Cottle, who'd thanked Cucker a few minutes earlier for saving his life, now says, "You guys abused that prisoner. I should never have let you take custody of him. I ought to kick your fucking ass." Within 24 hours, the reservists file a report charging Cucker, Redmond, and Captain America with assaulting the prisoner. Captain America is temporarily suspended from command. Cucker is relieved of his job as team leader and ordered to ride with a support unit. Redmond, who's allowed to remain on the team, is dismayed. "Dude, when I put my boot on the prisoner's neck, there were people out there still shooting at us. I wanted to control the prisoner and still be able to see what was happening." He adds, "Cucker and I were trying to calm the situation down. I didn't stomp or kick the guy. Dude, we just wanted Captain America to go away." Even Cottle later confesses, "I feel bad for the enlisted guys. They weren't really the problem. It was the officer." One of Cottle's fellow reservists, a senior enlisted man who also witnessed the events, says, "From what I saw, that officer is sick. There's something wrong with him." Captain America denies committing a misdeed. He later tells me he simply thinks his accusers in the reserve unit were insufficiently acquainted with the realities of the battlefield. "The prisoner was handled properly, even though they didn't like the way it looked," Captain America says. "They saw the beast that day, and they didn't know how to handle it." By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Iraqis who had earlier put up determined though inept resistance have either fled or been slaughtered. Colbert's team, along with the rest of the platoon, speeds up the road toward the outskirts of Bakuba. Headless corpses, indicating well-aimed shots from high-caliber weapons, are sprawled out in trenches by the road. Others are charred beyond recognition, still sitting at the wheels of burned, skeletized trucks. Some of the smoking wreckage emits the odor of barbecuing chicken, the smell of slow-roasting human corpses inside. An LAV rolling a few meters in front of us stops by a shot-up Toyota pickup truck. A man inside appears to be moving. A Marine jumps out of the LAV, walks over to the pickup truck, sticks his rifle through the passenger window, and sprays the inside of the vehicle with machine gun fire. Watching this apparent execution unfold, I wonder if shooting the Iraqi in the truck ahead of us was an act of barbarity or a mercy killing along the lines of the one Doc Bryan had tried to perform on the wounded man outside Al-Muwafaqiya. There's no time to sort this out. We advance a few more kilometers, and Colbert's team sets up a roadblock. We are now within 4 kilometers of Bakuba. My first encounter with the enemy prisoner whom Captain America had taunted and abused earlier takes place in the back of Fick's Humvee parked nearby. The prisoner is squirming on the truck bed, the burlap sack tied over his head, when I approach. A few Marines have gathered around and are taunting him. "What do you think you'd be doing to us if we were your prisoner?" a 19-year-old Marine rails at him. Fick walks over. "Hey, I don't want any war crimes in the back of my truck." He says this lightly, having no idea yet of the brewing controversy surrounding the man's capture. "Untie him and give him some water." The man's arms are swollen and purple when the Marine cuts off the zip cuffs. The angry 19-year-old Marine helps give him a bottle of water and a package of MRE pound cake. The prisoner, snuffling his tears away, eyes the offerings suspiciously for a moment, then eats hungrily. "Just 'cause we're feeding you doesn't mean I don't hate you," the young Marine says, still trying to keep up his edge of hostility. "I hate you! Do you hear me?" I study the man closely while he eats. He wears a torn, grimy wife-beater undershirt with his fat belly protruding. I look for bleeding or bayonet marks on his body to see if Captain America penetrated his skin, but see no evidence of this. The worst signs of mistreatment on his body are gruesome bruises on his arms from the zip cuffs. While eating, the man periodically grabs his shoulders and winces in pain. I ask him how badly he hurts. He speaks English reasonably well. "I need medicine," he says, then bursts into tears, sniffling loudly. "For your wounds?" I ask. "No, I need medicine for my heart," he says. "It is bad." He tells me his name is Ahmed Al-Kizjurgi. Despite his suffering, the more we talk, he gives the impression of being both buffoonish and crafty. With his considerable girth, he brings to mind Sergeant Schultz in the old Hogan's Heroes series. He tries to convince me that he is not actually a soldier. "It is your imagination that I am a fighter," he says. When I point out that he was found with military ID documents, carrying a loaded rifle in an enemy ambush position, he finally admits, shrugging and stroking his Saddam mustache, "I am a very low soldier." Al-Kizjurgi says he is 47 years old, with 2 sons and 5 daughters. He claims he was originally a shoemaker and joined the Republican Guard late in life. His brother is a cab driver in Baghdad. He is a peace-loving man. One of the Marines points out that a lot of other Iraqis threw down their weapons and fled. "You were waiting to kill us," the Marine says. "You didn't put your weapon down until we made you." "It is not true," Al-Kizjurgi protests. "I am afraid. If I put my gun down, the police come and beat us." He says he and the other men in his unit received no outside information on the state of the world. They could be shot for listening to a radio. I ask him how he thinks the war is going. He tells me his superiors told him and the other men in the unit that Iraq was winning the war. He says he and the other men holed up in Bakuba had their doubts, but kept these to themselves. "Everybody under Saddam is silent," he says. "If Saddam say we have war with America, we say good. If he say no war, we say good." The Marines who were so angry with the man a moment ago have now warmed up to him. One of them says, "We can't put our weapons down either." "He was just doing his job," another Marine adds, now sounding almost impressed with the guy's tenacity in hanging on to his rifle. The Marines smile at him and feed him more pound cake. Al-Kizjurgi fails to catch on to the newly festive atmosphere. He leans forward and confides in me that he is desperately afraid. "How can I go home now? What if my sergeant finds me? He will know I did not fight." About half an hour earlier, Colbert tuned into the BBC and picked up the report that Baghdad had fallen. I passed this information on to Al-Kizjurgi. "There is no Saddam. There is no Iraqi army. You have no sergeant anymore." Al-Kizjurgi stares in disbelief. "It's true," I tell him. He begins to cry again, only now he smiles. "I am so happy." The news is only getting better for Al-Kizjurgi. Fick walks up and tells Al-Kizjurgi he will be driving him to a detention facility near Baghdad tonight. "For free?" he asks, as if unable to believe his good fortune. The battalion's final enemy contact outside Bakuba occurs an hour before sunset, when the men in Alpha's 2nd platoon spot a T-72 tank near their roadblock south of the city. T-72s are the most formidable tanks in the Iraqi arsenal. As soon as the Marines call it in to their platoon commander, he orders them to attack it with an AT-4 missile. Ordinarily, Marines would call in an airstrike on a T-72, but no aircraft are immediately available, and 2nd Platoon's commander wants this tank stopped now. One T-72 could wreak havoc on the whole battalion. Burris, whose team led the way through the ambush at Al-Gharaf, volunteers to lead the AT-4 strike on the tank. It's potentially a highly risky mission. The shoulder-fired AT-4 missile isn't really designed to defeat a T-72. At best, Marines believe an AT-4 can score a mobility kill, blowing a track off the tank. And to do this, Burris will have to get in close to the tank, within 150 meters. Nearly every engagement Burris has been in since the invasion started has somehow turned into his own personal comic mishap. From the time he tripped on his rifle stock at Nasiriyah, giving himself a shiner, to the ambush at Al-Gharaf where he was sprayed from head to toe with human excrement when his Humvee plowed into the town's open sewer puddle, Burris has concluded almost every firefight he's been in, knocked on his ass, laughing. Now he approaches the T-72 with several Marines and his platoon commander by his side. They reach the stepping-off point where Burris will continue on alone to get in close to his target, and his platoon commander, Captain Kinsley, slaps him on the back. "Burris," he says, "don't miss." Burris ducks down, runs across the road, dives into a berm, and creeps up behind the tank. He gets even closer to the monster T-72 than his superiors had ordered him to go, crawling to within 125 meters. He sees an auxiliary fuel pod on the back of the tank and aims for it, figuring it will multiply the effects of his relatively puny AT-4 missile. He fires the missile. Initially, Burris sees only a small flash where the missile hits. He's worried that perhaps the missile glanced off the armor, believed to be nearly invincible on the T-72, and berates himself for not aiming at the track. An instant later, it feels like a giant fist comes out of the sky and pounds Burris on his back, slamming him to the ground. The tank erupts in a massive explosion. Down the road, his platoon commander can actually see individual pieces of the tank, flywheels and gears, flying overhead. Several hundred meters farther back from the blast, 23-year-old Corporal Stephen Kelsaw, standing by a headquarters vehicle, is struck in the helmet by a piece of the tank and knocked down. It feels to him like someone just hurled a bowling ball at him. His Kevlar helmet is partially shattered, but all he suffers is a bad headache. Burris's hit on the T-72 produces one of the biggest explosions many Marines have seen in the entire war. When Burris walks back to rejoin his team, Captain Patterson, his company commander, walks up to congratulate him. Patterson wants to commend this kid, as he refers to each of his Marines, for going out there all by himself against the T-72. But as soon as he sees Burris's dirty face and his dazed, somewhat confused-looking smile, Patterson is seized by a fit of laughter. Finally, he manages to say, "Burris, I was worried sick about you." "Sir, what's so funny?" Burris asks, still shaken up, his ears still ringing from the explosion. "Nothing, Burris," Patterson says. "Good job." After the destruction of the T-72 tank, 10 Humvees from Charlie Company race into Bakuba, with A-10s flying overhead as escorts. The roads are blockaded with rubble and concertina wire. Abandoned Iraqi military positions are everywhere. Humvees snake through the barricades and make their way toward 2 military command centers, headquarters for a Republican Guard division and a brigade. The division headquarters is in ruins from repeated American airstrikes. The brigade headquarters is still partially standing. A team of recon Marines speeds up to the building. They jump out, run inside, and steal the Iraqi colors, the enemy's flag. The Marines have reclaimed, in part, their honor, sullied after the loss of their own colors in their truck burned outside Arifa. The Americans hightail it out of the city, and the battalion prepares to drive back to Baghdad. With hundreds of Iraqis killed or wounded during the operation, the most serious injury sustained among Marines in 1st Recon is Kelsaw's headache. For the Marines, it feels as if the entire mission to Bakuba has ended as an extremely bloody game of capture the flag. Weeks later, Bakuba emerges as a key center in the Sunni Triangle insurgency against the American occupation. But for the Marines pulling out, the mission stands as one of their more clear-cut triumphs. They seized 40 kilometers of highway, probably killed more soldiers than civilians, and captured the enemy's flag. We drive back to Baghdad in darkness. Person at the wheel, navigating with NVGs on his helmet, begins to sing, "Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys." "Hold on, buddy," Colbert shouts. "No goddamn country music." "That's not country," Person insists. "It's a cowboy song." "I hate to break it to you, but there are no cowboys," Colbert says. "Yeah, there are," Person says, his voice simultaneously flat yet defiant. "There's tons of cowboys." "A cowboy isn't some dipshit with a 10-gallon hat and a dinner plate on his belt," Colbert says. "There haven't been any real cowboys for almost 100 years. Horse raising is a science now. Cattle raising is an industry." A report comes over the radio of enemy fire on the column. "Hold on," Colbert says, reluctantly putting the argument aside. "I'd like to hear about this firefight." Warpig, driving ahead of us on the same highway the battalion fought its way up earlier, is again taking fire from both sides of the road. Tracers stream through the night sky. We drive into the gunfire. Enemy muzzle flashes jet toward us from the right side of the road no more than 5 meters from my window. Colbert opens up on the position, his rifle clattering. Spent shell casings ejected from the side of his M4 rain down inside the Humvee. If his past performances in these types of situations are any guide, there's a strong likelihood he hit his target. I picture an enemy fighter bleeding in a cold, dark ditch and feel no remorse at this time. We drive the next 10 kilometers in near silence while the Marines search for additional targets until we leave the ambush zone. Colbert pulls his weapon back in from the window and resumes his discussion with Person. "The point is, Josh, people that sing about cowboys are annoying and stupid." Chapter 32. By the night of April 9th, offensive U.S. military operations in Baghdad have ceased. The city is taken. Crowds have toppled Saddam statues. American military units are pouring into the city to begin the occupation. We reach the outskirts of Baghdad at about 11 o'clock, having driven straight from Bakuba. We arrive in the same industrial suburbs we passed through the day before. The looters are gone. The streets are empty. The city is black. A few fires rage in the distance, sending columns of flame over Baghdad, but given the level of destruction Marines have witnessed recently, the place seems relatively tranquil. The American artillery that was pounding continuously for the past several days is silent. We pass construction sites where military bulldozers with floodlights mounted on them are laboring in the night. The military machine that crushes everything in its path is quickly followed by armies of worker ant battalions who've already marched up and begun smoothing out the rubble and building infrastructure. We drive into a sprawling supply depot and fueling station erected in the past several hours to service thousands of American vehicles. There's a sense in the air tonight that Baghdad is pacified. The Americans are now quietly, efficiently in control. It's perhaps the only time things will ever appear this way to the men in 1st Recon. 1st Recon enters central Baghdad on April 10th at about 3 in the afternoon. Colbert's team drives with Hasser at the wheel, singing the hobo classic, King of the Road. We approach the city from the east. The striking thing about the outskirts of Baghdad is how green everything is. We pass through a wealthy neighborhood of spacious stucco homes perched atop small hills, shaded beneath palms, sycamores, and eucalyptus trees. Occupants of some homes sit outside in gardens, watching convoys belonging to the American invaders rumble past on streets below. We cut down a dirt embankment and approach a temporary pontoon bridge over the Diyala River, the eastern crossing point into the city. When we reach the other side, Fick reports over the radio that American forces in Baghdad are experiencing intermittent sniper fire and attacks from Fedayeen in trucks. The eastern side of Baghdad is a shanty town. We drive on dirt roads past corrugated tin and mud brick huts jumbled together amidst a patchwork of open spaces, with cows and chickens roaming everywhere. We round a corner and two enormous bulls, each seeming more powerful than the Humvee we're in, stand in the road. Hassard gingerly veers around them. We pass donkey carts pulled over on the side of the road, intermixed with Toyotas, ancient Chevys, and BMWs. Barefoot, scruffy kids line the edges of the shanty town. Some shout, "Go, go, go!" while pointing toward the city center and dancing like cheerleaders. One kid we pass comes right to the point. "Money! Money! Money!" he chants. The battalion drives onto a massive berm about 5 meters wide by 5 meters high. The Marines laugh. There are berms even in Baghdad. The battalion stops. Marines get out. The berm offers a commanding view of the city, a sprawl of low-slung apartment blocks, homes, offices, avenues, canals, freeways that stretch beyond the vanishing point. It spreads across nearly 800 square kilometers and has a population of about 6 million people. "Jesus Christ," Colbert says, "that's a lot of city." Gunny Wynn walks over to Colbert's vehicle. The two of them study maps and detailed satellite images of the city, marveling at the thousands of streets and alleyways. Gunny Wynn shakes his head. "And we thought those little towns a kilometer long were tough. I don't know how we're going to control this." Person stands by the Humvee, urinating on the berm. "Hey," he calls out triumphantly, "I wrote USA with my piss." 1st Recon's destination in Baghdad is a working-class slum called Saddam City, since renamed Sadr City. More than 2 million Iraqis live here in an expanse of vaguely Stalinist-looking apartment blocks spread out over several kilometers. We drive down the main road that edges Saddam City and are greeted with a blend of enthusiasm tinged with violence. Thousands of people line the street, pressing up against the sides of Colbert's Humvee. Sniper rounds periodically crack in the air. The side streets into Saddam City are barricaded with rubble, trunks of palm trees, and scorched cars. When Colbert's Humvee momentarily stops along with the rest of 1st Recon's convoy, we are swamped by young men in threadbare clothes who zombie shuffle up to the windows. Many smile, but their faces have a hungry, vacant look. They resemble a crowd from Night of the Living Dead. Several grab at the Marines' gear hanging off the sides of the Humvee, canteens, shovels, and rucksacks. Colbert pushes his door open, jumps out, and cows the crowd of perhaps 300 people into backing away from the vehicle. He paces from side to side, weapon out, establishing his territory. Colbert is ordered back into the vehicle. The convoy circles around, driving over some traffic islands, and snakes into a gated industrial complex across from Saddam City. Inside, vast warehouses are spread across several acres. Most of them are bomb-smashed, with smoke and flames curling out of missing roofs. Piles of bright silver paper flutter on the ground like leaves. A familiar aroma wafts from the smoldering warehouses. Tobacco. Someone in the Humvee figures out the silver paper on the ground is from cigarette packs. We have rolled into Iraq's central cigarette factory. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of burning cigarettes fill the air with what is likely the world's biggest ever cloud of second-hand smoke. The convoy stops by a loading dock next to a warehouse untouched by bombs, the battalion's first camp in Baghdad. Nicotine-addict Marines immediately loot the nearby structure. Inside, cases of Iraq's Sumer brand of filter cigarettes are stacked 10 meters high. Marines emerge with cartons of them, then lie back by their Humvees and smoke the spoils of conquest. Gunny Wynn paces uneasily up to Fick. "Do you realize how fucking weird this is?" he says. "When we set up in Mogadishu, we spent our first night in a cigarette factory." I hope this turns out better. There's a large 10-story glass and steel office tower on the west side of the complex, perhaps 500 meters from the warehouse where we've stopped. Every few minutes, loud bangs emanate from the upper floors of the office tower. Navy SEAL snipers occupy the top of the building and are busy taking out targets across the city. Judging by the pace of their shooting, they're killing Iraqis at a rate of about 1 every 5 to 10 minutes. We on the ground below them have no idea who they're shooting at. Only later do we discover there are Iraqis spread out around this complex, taking random shots at American troops, and the SEALs are attempting to eliminate them. Fick gathers the men for a briefing. Marines have been here for more than 24 hours, he says. They're set up on the other side of this warehouse. They've had 1 killed and 1 wounded from sniper or mortar fire. He then adds, compared to where we've been, I think it's pretty safe here. We should all get a good rest tonight. A few minutes after his pronouncement, the complex is rocked by a powerful explosion. Someone has set off a car bomb outside the main gate. A furious firefight ensues outside, involving Marines from other units. The gun battle is only a couple hundred meters away, but the complex is surrounded by a 3-meter-high cement fence, so we can't see anything. We just hear a torrent of shots. Fick walks up to me and smiles, deeply amused by the crescendo of gunfire. I was wrong about that good night's rest, he says. Moments later, a random bullet falls from the sky and skips onto the concrete, sparking behind Fick's back. He laughs. This is definitely not good. We both watch a Kazivac helicopter flying past the complex. Skimming low over rooftops, it suddenly rears up to avoid enemy tracer rounds fired at it from the ground. We watch the life-and-death drama playing out in the sky for several moments. The helicopter escapes. Not good at all, Fick says. But to the men, racking out on pavement, no holes to dig here, surrounded by concrete walls, with all the gunfighting being handled by Marines from other units, this war-torn complex represents 5-star luxury. They lie back eating, talking, smoking. For many, it's the first time they've rested since the mission to Bakuba started 72 hours ago. While most go to sleep, Espera leans against the wheel of his Humvee parked by Colbert's, composing a letter to his wife back home in Los Angeles. He uses a red lens flashlight, which emits a dim glow not easily spotted by potential enemy shooters, to write on a tattered legal pad. Espera's wife was a sophomore at Loyola Marymount College when they met. At the time, he was a 19-year-old laborer with no future. They married shortly after she got pregnant, and much of Espera's life since has been an effort to better himself in order to meet her high standards. You see, dog, he explains, my wife is smart, but she fucked up big time when she married me. I was a piece of shit. I remember my wife talking about all the books she'd read, and it hit me. There was a whole world I'd missed. Before I met her, I used to think, I got a shitload of hand skills, welding, pipe fitting, any pussy can read a book. See, I didn't grow up with no understanding. My mom tried, but my dad is a psycho ex-Marine Vietnam vet. Espera uses the term psycho ex-Marine Vietnam vet with the utmost respect. He aspires to possess warrior skills equal to those of his father, who won a Bronze Star in Vietnam, and believes if he's lucky, he himself will retire one day as a proud psycho ex-Marine. Despite his reverence for his father's combat valor, the man abandoned him at a young age, after an incident, according to Espera, in which his dad was shot in their home by a jealous girlfriend, and their relationship remains rocky. Espera bitterly recalls a past incident. Several years ago, when his father tried to patch things up by taking him on a fishing trip, his old man ended up stopping off at a porn shop on their way to the lake. While Espera waited outside for his dad to finish his business in the private viewing booths, he got into an altercation with a man he believed was trying to cruise him in the parking lot, and Espera threw a brick through the windshield of the man's car. "That was our father-son trip," he says. Since meeting his wife, Espera has become an avid reader, voraciously consuming everything from military histories to Chinese philosophy to Kurt Vonnegut, his favorite author. In the Middle East, he spends every free moment either reading or writing long letters to his wife, who works at an engineering firm in the San Fernando Valley. Tonight at the cigarette factory, Espera reads me the beginning of a letter to his wife. "I've learned there are two types of people in Iraq," he reads, "those who are very good and those who are dead. I'm very good. I've lost 20 pounds, shaved my head, started smoking, my feet have half rotted off, and I move from filthy hole to filthy hole every night. I see dead children and people everywhere and function in a void of indifference. I keep you and our daughter locked away deep down inside, and I try not to look there." Espera stops reading and looks up at me. "Do you think that's too harsh, dog?" Gun battles rage all night long in Baghdad. Marines sleep soundly on either side of me. I watch tracer rounds rising almost gracefully over the city. Some of this is probably just celebratory fire, but every 15 minutes or so, powerful explosions go off, followed by furious bouts of weapons fire. During the lulls, ambulance sirens wail through the streets. Occasionally, rounds snap into the complex. You hear them zinging, then cracking as they strike nearby buildings. After one of them hits, I hear a Marine in darkness say, "Is that all you've got?" Ripples of laughter erupt. Between the gun battles and ambulance sirens, we hear sing-song Arabic blaring through loudspeakers. It's either muezzins calling prayers, unlikely after dark, or American psychological operations units trying to calm the people down by playing messages urging them to stop fighting. It's not doing much good. At around midnight, I decide to use the toilet facilities. About 200 meters from where we sleep, Marines have set up a designated shitter, a grenade box perched over the open storm drain that encircles the cigarette factory complex. I creep over to it in the darkness. A solitary Marine is perched on the shitter. I wait a long time. As my eyes adjust to the darkness, I finally make out what's keeping him. His right arm is moving up and down. He's getting in a late-night combat jack. I leave him in peace and go over to another section of the storm drain. As I'm about to settle over it, I notice that on this side of the complex, the wall separating us from the street is an open stake fence. Marines had been told the complex was surrounded by a solid concrete wall, but in this corner you can look through to the street and shops just a few meters beyond. I decide to perch down anyway, but as I'm about to do so, a gun battle erupts on the street, maybe 10 meters in front of me. Red lines of tracer rounds zoom past, skipping low over the pavement on the street directly before my eyes. You can't see who's shooting, how far away they are, or what they're aiming at. I retreat back to the Humvees. I fall asleep to the sound of pitched street battles in free Baghdad. Chapter 33. Early the next morning, April 11th, at the cigarette factory, Fick gathers his Marines to brief them on their mission in Baghdad. He reads from the official statement. First Recon will conduct military operations in and around Saddam City to include patrols establishing the American presence, stop the looting, and restore a sense of security in order to allow critical, life-sustaining functions to take place. The intent is to locate key facilities in our zones, such as schools and hospitals, to collect intelligence on Fedayeen and Ba'ath loyalists who are still at large, and to prevent lawlessness and to disarm the populace. The end state is a humble, competent force occupying this area, ensuring security and mutual trust between us and the local populace. After reading the official statement, Fick adds, "We have rolled through this country fucking things up. Now we have to show these people what we liberated them from." Fick radiates quiet confidence mixed with purpose. He tells me after the briefing, "What we did up to now was the easy part. This is where the work really begins." Fick is under the impression that Marines will stay in this cigarette factory for at least a month, maybe longer. They will be given sectors to patrol. They will set up nighttime observation posts in neighborhoods in order to capture or stop looters, paramilitary forces, or jihadis who are still active. They will come to know the people in the neighborhoods they patrol, rendering them assistance and serving as liaisons for the nation builders, engineers, doctors, civil affairs specialists, who are no doubt on their way. This is going to be tough, Fick tells me, but I think for my men it will give them a sense of purpose about all the terrible things they've seen and been through. A short while after Fick's briefing, he invites his team leaders and me to accompany him on a tour of their new home, the cigarette factory complex. As soon as we near the open stake fence I discovered the night before, a crowd of civilians on the other side rushes forward. They stick their faces between the bars and begin shouting at the Marines, several of them in English. "Please, stop the looting!" two of them plead. Fick approaches the fence, telling them, "Order will be restored very soon." More civilians mob the fence, shouting in Arabic, gesticulating. Fick and the others retreat from the babble. We walk into an open area between looming warehouse structures, cross about 50 meters of barren ground, and approach another section of fence, this one with no people on the other side. We're looking out at the city when there's a loud cracking sound followed by a zing. A few more follow. Smoke puffs pop up from the ground a few meters behind us. "Sniper!" several of the Marines say at once. Lovell, who's also an expert sniper, says the rounds are coming from close by, and that we are directly in front of the barrel of whatever gun is shooting at us. I ask him how he knows this. "You can tell by the sound," he says. He explains that the type of cracking we're hearing isn't the gunpowder blast of the bullet being fired, but the sonic boom the bullet makes as it crosses the sound barrier. You only hear it so clearly when you're pretty much directly in front of the barrel. The zinging sound we also hear, he says, is something you only pick up if the bullet's passing within a few meters of your ears. This is all more information than I wanted. The 5 of us have 50 meters of open ground to cross before we can reach cover. We sprint back one at a time under fire from the sniper. For some reason, as I make the dash, all I can think of is the scene from the Peter Falk comedy The In-Laws, in which Falk absurdly urges his sidekick to run in a serpentine pattern when they come under fire from a band of guerrillas while stuck in a Central American dictatorship. In my fear, this scene comes to me when I run through the sniper fire. Following Peter Falk's advice, I zigzag in a serpentine pattern as the shots ring out. It takes me twice as long to reach safety as it takes the Marines. After everyone gathers behind a building, we stand for a moment, panting heavily, collecting ourselves. Finally, Fick looks at his team leaders, and they all burst out laughing. Lovell asks me why I was running back and forth. When I tell him, he suggests, "Next time we come under fire, just run in a straight line. You might live longer." 1st Recon Battalion only launches 1 patrol on its first full day in Baghdad. The problem is the battalion has just 1 translator, Mish. While looting and burning continues unabated in the city, the Marines, with nothing to do in 1st Recon's occupation force, kill the day by exploring the factories, warehouses, and offices in the complex. I follow along with several on a mission to rat-fuck the main office tower. Marines are hoping to find cool souvenirs to bring home. On the way in, the Marines grab giant crescent wrenches from one of the cigarette factory buildings to break down doors. The main office tower has already been claimed by the 1st Battalion, 4th Marines. They guard the front entrances, but the rat-fuck crew I'm with smashes through some of the side windows with their monkey wrenches and circumvents the sentries. We take stairs up to the 8th floor. Some of the outer offices are occupied by the SEAL sniper teams, still busily shooting Iraqis every few minutes. We sneak into rooms containing vast rows of low cubicles. The Marines are simultaneously freaked out and disappointed. It looks like any boring American office. You can see some workers have gone to a lot of trouble to decorate the drab cubicle walls with family photos, framed kitschy pictures of peaceful sunsets, beaches, forests, as well as Christmas and Valentine's cards with holiday sentiments written on them in English. Marines rifle through everything looking for souvenirs, but all they find are colored pens and coffee mugs. "It's all stupid crap," one of them says, slamming his wrench into a computer screen. The Marines kick down the door to what looks like the boss's office in the corner. One of them sits behind the expansive wooden desk, punches buttons on the speakerphone, and plays boss. "Have my secretary send in my next appointment," he says in an obnoxious official voice. Then he starts smashing the phone and the desk apart with his wrench. The Marines destroy the boss's office with gleeful vengeance, throwing stuff at the walls, pissing in the corner, all of them maniacally laughing. In a weird way, they're living out the fantasy Carrizales often talks about, in which one day a year the blue-collar man gets to go into rich neighborhoods and smash apart expensive homes. After 2 days of aimless waiting, the Marines in 2nd Platoon finally get a mission in Baghdad. Their job is to enter a neighborhood north of Saddam City and drive through the streets. The goals are simple: to talk to locals who've never seen Americans before, and to not get into any gunfights. Before leaving, Fick briefs his men. "If we take a pot shot, don't open up with a machine gun on a crowd. The days of running and gunning through towns are over." His precautionary briefing seems unnecessary when the Marines roll into the neighborhood. Compared to Saddam City, the place they enter seems almost bucolic. Broad, unpaved roads lead to large stucco homes that would not be out of place in San Diego. Lush gardens grow from vacant lots. Young men line the street and greet the Marines in halting yet formal English. "Good morning, sir," they say. The Humvees drive for about 500 meters until a cluster of residents blocks the road. They stream out of their homes bearing jugs of water and hot tea, which they offer the Marines. Small girls emerge carrying roses for the Americans. The neighborhood men gather around the Humvees, puffing cigarettes and bitching about life under Saddam. Most of their complaints are economic: the lack of jobs, the bribes that had to be paid to get basic services. "We have nothing to do but smoke, talk, and play dominoes," a wiry chain-smoking man in his late 30s tells me. "Saddam was an asshole. Life is very hard." He asks if the Marines can provide him with Valium. He pleads, "I cannot sleep at night, and the store to buy liquor has been closed since the war started." Aside from the complaints of the idle men, the most striking feature of the neighborhood is the hard labor performed by women. Covered in black robes, they squat beneath the sun in the empty lot gardens, harvesting crops with knives, while children crawl at their feet. Others trudge past carrying sacks of grain on their heads. The division of labor exists even among children. Small boys run around playing soccer, while little girls haul water. "Damn, the women are like mules here," person observes. "If we'd have fought these women instead of men," another Marine comments, "we might have got our asses kicked." The other culture shock for the Marines is that several of the men seem to be hitting on them. One asks Garza to lift up his glasses. When he does so, the man leans forward and says, "You have pretty eyes." Another of them asks a Marine if he likes boys or girls. When the Marine says girls, the man makes a face and says, "Girls, blah!" Then he points to a young man standing nearby, makes an intercourse gesture with his fingers, and says, "You go with my friend. You like." The Marines are amused. Soon Marines and Iraqis stand around the Humvees in a big, noisy clatch, laughing, trying to communicate through gestures and fractured English. They trade Marine gear like their soft-cover hats, which Iraqis seem to universally prize, for Muslim prayer beads, which Marines all covet. After worrying that his Marines were going to indiscriminately shoot civilians, Fick has to wade in and break up the party. The neighborhood is filled with unexploded munitions, mostly mortars and RPGs fired by Iraqi forces that failed to detonate. Fick roams around the area, scrupulously recording the locations of unexploded munitions in a handheld computer for a future removal effort. Residents assail him with a list of other problems: lack of electricity and running water, broken phone lines, ransacked hospitals, bandits coming in at night and robbing homes, even the dearth of jobs. They expect the Americans who so handily beat Saddam will take care of everything. The Marines shake their hands, promise to see them again soon, and drive off, heroes for the day. They never return to the neighborhood. The original plan Fick had briefed his men on executing, restoring stability to Baghdad by patrolling specific neighborhoods and rooting out Fedayeen and Baathists, never materializes. Instead, over the next several days, 1st Recon's plans shift as the city plunges further into chaos. The battalion moves from the cigarette factory to a wrecked children's hospital north of the city to a looted power plant. Each time they change locations, 2nd Platoon is assigned new sectors to patrol. Within a few days, Fick admits to me the whole endeavor is so haphazard, it seems to him at times like a pointless exercise. The basic problem with the American occupation of liberated Baghdad is that the fighting is so heavy at night, most U.S. forces decide not to go out after dark. On their 3rd day in Baghdad, Fick tells his men, "We're not going out at night. There are too many revenge killings going on in the city. Mostly it's Shias doing a lot of dirty work, taking out Fedayeen and Sunni Baathists." Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando takes this even further, telling his senior men that the Shias are wiping out paramilitary forces through a sort of an agreement with the American occupiers. "We have to be careful about nighttime operations," he tells his men, "because the Shias will be out doing the same things you are. They might want to engage you." An internal Marine intelligence report I come across, dated April 12th, confidently predicts that the ability of hostile forces in Baghdad to successfully and continually engage our forces will be complicated by the local Shias' intolerance for regime paramilitary forces hiding out in their neighborhoods. The Americans' assumption seems to be that all they need to do in Baghdad is sit back and let the Shias clean house. Not only do the Americans tolerate this bloodshed, but at least one Marine commander in an infantry unit working in Saddam City allegedly distributes stocks of confiscated AKs to Shia leaders who promise to use them to rout out the bad guys. Flaws in the American occupation plan become apparent to the Marines in Fick's platoon when they mount their first patrol into a vast, predominantly Shia slum on the northeast side of Baghdad. On the morning of April 13th, Colbert's Humvee leads the rest of the platoon into the slum known as 7 Castles. We roll in atop a high berm overlooking about a square kilometer of ramshackle, 2-story apartment blocks. According to the translator with us, 100,000 people live here. The 22 Marines in 2nd Platoon are the first Americans to enter this neighborhood since Baghdad fell 4 days ago. The platoon stops in the crest of the berm overlooking the neighborhood. Within minutes, hundreds of children run up and surround the Humvees, chanting, "Bush! Bush! Bush!" They are soon joined by elders from the neighborhood. The translator helping Fick today is a local Iraqi, Saadi Ali Hossein, a courtly man in his 50s who used to work at the factory the Marines occupy. He showed up yesterday to offer his services to the Americans as a translator. An exceedingly polite man who wears a rumpled yet dignifying brown suit, Hossein vanishes the day after this patrol. Other Iraqis who work at the factory later claim he's a Baathist agent. With his help as a translator today, Fick tries to find out what the neighborhood requires. Initially, elders who emerge from the mob tell Fick they need just 2 things: water and statues of George Bush, which they plan to erect up and down the streets as soon as the Americans help them pump out the sewage currently flowing in them. Fick turns to the translator with a puzzled expression on his face. Hossein explains, "They think Bush is a ruler like Saddam. They don't understand the idea of a president who maybe the next year will go out." The streets below not only run with sewage, but are filled with uncollected garbage. In the midst of this, there are pools of stagnant rainwater. Somehow locals differentiate between pools of stagnant rainwater and sewage, since they dip buckets into the former and drink it. They say they haven't had water or electricity in the neighborhood for a few years now. What the elders urgently need help with is security at night. All of them have the same story. As soon as the sun goes down, bandits roam the streets, robbing people and carrying out home invasions. Residents in the neighborhood have set up barricades on the streets to keep them out. Everyone is armed. The locals claim that since armories and police stations were overrun at the end of the war, an AK now costs about the same as a couple of packs of cigarettes. "They kill our houses," one of the men says. "The Americans have let Ali Baba into Baghdad," his friend adds. Another man claims enemies from an outlying neighborhood have set up a mortar position behind a mosque and are randomly shelling them at night. Even late in the morning you can still smell cordite in the streets from all the gunfire of the previous night. What's striking about the residents' complaints is the fact that Marine commanders have been claiming that all the gunfire at night is a result of Shias removing Fedayeen and other enemies they share with the Americans. But this is a 100% Shia neighborhood, and these people are clearly distraught by the violence. They ask Fick if his Marines will stay for the night. He tells them that is not possible, but that his men will try to bring some water some other day. Hossein tells me he has a grim view of Iraq's future. "You have taken this country apart," he says, "and you are not putting it together." He believes that the violence the Americans are allowing to go on at night will only fuel conflicts between the Sunni and Shia factions. "Letting vigilantes and thieves out at night will not correct the problems of Saddam's rule," he says. He gestures toward the crowded slum below, teeming with people. "This is a bomb," he says. "If it explodes, it will be bigger than the war." Espera, who's been listening to Hossein's analysis, offers his own take on the situation. "Let a motherfucker use an American toilet for a week, and they'll forget all about this Sunni Shia bullshit." Doc Bryan sets up a medical station under some ponchos in front of his Humvee. Mothers bring children sick with giardia caused by drinking dirty water, feverish infants, a girl whose legs were burned when a cooking fire exploded. Men start pushing to the front of the line, complaining of headaches and sleeplessness. Like the guy we met in the first neighborhood, they want Valium. Another family brings a son who can't walk, hoping that Doc Bryan can cure him like a faith healer. A fight nearly breaks out between a Marine and men in Doc Bryan's line who are stealing candy the Marines are giving to the sick children. By this time, hundreds of people throng the Marines' position, just trying to get a look at the Americans. The Marines are driven out as the pandemonium grows. Farther into the neighborhood, hundreds of people descend on the Humvees. What Marines had initially viewed as jubilation begins to feel increasingly like hysteria. The mob's incessant chanting starts to drive the men crazy. Everyone who approaches is dirty, scared, and desperately in need of help, which the Marines are incapable of giving. They nearly run over children who fall in front of the Humvees while running beside them. At one stop, Fick and I get out and see kids rocking on an unexploded artillery shell, gleefully bouncing on it like a hobby horse. "This is madness," Fick concludes. As the Marines gather around their concrete sleeping area that night, some are disgusted by the behavior of the Iraqis. "What American man," Doc Bryan asks, "would cut in a line of children with life-threatening illnesses to try to get Valium for a headache, then steal their fucking candy? I have no respect for these men." "Bro, it's not that bad here," a man says in the darkness. "Just think if someone invaded Los Angeles. Americans would fucking riot if their cable went out for 3 days. These people don't have water, electricity, hospitals, sewers, nothing. And they're waving and smiling." "They won't be for long," Espera says. "Iraqis have a short attention span, just like the American public. As soon as they stop celebrating that we got rid of Saddam and we cut him off at the titty, They figure out we're not going to be pouring money into this motherfucker, giving everyone a new car and a color TV. They'll turn on us. In an effort to reach out to community leaders, Bravo Company sends Mish to meet with the imam at a Shia mosque during a patrol. This neighborhood in North Baghdad is marginally better off than others. There's no sewage in the streets, and the low apartment blocks and shops near the mosque look tidy. The mosque itself is a squat stucco building with a small dome and a minaret not much bigger than a telephone pole. There are loudspeakers hanging from it for the prayers broadcast through the neighborhood. Mish enters the mosque early in the afternoon. Several young men who serve as the imam's bodyguards train their AKs on him the moment Mish sets foot in the gloomy anteroom. After 20 minutes of negotiating with these characters, one of them leads him into the imam's office in the back. The imam, a man in his early 50s who studied in Iran, looks to Mish almost exactly like a younger version of the late Ayatollah Khomeini, with a long, pointed white beard and dark black eyebrows. Though Mish is a Sunni, as well as a beer-drinking dope smoker, he and the imam kneel and perform a prayer together. Then, according to Mish, the imam tells him he welcomes the Americans so long as they don't expose the Iraqi people to corrupting Western influences. Mish tells the imam the Marines will try to bring some water the next day to distribute from the grounds of the mosque. He asks for the imam's help in controlling the people who invariably mob the Marines' vehicles. According to Mish, the imam tells him, if they come too close, the Americans should hit them. These people are used to being pushed around. You have to threaten them. Within hours of Mish's meeting, the loudspeakers from the minaret blare a message from the imam. It is against your religion to harm Americans. Then the imam's guards go through the neighborhood, painting messages in red on the stucco walls lining the streets. They say, an AK used after sunset is a tool of damnation. At least this is what Mish claims happens as a result of his meeting with the imam. The next morning, 2nd Platoon returns to the mosque, escorting a military tanker truck to distribute 2,000 gallons of fresh water to the residents. The Marines park the truck beside the mosque in an open dirt lot and wait beneath overcast skies. Unlike the day before, when crowds had turned out cheering the Marines, this morning there's almost no one on the streets. The few adults and children who are out hang back, staring vacantly. The Marines stand around the truck holding a hose up, beckoning people to come and get the free water. But in 20 minutes, only 2 or 3 venture forward. All week people have been asking for water, Fick says. We finally bring it to them, and nobody fucking wants it. Though Mish vows to me that the messages blared from the mosque and painted on the walls by the imam's followers were all pro-American, something has dramatically changed in the neighborhood. The people seem almost frightened of the Marines. I press Mish about this. Are you sure the imam said he wanted the Americans to come here? I ask him. Dude, the meeting was totally cool, Mish assures me. Whatever really transpired with the imam, only Mish knows. As has been the case since the invasion began, 1st Recon Battalion is almost entirely dependent on Mish for all its Arabic intelligence gathering. It's not that Mish is a bad guy, but it's astonishing to me that in an elite unit of American forces, among the first to occupy the capital city of a conquered country, there's no one within the command structure who fluently speaks the local language. 1 week after arriving in Baghdad, 2nd Platoon finally receives orders for a night mission. There's a park in Baghdad that Fedayeen are suspected of using as an operations base. 2nd Platoon is ordered to set up observation posts near the park overnight, then move in and sweep it for signs of hostile forces in the morning. An hour before sunset, the platoon moves into position on a high berm near the park. When the sun drops, the vast city, without any electricity, goes nearly black. Then tracers light up the sky from the gun battles raging on all sides of the berm we occupy. What makes the spectacle of these nocturnal gun battles even stranger is the fact that a kilometer to our east, a freeway is filled with cars streaming into Baghdad. We watch the fire course over the string of headlights. Fick and I are taking this all in when he receives a call on his radio from his commander, Encino Man, who suggests he send foot patrols out tonight into the neighborhoods below. Encino Man tells him that Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando has decided, after a week of keeping the men off the streets at night, that it's time for the Marines to become more aggressive. Fick resists the order, telling Encino Man he's going to keep his men in a defensive position on the berm and not move until dawn. He sits down next to Gunny Wynn and vents. "Look at this," he says, gesturing to the hundreds of tracer lines zipping through the sky. "They want me to be more aggressive, to send the men into this? For what? Just to be out there waving the American flag? So I can come home with 19 men instead of 20? Fick watches the ongoing destruction in the city, then adds, "If Iraq stays a flaming cesspool until the end of time, does anyone really care? Does it fucking matter?" Fick's talk a week earlier at the cigarette factory of giving his men a purpose by restoring order in Iraq seems like ancient history. Fick appears to have lost his belief in his mission here. The problem is not so much that the city has unraveled before his eyes in the past week. He pretty much expected Baghdad to be in total chaos. Instead, what's come undone is his belief that the Americans have any kind of occupation plan to remedy the situation. "Our impact on establishing order is just about zero," he says. "As far as I can see, there's no American plan for Baghdad. Maybe it's coming, but I don't see any signs of it." But he adds, leaving room for optimism, "A platoon commander's situational awareness doesn't extend very far." In the morning, the platoon drives down to the entrance of the park. There's a road bridge leading into it with a tower sort of like Seattle's Space Needle rising beyond. It turns out this is Baghdad's amusement park, complete with roller coasters, hot dog stands, and buildings with giant pictures of Disney characters painted on them, no doubt in fiendish violation of international trademark law. The platoon stops by the bridge outside the park. Cars are driving in and out. Mish finds out that there's a fuel depot in the park and citizens are entering to steal gasoline. The Marines block off the bridge, turning away traffic in preparation for moving into the park. A beat-up red Volkswagen Passat speeds toward them. Marines aim their weapons at it. The car stops nearby. There's a woman at the wheel with a 15-year-old girl in the passenger seat. The girl looks out at the Marines, smiling almost flirtatiously. The driver gets out. A worried-looking middle-aged woman in a brightly colored shawl. She's the girl's mother. Her name is Marianne Abbas, and she tells Mish that 8 days ago, while playing outside their house north of Baghdad, her daughter, Suhar, was hit in the leg by shrapnel from a bomb that seemed to come out of nowhere, perhaps from a high-flying U.S. plane. Doc Bryan opens the door. Suhar smiles at him. Her leg is in a cast. Doc Bryan and Colbert turn the girl sideways, extending her leg out of the car. "Doc, you've got 15 minutes, Fick says. "We've got to move into the park." Doc Bryan cuts away the cast. The girl screams. Her mother climbs in on the driver's side and wraps her arms around her daughter's head and chest, holding her in place as she writhes in agony. Whatever hit the girl's leg ripped chunks of flesh off from her calf to her thigh. The bones were broken as well. Whoever treated her stuffed the wounds with cotton, which Doc Bryan now must rip out. Pus oozes out. She has a high fever, a bad septic infection. On top of this, her foot was set in the cast with the toes pointing down, so if she lives and her bones heal, she'll walk with a lame foot. "We've got to get her to a hospital," Doc Bryan says. "This infection is going to kill her." Fick radios the battalion requesting permission to medevac the girl. It's denied. The platoon delays its mission for 2 hours while Doc Bryan does his best to clean the wounds out. The girl wails and sobs most of the time. Her mother holds her head. Doc Bryan curses softly. Fick walks away, turning his back on the girl. "This is fucking up our mission," he says, pissed off at the girl for showing up with her horrific wounds. A week after liberating this city, the American military can't provide aid to a girl probably hit by one of our bombs, he says, pissed off at the war. Despite an apathy that set in among many Marines over the futility of their missions in Baghdad, Colbert remains committed. When a resident of one neighborhood comes forward complaining of an unexploded bomb in a garden where children play, Colbert enlists Espera's grudging, extremely reluctant aid to destroy it with a C4 charge, though neither of them is specifically trained in ordnance removal, and the platoon is under orders to avoid handling unexploded rounds. Later, Colbert climbs into a 5-foot-deep hole in a risky effort to locate and destroy an unexploded artillery round next to a home. Fick, concerned that he might kill himself, orders him to cease the operation. Colbert despairs when he hears reports of other units accidentally firing on civilians. One episode reported on the BBC enrages him. U.S. soldiers newly arrived in Iraq to begin the occupation accidentally slaughtered several Iraqi children playing on abandoned tanks. Under the ROE, the children were technically armed since they were on tanks, so the GIs opened fire. Major General Mattis would later call this shooting the most calamitous engagement of the war. After he hears of it, Colbert rails, "They are screwing this up! Those fucking idiots! Don't they realize the world already hates us?" Espera tries to console him by sharing some wisdom he learned on the streets of L.A. Espera explains that if he were writing a memoir of his days as a car repo man before joining the Marines, he would title it, "Nobody Gives a Fuck." According to Espera, the ideal place and time to repossess or steal an automobile is a crowded parking lot in the middle of the afternoon. Jump in, drive that bitch off with the car alarm going. Nobody's going to stop you. Nobody's going to even look at you, he says. You know why? Nobody gives a fuck. In my line of work, that was the key to everything. The only people that will fuck you up are do-gooders. I can't stand do-gooders. As Colbert continues to fulminate over mounting civilian casualties and their effect on undermining the American victory, Espera throws his arm over his shoulder. "Relax, devil dog," Espera says. "The only thing we have to worry about are the fucking do-gooders. Luckily, there's not too many of those." Early on April 18th, the men in 1st Recon are told they will be departing Baghdad. Though they haven't completed their mission to restore a sense of security, few regret the order to leave. Their final night in Baghdad is spent camped in the playing field of the soccer stadium that once belonged to Saddam's son, Uday. Tonight, the usual gun battles fought by locals start before sunset. Recon Marines keeping watch high up on the bleachers come under fire. As rounds zing past, one of the men up in the bleachers, caught by surprise, stumbles as he tries to pull his machine gun off the fence and take cover. His arms flail while he tries to regain his balance. More gunshots ring out. Marines watching on the grass below burst into laughter. Later, several Marines in 1st Recon gather in a dark corner of the stadium to drink toasts to a one-armed Iraqi man in Baghdad who sold them locally distilled gin for $5 per fifth. Generally, it doesn't require any alcohol to lower the Marines' inhibitions, but now, with the gin flowing, a Marine brings up a subject so taboo I doubt he'd ever broach it sober among his buddies. "You know," he says, "I've fired 203 grenade rounds into windows, through a door once. But the thing I wish I'd seen, I wish I could have seen a grenade go into someone's body and blow it up. You know what I'm saying?" The other Marines just listened silently in the darkness. Chapter 34. At first light on April 19th, the battalion leaves Baghdad on a deserted superhighway and sets up camp 6 kilometers south of the city. The encampment offers a familiar setting, Humvees nestled beneath cami nets in a barren field surrounded by low berms. The next morning, April 20th, is Easter Sunday. It's almost like Florida weather this morning. It's humid and bright, but there are clouds in the sky as well, and it rains periodically through the sunlight. Navy Lieutenant Commander Bodley, the chaplain, consecrates this day by pounding a crude wooden cross into the mud. He drapes it with an olive-drab rag to symbolize Christ's body on the cross. At 9 a.m, the chaplain gathers about 50 faithful Marines, predominantly officers and personnel from battalion support units, who sit in the dirt in front of the cross, rifles propped up beside them, and leads them in a mumbling version of the hymn, "He Rose from the Dead." Then the chaplain tells them, "I have good news." He announces that a Marine has chosen this special day to be baptized. When Colbert hears of the good news after watching the service from his Humvee in the distance, he cannot conceal his outrage. To him, religion is right up there with country music as an expression of collective idiocy. "Give me a break," he says. "Marines getting baptized? This used to be a place of men with pure warrior spirit. Chaplains are a goddamn waste." But Colbert's disgust this morning isn't merely about religion. He and others in the platoon are annoyed by continued threats from Encino Man and Casey Kasem to punish Fick and Gunny Wynn for disobeying orders. Encino Man remains angry at Fick and Gunny Wynn for questioning his plan to call in an artillery strike nearly on top of their position at Arifa. Since that episode, Fick and Gunny Wynn have persisted in questioning Encino Man's orders, most recently in Baghdad, when Fick declined to send a patrol out at night. Casey Kasem has complained vociferously about the lack of obedience to orders displayed by the leaders of 2nd Platoon. "Their job is to execute whatever their commander tells them," he fumed, "and they don't." While following orders is at the heart of good military discipline, the men have no faith in the layer of command above Fick, starting with Encino Man and his loyal enlisted helper, Casey Kasem. "Those two incompetents are dangerous out here," one of Colbert's friends in the platoon says. "Obedience to orders to them means they don't want to look bad to their commanders. They're afraid to question orders. Fick and Gunny Wynn are great men because they have the courage to do the right thing." The debate over questioning orders from superiors becomes far less abstract the evening of April 22nd at 1st Recon's camp south of Baghdad. This night, a battalion watch officer, whose job is to sit in for Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando and, in effect, babysit the battalion when he's indisposed, mistakenly issues an order for Marines to go out in the darkness and mark the location of a minefield by the highway north of the camp. The watch officer radios Captain Patterson and asks him to send some of his men in Alpha to escort combat engineers on the mission. The mines were discovered a few days earlier by Patterson's men along the highway a kilometer north of the camp. Combat engineers have been removing mines all day, but hundreds remain. The watch officer erroneously believes there's an order to mark the location of the remaining mines with chem lights. Patterson tells him that he must be mistaken. There's a division-wide order banning Marines from operating in minefields at night. Besides, thousands of American military vehicles have passed by the mines in recent weeks without incident. The job can wait until morning, Patterson tells him, declining to execute the order. But the watch officer persists. He radios Encino Man and asks him to send Marines out in the dark to mark the minefield. Encino Man promises to push Marines out immediately. He later tells me, "I didn't want to send Marines out there, but the watch officer is the voice of the battalion commander, Ferrando. I couldn't say no." The operation gets into full swing when Encino Man contacts Captain America and issues the command for his men to accompany 3 engineers into the minefield. In the wake of the episode in which Captain America taunted an EPW with his bayonet, he was reinstated to command of his platoon following a brief suspension, but is still awaiting final disposition on possible disciplinary action from Ferrando. The enlisted men, Cucker and Redman, were cleared of wrongdoing in that matter, and Captain America now orders their team and another to transport the engineers up the road to the minefield. The Marines reach the minefield at about 9:30 that night, parking 2 Humvees on the highway, leaving their headlights on. Cucker steps onto the road with 3 engineers, among them Gunnery Sergeant David Dill and Staff Sergeant Ray Valdez. The plan tonight is simply for the engineers to stand on the road and toss chem lights into the minefield that runs along the side of it. The engineers earlier spent the day in the field removing more than 150 mines. Dill, a compactly built 27-year-old with a tattoo on his right calf that says Minefield Maintenance, is passionate about land mines. Before he was attached to 1st Recon, he spent a year at Guantanamo in Cuba, removing mines from the fields the U.S. sowed there in the 1960s. Other engineers who work with him consider Dill an inspirational figure. "He makes everybody excited about our jobs," says a Marine who serves under him. Combat engineers tend to be fanatical about their profession. Perhaps it's a prerequisite. Demining, which is usually done completely by touch, probing the earth with plastic rods, then feeling each mine to check for anti-handling booby traps, and removing it by hand, is highly stressful. According to their own guidelines, engineers are not supposed to pull more than 12 anti-tank mines a day, given the toll it takes on their nerves. During the afternoon of April 22nd, Dill removed more than 30 mines from the field beside the road, with his team gathering an additional 120, which they detonated in a terrific explosion just before re-entering the field after dark. Now, standing on the road in the glare of the Humvee's headlights, Dill observes what appears to be a mine in a portion of the field believed to have been cleared. He and Valdez, 28, step off the road to investigate. A 3rd engineer, standing far back on the road, 23-year-old Sergeant Randy Weiss, sees Dill and Valdez walk off the road and is about to caution them, but decides against it. Weiss later tells me, "If anyone knows what he's doing, it's Gunny Dill." Not only is Dill Weiss's mentor within the Marines, they are good friends. Both of them married, each with a young child. They live near each other off base, and their wives are close. There's a tremendous blast as Dill steps on a mine at the edge of the road. Weiss is temporarily blinded by spraying debris, even though he's nearly 10 meters back from the explosion. Cucker, standing directly behind Dill on the road, is thrown onto his back. He goes temporarily deaf from the blast, and his eyes reflexively shut. In the immediate aftermath, only his olfactory sense still functions. He smells burning flesh. Cucker opens his eyes and sees Dill lying a few meters out in the field, thrown there by the explosion. When Cucker rises to his feet, the ringing in his ears subsides. He hears Dill yelling, "I'm bleeding out! Throw me a tourniquet!" Cucker and his team's corpsman, 46-year-old Navy Hospitalman First Class George Graham, walk about 4 meters into the minefield. Dill screams, "Get the fuck out of here!" Cucker sees that Dill's foot hangs from his leg at a weird angle. The boot is shredded. His toes are exposed, dangling by some skin. His heel is blown off, and his tib-fib bones are sticking out, the ends charred and smoking. He stepped on the smallest mine in the field, a BS-50 Italian toe popper. He and Graham tourniquet him off and carry him back to the road. The next day, when engineers return to the field, they find 2 other mines a few inches from the footprints made by Cucker and Graham. Redmond had been manning the Humvee's 50 cal 10 meters back on the road when the explosion went off. The first thing Redmond heard in the aftermath was Captain America screaming, "I'm hit! I'm hit!" For an instant, Redmond, he later admits, is flooded with a sense of relief. If Captain America were indeed taken out of action, a lot of Marines' prayers would be answered. But it turns out the shrapnel Captain America thinks is in his arm is nothing but an imaginary pain. Redmond leaps into the front of the Humvee and joins Carrizales, the driver. They try to radio the battalion for medical assistance. 1st Recon's camp is only 1 or 2 kilometers distant, but the radios aren't functioning. Redmond jumps onto the highway. He sees Valdez wandering beside the road, holding his hands over his eyes, moaning. Redmond pulls Valdez onto the pavement. They kneel facing each other, and Redmond grabs him by the shoulders to steady him. "Dude, you're gonna be okay," Redmond says. "Let go of your eyes." Redmond gently pulls Valdez's hands away from his face. "Are my eyelids there?" Valdez asks. Yeah, Redmond says, not really certain if they are there. He shines a flashlight into his face. Are my eyes there? Valdez asks. I can't see nothing. Redmond suppresses the urge to vomit. Both of Valdez's eyes are filled with pebbles and debris. His left eye is packed. Bloody tissue puffs out around it like a blossom. Dude, your eye is gone, Redmond says. Redmond carefully plucks out the debris from the mangled hole that used to be Valdez's left eye. As he shines the light into it in order to put a dressing on it, Valdez says, I can see your light. My eye must be okay. I guess I was wrong, Redmond says. I'm really sorry. But Valdez's eye is gone. The nerves are sending false signals to his brain, fooling him into thinking he can see the light. They load the two men into the Humvees, one in each. Getting Valdez in is easy. He can sit upright. Loading Dill in with his toes and foot hanging by the skin and charred bones sticking out is not so easy. They have to drape him sideways across the back seats in Cucker's Humvee while trying not to jiggle his loose foot too much. Dill curses steadily. Fuck! 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 It hurts! Give him morphine, Captain America says. Everyone ignores him. Even the most boot Marine knows you don't give morphine to a guy with an unstabilized, bleeding wound. It can make his blood pressure drop and kill him. Captain America jumps in Cucker's vehicle. The camp is about 1 kilometer due south on the perfectly straight highway. Driving back there should be a simple proposition. But Captain America manages to screw this up. Turn off here, he says. I know a shortcut. Let's take the road we know, Cucker says. After weeks of having his authority mocked and stripped away by his men, Captain America decides to assert himself. He orders Carrizales to make the turn. Do what I say, he says. I know this shortcut. 50 meters into Captain America's shortcut, the Humvee drops into a Sabka patch. Carrizales tries rocking the vehicle out from the tar and quicksand, but it only sinks deeper. Dill, lying in the back with his partially connected foot and toes bouncing around, howls in agony. The Marines are forced to carry him out to the second Humvee. They make it back to the camp and medevac the two engineers. Dill loses his right leg up to the knee, including his tattoo. Valdez loses his left eye. The next morning, April 23rd, Weiss, whose face is polka-dotted with cuts from the blast but who is otherwise fine, returns to the minefield with another engineer. He clears 12 more mines, and they finish marking the field. When I ask Encino Man about this episode a few days later, he insists he did the right thing in not questioning the order to send the men out there. Gunny Dill was the mistake in the whole thing, he says. He's the one that stepped off the road. Chapter 35. At 10 in the morning on April 23rd, 1st Recon drives south on Highway 8 to its final camp in Iraq, outside of Ad Diwania, 180 kilometers from Baghdad. The battalion joins about 18,000 other Marines from the 1st Division, occupying a former Iraqi military complex, barracks, supply depots, and training fields spread across 15 square kilometers. While most of 1st Recon's Marines wind up occupying brick barracks, through the luck of the draw, those in Bravo Company end up in a former tank repair yard in a windswept corner of the camp. For the next 6 weeks, they will sleep in the open on a 4-by-40-meter concrete strip. Surveying this infernal spot with an almost satisfied smile the afternoon he arrives, one of the men in 2nd Platoon says, "One universal fact of being in the Marine Corps is that no matter where we go in the world, we always end up in some random shitty place." Bravo's 2nd and 3rd platoons spend most of their daytime hours here, as well as their nights, as if they're living on a ship. The camp's burn pits and latrines are located adjacent to this sleeping, living area. Plastic MRE wrappings and human excrement, mixed with diesel fuel in steel barrels, are burned round the clock just 10 meters from the men. When the wind is still, they live in a haze of flies, mosquitoes, and pungent black smoke. When it blows, they're inundated with dust. Shamal storms with 50-mile-per-hour winds strike every day, usually lasting 3 to 6 hours. During them, Marines just lie on the concrete pad with ponchos wrapped around their heads. Daytime temperatures now typically hover around 115 degrees. Wild dogs are kept at bay by a Marine gunnery sergeant who roams the camp with a shotgun, blasting away at them. According to Navy Commander Kevin Moore, the division surgeon, injuries among Marines at the camp are running high from guys picking up the unexploded ordnance littering the place. Numerous cases of malaria have occurred, and everyone is becoming ill with what Moore calls ass-to-hand disease. A few Marines have undergone psychotic episodes and have been picked up running around the wire, screaming at imaginary fedayeen. Moore attributes most of these cases to temporary psychosis induced by overuse of stimulants like ripped fuel. One Marine in 1st Recon's support unit freaks out early in the stay at this camp. The episode is prompted after a Game Boy, which he brought into Iraq in violation of battalion regulations, disappeared from his rucksack. Early one afternoon following the battalion's arrival at Ad Diwania, he runs into the warehouse serving as a chow hall with his M16, puts it to the head of the suspected thief, racks a round into the chamber, and screams, "Give me back my Game Boy!" Other Marines talk him out of pulling the trigger. The battalion isolates him for a few days, then returns him to his unit. The Game Boy is never recovered. On my 3rd morning here, I'm sitting with Colbert's team eating an MRE breakfast. Most Marines still haven't had a proper shower since they left Camp Matilda more than a month ago. A few rinsed off by spraying themselves with a fire hose in a warehouse they occupied in Baghdad, but not everyone had a chance to use it. Fick washes up for breakfast by spitting in his hands and wiping them on his dirty fatigues. Colbert says, "You know, I don't miss anything from home. The only exception is my bike. I miss that. Speed, solitude, and no one can touch me." "You mean you're out here in the middle of nowhere and you miss being alone?" Person laughs quietly. He doesn't say anything else, which is kind of amazing. After a month of insane, non-stop chattering in the Humvee, he barely talks now. When Person detoxes from ripped fuel, endless days of mortar fire, ambushes, and sleepless nights behind the wheel of the Humvee, he turns into a soft-spoken guy from Nevada, Missouri, population 8,607. He now admits to me, despite his relentless mockery of the Corps, "When I get out of the Marines in November, I'm going to miss it." In spite of the austerities at the platoon's encampment, spirits are high. The men build an open-air gym. They scavenge gears and drive shafts from wrecked Iraqi tanks and turn them into free weights and chin-up bars they hang from concrete pilings. They run for kilometers in the 115-degree heat. They practice hand-to-hand combat in the dirt. They pace back and forth barefoot through gravel to build calluses on their feet. The Marines sleep through each night for the first time in weeks, boil coffee every morning on fires started with C4 explosive, play cards, dip tin after tin of Copenhagen, and spend days, when they are not working out, engaging in endless bull sessions. "Man, this is fucking awesome," 2nd Platoon's 22-year-old Corporal James Chafin declares one morning. "I can't believe I'm getting paid to work out, dip, and hang out with the best guys in the world." Up until now, no one has known the name of the war they've been fighting. Gunny Wynn passes on the rumor that he thinks they might be calling it Iraqi freedom. Hearing the news, Carrizales scoffs. "Fuck that. I'll tell you what freedom was. Phase 3 Iraq," he says, referring to the military's term for the combat operations phase of the invasion. "That was fucking Iraqi freedom. Rip through this bitch shooting anything that moves from your window. That's what I call freedom." The senior officers, set up in nicer quarters across the camp, are basking in the glow of victory. 1st Recon, one of the smallest, most lightly armed battalions in the Corps, led the way for much of the Marines' blitzkrieg to Baghdad. "No other military in the world can do what we do," Ferrando tells me. "We are America's shock troops." I meet Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando in a small office that formerly belonged to an Iraqi officer. The one-story building is shaded by sycamore trees and has thick adobe walls, keeping it relatively cool even on this hot afternoon. One of the issues still dogging the battalion is Captain America's behavior. After a lengthy investigation into the incident in which he taunted an EPW with his bayonet, Ferrando returned him to command, but hesitated to fully exonerate him. He finally does in late April, about the time I meet with him. He tells me he thinks Captain America walked a fine line, but was still within the box of acceptable behavior. But, he adds, "In my mind, when you allow that behavior to progress, you end up with a My Lai massacre." Then he leans across his desk and asks me if I think he should have taken harsher action toward Captain America. I honestly can't answer him. In the past 6 weeks, I have been on hand while this comparatively small unit of Marines has killed quite a few people. I personally saw 3 civilians shot, one of them fatally with a bullet in the eye. These were just the tip of the iceberg. The Marines killed dozens, if not hundreds, in combat through direct fire and through repeated, at times almost indiscriminate, artillery strikes. And no one will probably ever know how many died from the approximately 30,000 pounds of bombs 1st Recon ordered dropped from aircraft. I can't imagine how the man ultimately responsible for all of these deaths, at least on the battalion level, sorts it all out and draws the line between what is wanton killing and what is civilized military conduct. I suppose if it were up to me, I might let Captain America keep his job, but I would take away his rifle and bayonet and give him a cap gun. As I'm about to leave his office, Ferrando stops me. "Something I'm struggling with internally is, it's exciting to get shot at," he says, sounding almost confessional. "It's an excitement that I hadn't thought about before." He hastily adds, "But at the same time, it's a terrible feeling to be the man sending other people into combat." Earlier, in a talk to his men, Ferrando referred to his order to send them onto the airfield at Khalat Sakar with no preparation as reckless. Many of his men feel the whole campaign of rushing into ambushes was characterized by recklessness. But in the end, he's been vindicated. He became, in a sense, Major General Mattis's go-to guy in central Iraq. While Colonel Dowdy, commander of the much larger regimental force in the region, sometimes appeared to hesitate, as he had in entering Nasiriyah, and was removed from command in early April, Ferrando seldom, if ever, turned down a chance to race his forces into another hairy situation. Much of the time during the dash to Al-Qut, Ferrando's battalion set the pace. He shrugged off the fact that his men weren't adequately equipped or specifically trained for the kind of assaults they were doing. By contrast, after Dowdy was relieved of his command, he was reportedly castigated in a subsequent fitness report for being overly concerned about the welfare of his men, with the idea being that this concern got in the way of mission accomplishment. In the end, Ferrando's battalion exemplified the virtues of maneuver warfare, employing speed over firepower to throw Iraqi defenders off balance. As much as some of the enlisted men despise Ferrando for what they saw as his dangerous haste, not to mention his obsession with the grooming standard, Fick praises him. He got the job done for Major General Mattis, and in the Marine Corps, that's all that matters. It's mission accomplishment first, troop welfare second. Ferrando has no problem with that. When I talked to Mattis the next day at Ad Diwaniyah, he heaps praises on the courage and initiative displayed by the men in 1st Recon, to whom he credits with a large measure of the invasion's success. They should be very proud, he says. After I return to 2nd Platoon's squalid encampment and pass on the General's praise, the men stand around in the dust, considering his glowing remarks. Finally Garza says, "Yeah? Well, we still did a lot of stupid shit." "War doesn't change anything," Doc Bryan says. "This place was fucked up before we came, and it's fucked up now. I personally don't believe we liberated the Iraqis. Time will tell." The American people ought to know the price we pay to maintain their standard of living, Aspera says. Despite his avowals of being a complete cynic, he continually turns back to the incident at Al-Hayy, where he shot and killed 3 unarmed men fleeing a truck at the Marines' roadblock. I wish I could go back in time and see if they were enemy or just confused civilians, he says. It could have been a truck full of babies, and with our rules of engagement, you did the right thing, Fick says. I'm not saying I care, Aspera says. I don't give a fuck. But I keep thinking about what the priest said. It's not a sin to kill with a purpose, as long as you don't enjoy it. My question is indifference the same as enjoyment? All religious stuff aside, Colbert cuts in, the fact is people who can't kill will be subject to those who can. Despite their moral qualms or lack thereof about killing, most Marines unabashedly love the action. You really can't top it, Redmond says. Combat is the supreme adrenaline rush. You take rounds, shoot back, shit starts blowing up. It's sensory overload. It's the one thing that's not overrated in the military. The fuck thing, Doc Bryan says, is the men we've been fighting probably came here for the same reasons we did, to test themselves, to feel what war is like. In my view, it doesn't matter if you oppose or support war. The machine goes on. Epilogue. I leave 1st Recon's camp at Ad Diwania in a Navy helicopter at dawn on May 4th. We fly low and fast to avoid enemy ground fire. Our flight path takes us directly over the tank repair yard, where I see the men of 2nd Platoon stirring from their sleep on the concrete pad. They will remain here for more than a month, returning to Camp Pendleton on June 3, 2003. Pappy, shot in the foot at Al-Muwafaqiya, returned to duty at Camp Pendleton before his platoon's homecoming. Despite having received a lucky wound in an extremity, Pappy had to undergo intensive physical therapy to overcome a limp. Still walking with a cane when he returned to duty, he was roused one evening in his barracks room by a surprise visit from the ladies of the Key Wives Club, a spouse support group headed by Encino Man's wife. She and Lieutenant Colonel Ferrando's wife offered him a heartfelt Key Wives welcome home and gifts of fresh baked goods and a new toothbrush, then left a few minutes later. Pappy's bloody boot, worn the night he was shot, had been out on his floor when the Key Wives dropped in, but they made no mention of it. Pappy thought nothing of the visit until June 3rd, when he went to March Air Force Base to greet 1st Recon on its return. The first man he encountered off the plane was Ferrando, who walked up to him on the tarmac and chewed Pappy out for having left his tattered boot on the floor of his room when the Key Wives visited. "I don't like you showing your bloody boot to my wife," Ferrando had rasped, then brushed past without further ado. "At least he didn't bitch about my mustache," Pappy later said. Pappy was awarded a Bronze Star for his actions in the invasion. Upon his return, Colbert received one of the highest honors in the Marine Corps, a combat meritorious promotion to Staff Sergeant. He was nominated to enter a 2-year exchange program with the British Royal Marines, with whom he is now serving. Person got out of the Marines and moved to Kansas City, Missouri, to pursue his career as a rock star while working at the front desk of a 24-hour fitness club. After being promoted to the rank of captain, Fick left the Marine Corps in August to pursue graduate degrees in business and foreign relations at Harvard. For several months he debated whether he had been a good officer or whether his concern for his men colored his judgment. He concluded, "My feelings made me a more conflicted officer." There was no celebratory cigar smoking on the battlefield for me. But we achieved every mission objective. I did my job. Under his command, the men in 2nd Platoon received more combat citations and awards than any other platoon in 1st Reconnaissance Battalion. Captain Patterson also left the Marine Corps after being promoted to Major in order to study environmental engineering at the University of Washington. After more than 10 years of distinguished military service, Patterson departed following a loss of control in front of his men, one that only raised their opinion of him. In my last conversation with Patterson, he confessed that he was still troubled by the episode in which Encino Man had mistakenly followed an incorrect order to send men out to mark a minefield at night. One of the engineers injured, Valdez, who lost an eye, had served with Patterson's company. "Valdez was my man," Patterson said to me. "What the fuck happened?" Despite his anger, he refused to cast blame on any individual. It happened as a result of dysfunction in the battalion, not because of what a single officer did. Patterson's eruption, and it could be called that given the fact that ordinarily he is so mild-mannered it almost makes him seem diminutive, happened midday on May 3rd, when the men in the companies were racing in a competition whose winners would receive a phone call home. Encino Man checked a corporal from Alpha Company who was pulling ahead in an obstacle race, and Patterson exploded, rushing Encino Man, throwing him into a headlock, and slamming him against a wall. The enlisted men were forced to break the two officers apart. Later, Patterson laughed off the assault, claiming it was done in the spirit of fun. Whatever his motives, Patterson achieved hero status within the ranks. Captain America departed from his command a few weeks after the battalion's return. Some thought the move was a demotion, until he was reassigned to a prestigious command staff position in another unit. Doc Bryan had a sad parting from the Middle East. While waiting at a desert camp in Kuwait to fly home, he was on hand at a football game held among Marines in other units when one of the players went berserk with his M16 and shot a young man on the opposing team, hitting him in the chest and neck. Doc Bryan and other corpsmen were unable to save the Marine. The incident only added fuel to Doc Bryan's bitter complaints about war. Later, Doc Bryan had been engaging in one of his typical bitch sessions about the incompetence of superiors when, he says, he suddenly heard his voice as if it belonged to someone else. Something snapped in him and he realized, you know what? I'm just not cut out for the military. But the feeling didn't last. His first week home, he was happily recruited out of 1st Recon into a secretive Special Forces unit. He has been training for a mission he is not at liberty to talk about. Trombley finally completed the basic reconnaissance course and is now a full-fledged recon Marine. In the autumn, he also participated in an LAPD training program. He's thinking of joining the LAPD when he gets out in a year. Reyes achieved the dream of a lifetime when his temporary promotion to team leader after Pappy's wounding at Muafakia was made permanent at Camp Pendleton. A week later, he was suspended following a hazing incident that occurred under his supervision. While training a Marine new to 1st Recon, one who was having trouble keeping up on a fitness run, Garza ordered the kid to dig a ranger grave. Then Garza and others buried him, leaving only a small breathing space. Reyes had approved of the disciplinary measure, telling me later, "That was the kind of hard training we did under Horsehead." Reyes was immediately docked a month's pay. The rest of the men in the platoon took money from their paychecks to make up the difference in his lost salary while he awaited formal punishment proceedings. A few weeks after Espera returned from Iraq, he had an eerie experience while driving with his family down Ventura Boulevard in Los Angeles. Espera was at the wheel of a new SUV purchased to celebrate his homecoming when he glimpsed a man on the street who looked exactly like an Iraqi civilian the platoon had fatally shot at a roadblock in Iraq. In an instant he realized it wasn't the pedestrian on the street who had reminded him of the dead man. The light was glancing off the windshield of his new SUV the same way it had in his Humvee when he'd witnessed the shooting. A short while after this flashback, Espera was invited to a party at a gated community in Malibu where residents wanted to toast a war hero. In civilian clothes, with his hair grown out, and having gained the weight that he'd lost in Iraq, Espera cut a handsome figure. As the guests repeatedly praised his heroism in serving his country, Espera hung his head with an almost embarrassed smile. Then, after his 5th or 6th glass of wine, he rose to his feet. "I'm not a hero," he said. The guests nodded, their smiles stretching even wider at this hero's show of humility. "Guys like me are just a necessary part of things," Espera continued. "To maintain this way of life in a fine community like this, You need psychos like us to go out and drop a bomb on somebody's house. In November, the men were told 1st Recon would be returning to Iraq. Reyes was reinstated as team leader. Gunny Wynn, who was still facing disciplinary action for his disobedience to Encino Man in Iraq, was also cleared. In the end, Reyes says, they need bodies for the war. Reyes adds, this is the way the Corps is. You join for the idealism, but eventually you see the flaws in it. You might fight this for a while. Then you accept that one man isn't going to change the Marine Corps. If you love the Corps, you give up some of the ideals which motivated you to join in the first place. When Person heard through the grapevine that his unit was going back, he called Gunny Wynn at home, drunk from Kansas City, and told him he was re-enlisting. Gunny Wynn told him to shut up, go to bed, and stay a civilian. As this book goes to press, the men in Bravo's 2nd Platoon, along with the rest of 1st Recon, are in Fallujah, Iraq. This concludes Generation Kill.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.